Here's my suggestion. Li Yao pulled out the weapons packed inside the holes on the wall, laid them on the ground, and picked his favorite ones, while he remarked, "It's a mess outside right now. For 3 space residents such as yourselves, it's not safe to stay here. Somebody might become suspicious of me because of my mysterious background, too. Chief Xiong, I want you to run away through the tunnel together with Sister Sha and Wu Mayan. But you need to make some noise during your escape to attract the 6 tribes' attention. It will be best if they send a large batch of warriors to stop you so that I have 1 to 2 extra days to do my business. Can you do that?" Xiong Wuji chuckled. "Not just 1 or 2 days. Who in the 6 tribes can really stop me if I'm determined to go? However, why am I going to do that?" Li Yao said, "Everything I said just now is only my personal assumption. Such a carefully weaved plot is the most vulnerable of all. As long as a single link is broken, the entire plot will be wasted. For example, right now, although the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau have burst into fury, there are not hundreds of cultivators in front of them that they can kill. So, it is impossible that an unresolvable conflict will break out. But something must be happening in the Oasis tribe that can raise such a conflict between the Iron Plateau natives and the space residents. I believe that, when the main troops of the 6 tribes arrive in the Oasis tribe, an incident will trigger said conflict. It will require a lot of ammunition and supplies for the 6 tribes' trip deep into the Dark Continent, even if they are merely summoning the rapid response troops made of the elite soldiers. Besides, they'll have to march toward the destination in true Chi tanks and stay in battle formations. All things considered, it will take them 5 to 6 days. If you can stall them for a day or 2, they will not appear in the hotspot for a week or so. If I rush to the Oasis tribe by myself, I will definitely be much faster than the main troops. It is quite possible that I will reach the Oasis tribe 4 to 5 days earlier than them. I will seize the opportunity and investigate whether or not this is part of the scheme of the immortal cultivators." Xiong Wuji pondered for a moment and promised, "I will buy you 3 days." Li Yao nodded. "There's more. Do you have a pen and paper here? I want you to write letters to Xiongzhenzhen and Shimeng. I will deliver them later. Since this is an emergency operation, the 6 tribes will only send out the best squads for now. The Fierce Storm Assault Team and the Iron Bears Detonation Team are definitely on the list. I want you to write down all our speculations in detail. I wonder, how good is your relationship?" Xiong Wuji said, "I brought them up. They are to me like children to a father. But right now," Li Yao said, "that will be enough. Right now, of course they are still suspicious, but I'm not forcing them to make a choice right now. I'm merely planting seeds of doubt in their hearts. You must ask them to be more active and bring more warriors as if they are trying to prove the innocence of the Furious Bears tribe. Furious Bears City is our territory in the first place. Since this is the base of the operation, it is only reasonable that the Furious Bears tribe sends out the most men. Besides, all the supplies and logistical service will be provided by the Furious Bears tribe. That's a perfect excuse to deploy more hands, too. Other people will not notice anything wrong because they will think that the Furious Bears tribe is trying to make up for the previous mistake. If Xiongzhenzhen and Shimeng grow suspicious because of your letters at this moment, they will definitely believe me when I present the solid evidence to them at the Oasis tribe. Moreover, you'd better write 2 letters to the chiefs of the Heaven Wolves tribe and the Silver Moon tribe and another 2 to the chiefs of the Giant Axe tribe and the Feathered Snakes tribe. You can let Xiongzhenzhen and Shimeng keep them first and deliver the letters at the critical moment later. By then, as long as the other 5 tribes hesitate, the Burning Sun tribe alone won't be able to stir much trouble. On the contrary, their radicalness will only make people question them." Xiong Wuji nodded. "All right. Let me see how I should phrase the letters." Li Yao added, "However, although you may mention a guy named Li Yao, don't point out that it is me. I would prefer to be Sand Scorpion in the days to come." Xiong Wuji frowned. Are you underestimating the wisdom of the Iron Plateau natives? With everything coming this far, as Sand Scorpion with a mysterious background, you are very likely to be associated with the space resident Li Yao. If your identity is revealed at crucial moments like mine was today, you will find yourself in an awkward situation. Li Yao smiled casually. He suddenly asked a strange question, Chief Xiong, if you had passed the test of the Truth Cabinet today, other people wouldn't have pursued the issue further or doubted your identity, would they? Xiong Wuji replied, of course. Integrity is highly valued on Iron Plateau. Asking an Iron Plateau native to go to the Truth Cabinet is the biggest insult for them. It means that other people do not believe what the person says and have to resort to magical equipment to test its validity. If the magical equipment shows that the person did not lie in the end, it will be a very serious slander. Other people will definitely hurry to make apologies. They won't have the courage to doubt the person again. Throughout history, there are even cases where the accuser killed themselves on the spot in front of everyone when the accused passed the test of the Truth Cabinet and proved their honesty. Li Yao concluded, so, as long as I pass the test of the Truth Cabinet, everybody will believe that I am not a space resident. Xiong Wuji narrowed his eyes and said, Li Yao, I know you are a magical equipment expert, but the Truth Cabinet is the most ancient treasure on Iron Plateau whose core components can be dated back to the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. It can make judgments by examining one's soul directly. You are not going to fool it. Li Yao blinked his eyes and replied, rest assured, Chief Xiong. I absolutely trust the accuracy of the Truth Cabinet. In fact, I was rather worried that it was not accurate enough. But according to your description, I think my concerns were unnecessary. Xiong Wuji stopped talking and focused on considering the content of the letters. Click. Click. The only sound left in the room was Li Yao's examination with the guns and blades. Suddenly, Li Yao came to an abrupt halt. He was holding a super heavy gun that was black on the surface but emitting bluish colors in the middle. At first look, it was 6 iron tubes the width of the arms of an adult locked together roughly by a bone ring made of the ribs of demon beasts that could spin by the gears and chains on the body of the gun. Every time the trigger was pulled, the gears would utter clicking sounds, and the chains would drag the barrel toward the next slot. If the trigger was held down, the barrels would start revolving rapidly. Li Yao squinted and drew close to the gun to observe it, only to find that the bullets that such a gun employed were even larger than his fist. What is this? Li Yao was secretly surprised. Xiong Wuji raised his head and was dazed, too. Why are you examining that? It was the special weapon of Lei Ho, captain of the Iron Bear's detonation team more than 100 years ago. It is a mix between a gun and a Wolf Fang launcher. By the mechanism of high-pressure spiritual gas, it can spray wolf fangs out like bullets. Its damage can be extremely shocking. However, the shortcomings of the weapon are obvious, too. Firstly, the recoil is too strong. Every shoot is like punching the shooter heavily right in the chest. Even the strongest warrior wouldn't persist for long. Secondly, its consumption of wolf fangs is too huge. Look. In burst mode, this monster can blow out more than 200 wolf fangs within 1 minute. But how many wolf fangs can a member of the Iron Bear's detonation team bring in total? Lei Ho, who had been naturally endowed with unparalleled strength, was the only one that could manage to use this weapon in his prime years. But after he passed away, nobody was willing to use it anymore, until it was discovered by me. I appreciated its fierce firepower and thought that I might be fighting all by myself if my identity was revealed someday. In such a situation, I would be in desperate need of such heavy magical equipment. So, I kept the weapon to myself. But later, I thought it through. If my identity was revealed, I would definitely have to run away immediately. How many wolf fangs would I be able to bring if I was on the run? Such a deadly weapon would only be a burden for me. The name of the weapon is Thunderous Roar. That explains a lot. Touching the gun, Li Yao added, Chief Xiong, I want to take away 2/3 of the high-purity crystals and refine them into bullets and crystal bombs. Also, I need the detailed maps of the warehouse that stores the trophies of the Battle of the Apocalypse, as well as the deactivation methods for the traps inside the warehouse. I believe you should know all of them. Xiong Wuji raised his eyebrow. You want the trophies? Li Yao licked his lips and said, you were in the 99th level of the refinement stage. But now that you are wounded, you are basically equal to the peak of the building foundation stage. I am now around the 80th level of the refinement stage. Together with the battle experience when I was in the peak of the building foundation stage, I am equal to the high level of the building foundation stage. If everything has been the scheme of the Temple of Immortals, there must be an expert on Iron Plateau supervising the development of their evil plan. He should be at least in the core formation stage and have a lot of accomplices with him. It's impossible for us to improve our capability quickly within a couple of days. Therefore, we have to drown them with the tide of magical equipment. Therefore, I will need the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the purest crystals, and the most solid shells of apocalyptic beasts to craft the strongest magical equipment. Chief Xiong, is there any place nearby other than Furious Bear's city that boasts basic refining facilities? Xiong Wuji considered for a long time. He finally gritted his teeth and said, all right. I will draw the maps of the warehouse for you, and I will give you the structural designs and the deactivation methods of the 7 traps in them. Besides, among the trophies, there are several cores of the apocalyptic beasts that are extremely unsteady but boast tremendous spiritual energy. They've been locked in the most confidential safe in the warehouse whose password I forgot to tell the 3 elders just now. You must deliver it for me. There's a Red River mine 260 kilometers west of Furious Bear's city. 3 years ago, it was abandoned because the mother lodes were emptied. However, a lot of refining facilities were left there. I remember there was a maintenance workshop that had a full set of tools for repair work. The Red River mine is in a rather desolate area. Whatever you do, nobody will notice. Excellent. Li Yao rubbed his hands and carried Thunderous Roar on his back immediately. He then picked almost 10 true chi guns of fierce firepower and also various kinds of sabers and swords. The two of them talked very fast. Sha Yulan was at a loss, listening to them. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, what are you planning to do? Li Yao smiled and waved the guns in his hand. To start a war. Sha Yulan found it hard to believe. If everything is truly a scheme, the organization behind it is unbelievably appalling. You are going to start a war against them with just the 2 of you? Li Yao replied, when I was in the periphery of the Iron Plateau space zone, I was all by myself, but I still won the battle. In the war today, the number of soldiers on my side has doubled. What's the reason not to fight? Xiong Wuji added solemnly, as long as you and Xiao Yan are on my side, I won't hesitate even if I have to wage a war against the Sea of Stars. Sha Yulan was silent briefly, before she took a surprising action. She picked up a true chi gun from the ground and started testing it rather skillfully. Xiong Wuji was dazed. Yulan, what are you doing? Sha Yulan smiled. She bit the band of the gun with her teeth so that her hands were freed. She then bound her hair tight into a ponytail, before she observed, the number of soldiers on your side is not doubled but tripled. Stop looking at me like that. I've spent too many years on Iron Plateau and even experienced a battle of the apocalypse. There's a good chance that I've seen more dead people than you. You think I don't know how to play with guns and blades? I don't know what kind of scheme is behind everything or who has been concocting all this in secret. But I do know that the scheme is going to hurt the 2 men that I love most. Whoever wants to hurt my son and my husband, I have no alternatives but to fight them until they are dead. Click. The bullets were loaded, and killing intent was written all over Sha Yulan's face. An hour later, Li Yao returned to the surface. The 6 tribes had all sent guards to the Temple of Techniques. They searched and scrutinized those going in and out of the makeshift prison. However, Li Yao had stored all the assets in his cosmos rings and gone out empty-handed. Although the representatives of the Burning Sun tribe were somewhat suspicious, they could only watch Li Yao leave proudly. After all, this place was within the Furious Bears tribe's territory, and there was no solid evidence to prove that Xiong Wuji was the murderer. As for Sha Yulan and Wu Mayan, they stayed and accompanied Xiong Wuji in the cage of the Manic warriors. When the time of their deal with Li Yao come, they would act. In the eyes of outsiders, since the Iron Plateau natives on the ground hated them very much, it was perfectly normal that the 3 space residents chose to hide in the underground together. When Li Yao was walking on the street, it was already cold, late night. However, all lights in Furious Bear's city were on, it was as bright as day. Chaotic crowds were everywhere. Last night, the street had been the same, the people had been the same, but it was the liveliness of joy and harmony. Right now, everyone was vigilant and anxious. Now and then, true Qi tanks carrying fully armed Qi trainers would rush by. The intense atmosphere could be detonated with a single spark. Li Yao calculated in silence. The Oasis tribe was in the depths of the Dark Continent. Now that the report had come, the Qi trainers would definitely march out the moment all preparations were completed. However, due to the Battle of Apocalypse a few days ago, all the tanks and war machines were more or less damaged. Even if the 6 tribes only decided to deploy the elite squads, they would still have to bring abundant true Qi containers and have their vehicles examined and strengthened. Also, since the journey was very long, it was necessary that they took rests and refilled their supplies on the way. All things considered, it would take them at least 5 days before they reached the Oasis tribe. But if Li Yao were to go there by himself riding on Black Wing, he could cross the entire continent within 1 day as long as he had sufficient crystals. However, he needed to spend a lot of time in refining magical equipment and other useful tools. After considering for a long time and settling all the details, Li Yao went to Xiongzhenzhen and Shimeng. The 2 leaders of the best teams of the Furious Bears tribe had indeed received the command to march toward the depths of the Dark Continent. They were preparing and training the warriors. The 3 of them met in the test field of the weapon factory where they were performing emergency maintenance on the armor broken during the Battle of the Apocalypse. Li Yao said nothing and simply handed over Xiong Wuji's letters to them. They read the letters carefully. The more they read, the more they frowned, and the more thoughtful they became. Seeing that they had finally finished reading the letters, Li Yao said coarsely, "I want the specific location of the Oasis tribe." Xiongzhenzhen exchanged a look with Shimeng and gave no reply. She suddenly changed the topic and asked solemnly, "Sand Scorpion, are you a space resident?" Li Yao's pupils constricted, but he replied calmly, "No." Shimeng clenched the letter hard and gnashed, "Sand Scorpion, everybody has seen your bravery in the Battle of the Apocalypse. We've been through life and death together, and I consider you a real brother. The 2 of us could never have achieved what we've achieved today without the tutelage of Chief Xiong either. I don't believe that Chief Xiong is a traitor even now. However, what's the point if we are the only 2 who believe the letters? We cannot even convince everyone in the Furious Bears tribe, let alone those in the other 5 tribes. The most critical question right now is you, Sand Scorpion. Are you a space resident or not? Don't blame us for not trusting you. Your appearance was quite queer, and your talents too uncanny. Not only did you advance into the 80th level of the refinement stage within 1 short month, you could even craft such delicate armor. Besides the Furious Bears tribe, there are no reports of missing warriors in the other 5 tribes whose descriptions were even close to you. The Burning Sun tribe encountered a space resident 2 months ago. I can't find a second explanation except that you are a space resident." Li Yao was as calm as ever. "I am not a space resident." Xiongzhenzhen raised her voice in anger. Sand Scorpion, you delivered the 2 letters to us because you trust us, and you want us to help you and Chief Xiong, but you must be honest with us. I'm willing to trust you. Just because you are a space resident doesn't mean you are our enemy, but we'll have to make thorough plans if you are one. Blame yourself for your brilliant performance in the Battle of Apocalypse. Every tribe has got their eyes on you. Everything that has happened, do you think other people are all idiots and won't suspect you? Tell us the truth now. There's still time to make up for it. We'll figure something out together. If you don't tell the truth now, you will risk being revealed in front of everyone's eyes. By then, nobody will believe you anymore even if everything else you say is true. Li Yao smiled bitterly. He replied, I am truly not a space resident. What can I do to make you believe me? Xiong Zhenjin and Shimeng gazed at him and said simultaneously, You swear? Li Yao declared solemnly, I swear that I'm not a space resident. The 2 of them looked at each other and both fell silent. Shimeng heaved a long sigh of relief and said, All right. Now that you are willing to swear, I will believe you for now. But if I ever discover that you were lying and are a space resident, I will be the first to kill you. Xiong Zhenjin said, Sand Scorpion, you are a smart guy, and you should know that lying to us right now will do you no good. If you are really a space resident, there is no way that you can pass the test of the Truth Cabinet. I will believe your words for now. This is the map that the Burning Sun tribe gave us. The specific location of the Oasis tribe has been marked on it. I am not a space resident. Li Yao looked them in the eye without any fear. I will say exactly the same words if I have to step into the Truth Cabinet. The unrest lasted all night. Furious Bear's city seemed to be on fire everywhere. The furious flames were almost burning holes in the dark night sky. Before dawn, when the Chi trainers of the 6 tribes, who had been busy all night, just stopped and took a rest, a piece of shocking news came from the northwest of the city. Xiong Wuji escaped. He vanished together with Sha Yulan and Wu Mayan, 2 space residents, from the underground cage and suddenly appeared in a river dozens of kilometers away. Then, he hijacked a heavy tank and went southwards toward the desert. As a result, Furious Bear's city was even more anxious. The elite Chi trainers of the 6 tribes were all summoned to go after him. The Chi trainers of the Furious Bear's tribe were unwilling to let their former chief fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, even more people from their tribe were deployed to go south. On the other hand, Furious Bear's city, which had been excited all night, was somewhat cooled down because of this incident, like a drunk person who was fast asleep after a night of craziness. At 6:30 in the morning, half an hour after the elites of the tribes went to chase after Xiong Wuji, a ghost-like figure slid into the warehouse of trophies. Precious as the trophies were, they were all unrefined raw materials. Since it was a mess outside and everywhere was short-handed, there were not many guards in the warehouse. Swoosh! Swoosh! Something rushed close in the air. 2 guards fell to the ground without even having the opportunity to grunt. The 3rd guard realized what was going on, but he saw that a black shadow passed by him. He then felt that the back of his head was cold before he lost consciousness in the end. The last guard was about to cry out when his voice was blocked in his throat. A stream of spiritual gas had surged out along his throat into his brain and cast him into coma. The gate of the warehouse was installed with an extremely complicated gear password lock that could only be opened by adjusting the angles of the 6 gears on it. If so much as one of the gears was in the wrong angle, the siren inside the gate would shriek such an ear-splitting sound that half of Furious Bear's city would hear it. Thankfully, it was also very complicated to change the password of such gear locks. Since Xiong Wuji had been very frank yesterday, the 3 elders of the tribe did not hurry to change the password but dedicated themselves to the affairs of their tribe instead. Click! With a satisfying sound, the gate of the warehouse was slowly opened. The most solid shells of apocalyptic beasts and their sharpest teeth and claws, as well as their cores that were extremely volatile but contained profound spiritual energy. All the trophies from the Battle of the Apocalypse were stored in the warehouse. Was there any better place in the world than here for a refiner? 3 hours later, a number of the experts who had gone to pursue Xiong Wuji finally returned. Xibei, the chief of the Giant Axe tribe, and the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe stood in the middle of the warehouse with gloomy expressions, as if somebody had smashed them right in their faces and left deep holes there. The chi trainers of the 6 tribes were checking the losses. Electric spider teeth, heavenly star insect shells, cores of the red-horned beetles. All the most valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures with the most spiritual energy have been stolen? All? Asked Xibei, his voice shaking. There was rarely seen resentment on his face, as he gnashed his teeth. None were left, especially the cores of the apocalyptic beasts, replied a chi trainer, who was in charge of the assessment, nervously. Even the chief of the Giant Axe tribe, who had been calm all the while, was roaring. Asshole! The cores contain extremely violent spiritual energy. They'd been condensed by the Egg of Apocalypse over more than 10 years with the resources it collected from underground. They would have been enough for the 6 tribes to start a great war. 3 days later, in the northwest edge of the Furious Bears tribe's territory, beside a zigzagging valley hundreds of years ago, there used to a running river in this place, but it had dried long ago due to climate change. The riverbed, infiltrated by the underground mother lodes, was as red as blood. Looking from afar, a crimson river seemed to be still flowing slowly. The hundreds of square kilometers nearby were uninhabited, but weird sounds were echoing in a forsaken mine. The dense sounds seemed to suggest that a tornado was savaging the cave, or that 2 primordial beasts were fighting each other in the depths of the mine. Occasionally, deafening explosions would burst out from hundreds of meters below the ground, blowing smog mixed with stone powder of various colors out of the cave. Finally, everything went peaceful again that afternoon. An exhausted man, dragging quite a number of fully loaded carts, crawled out of the cave. Colorful stone powder was all over Li Yao's body. Even his face had become fuzzy. His hands were shivering, and his sweat that dropped to the ground vaporized immediately due to the high temperature. He hurried to pour half a bottle of clean water into his mouth. In great satisfaction, Li Yao licked his dry lips and suddenly kicked over the few carts, allowing all the items inside them to roll out. He then examined the works that he had refined crazily in the previous 3 days. The first cart was packed with bullets. The true Chi guns on Iron Plateau launched bullets by spiritual gas that the Chi trainers blew in from the back of the weapon. Theoretically speaking, even an iron ball could deal unparalleled damage when it was granted with enough momentum. However, the impetus of spiritual gas was limited anyway. To increase the damage of the guns, he'd had to revise the bullets. Those bullets were crafted from the corpses of the apocalyptic beasts and high-purity crystals. Most of the bullets were armor-piercing projectiles. The most solid bones of the dragon-level beasts were utilized as cores, and the crystals stored inside the bullets would explode furiously after they pierced the target's body. For those in the low level of the refinement stage, such bullets could wipe them out instantly. The second cart carried several guns and melee weapons. They had all been renewed after he'd added the bones of the apocalyptic beasts and special alloys to them. Since nobody was around, Li Yao was able to perform the best of the ancient arts of refining that he knew. He utilized all the materials perfectly and improved the strength and sharpness of the weapons to their maximum. In the third cart was Thunder Roar, the deadly weapon that could spray wolf fangs out like they were bullets. Li Yao had redesigned Thunder Roar so that it could launch the oval-shaped crystal bombs that he had specially made. The crystal bombs looked as unattractive as eggs, but they were made of the cores of the dragon-level beasts. One of them was enough to blow up half of a mine or clear the small fries within 100 square meters. Even the experts in the building foundation stage or the core formation stage might not be bold enough to confront such explosive bullets. What was most shocking was that he had crafted 200 such explosive bullets at the cost of almost all the precious trophies from the Battle of the Apocalypse. Refining such heavenly materials and earthly treasures into bullets and crystal bombs was the most wasteful way to make use of them. Even Li Yao felt slightly regretful. But there were no other options. His time was too limited for him to create the exquisite and elegant magical equipment. He could only choose the simplest, the roughest, and the wildest style. I'm truly sorry, 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. I've wasted so many of your resources for my own usage. But if we cannot make it through this war, there will be no future for Iron Plateau at all. If we can grit our teeth through the disaster and unveil the scheme of the Temple of Immortals, the immortal cultivators will become our common foe. Interspace trade will be as certain as anything can ever be. However many resources I've wasted, they can be traded back later. While thinking, Li Yao kicked over the 4th cart. Rolling on the ground were the components of a set of armor that looked like the shell of a beetle. Sky Scorpion armor, suit up. Li Yao took a deep breath. Spiritual gas surged out of his body and spread out like ripples, raising a strong attraction force. The components on the ground were absorbed to him one by one. They were combined and assembled into an awe-inspiring armor. The brand new Sky Scorpion armor had been upgraded with the materials of the apocalyptic beasts. Although the structure was basically the same, unlike the previous Sky Scorpion armor, which only simulated the appearance of the Emperor Sand Scorpion and was made of common metals, the new Sky Scorpion armor had employed a large quantity of shells and bones of apocalyptic beasts and even part of the body materials of the 2 Calamity-level beasts. One of the 2 Calamity-level beasts was a sturdy being that could resist the collective attack of more than 10 experts around the 80th level of the refinement stage. The defensive ability of its shell was almost equal to that of a core formation stage cultivator. As for the giant sandworm, the other Calamity-level beast, although its skin was soft, the defense ability of the beast was equally impressive. The circular blade-like teeth inside its mouthpart were perfect to be embedded on the surface of the armor as thorns, too. Putting on the brand new Sky Scorpion armor, Li Yao seemed to have turned into a human-shaped apocalyptic beast. He couldn't have been more horrifying. But it was not the end yet. After putting on the armor, Li Yao showed no signs of stopping. He moved forward and kicked over the 5th cart. It was still armor components that were rolling on the ground, except that they were larger in size and much more primitive and crazier. Swoosh! 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 Attracted by Li Yao's spiritual gas, the giant armor components all flew in the air and circled around him. Li Yao's feet left the ground, and he floated at an altitude of 3 meters high. He stretched out his arms to let the new components be attached to the Sky Scorpion armor. In the Sky Scorpion armor, he was almost 2.2 meters tall. But after the new components were plugged into it, he turned into a giant almost 4 meters tall. The upper body of the dual armor was like a monolithic scorpion that had stood straight. Distinctive features of spiders could be found on it, too. On the back of the shoulders, 2 claws resembling the forelegs of mantis protruded. A long horn that looked like a spear extended high into the sky on the helmet. The whole armor was mostly black with gold stripes all over the body, which made it look like a tiger crossed with an insect. It was an Ares extension. Ares extensions could provide enhancements to a crystal suit and made it surpass its limits during combat briefly. They could only be used once or twice, so they were installed with all kinds of devastating attack rune arrays and strengthening plugins. Li Yao had retrieved a dragon scale extension on Boneyard. The power of the Ares extension had left a deep impression on him. When he arrived in the Flying Star sector, he had collected a lot of files about such equipment and tried to devise an Ares extension on his own several times. But as his research proceeded, he discovered that the cost of crafting an Ares extension was really too high. All the strengthening plugins had to be made of abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the most powerful attack rune arrays could only be driven by the purest crystals. It was safe to say that every Ares extension was founded on tremendous wealth, and yet it was essentially inexpendable. Only the affluent imperial army of the Star Ocean Imperium could afford such expensive magical equipment. After Li Yao finished the cost analysis, he immediately gave up the idea of crafting an Ares extension. But right now, with the tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had acquired, and due to the urgent need to improve his combat ability in only a couple of days, Li Yao finally created an Ares extension without even thinking about the cost. Since all the strengthening components were made of materials from the apocalyptic beasts, he had named this particular Ares extension Apocalyptic Extension. Boom! With the apocalyptic extension on his body, Li Yao's terrifyingly oppressive aura was even stronger than before. Air waves spread out crazily when he only slightly exerted his strength. Sand was raging in the desert, but the 100 square meters around him couldn't have been clearer because every tiny dust had been blown away by his dominating aura. After swallowing massive heavenly materials and earthly treasures with the art of the swallowing whale, I have reached the 81st level of the refinement stage, which equals to somewhere between the high level and the peak of the building foundation stage. Together with the Sky Scorpion armor that has exploited the essence of the apocalyptic beasts and this powerful apocalyptic extension, I can fight a core formation stage cultivator for a while when the situation demands. Little Black, let's go. Blackwing had greatly enjoyed itself with Li Yao over the last couple of days. Having swallowed quite a lot of cores of apocalyptic beasts, it contained more spiritual energy than ever before. As Li Yao roared, intense streaks of blackness spurted out of the sword and darted toward the north like a rocket. After passing through thousands of kilometers in the desolate area west of the territories of the 6 tribes, he finally entered the so-called Dark Continent. However, Li Yao did not dive into it immediately. He meandered in the desolate area and searched for the terrain that he needed. Eventually, he found a valley to his satisfaction. He then crawled into a cave in the depths of the valley. He sprayed the broken cloths and pieces of daily necessities that he had prepared before into the cave and carved various traces on the wall of the cave with a bone blade. The 100 Smelting clan had a lot of secret arts that could disguise magical equipment into everyday objects. Some of them could be used to camouflage rocks, too. After delicate decoration, the cave looked as if somebody had lived here long ago. Maybe very soon, the preparations in the cave would come in handy. Li Yao checked one last time to make sure there were no loopholes. After that, he went westward and marched into the Dark Continent. Different from what Li Yao had imagined, the Dark Continent was not dark at all. On the contrary, the sunlight during the day was even more dazzling. The sky was exceptionally clear, to the point that it felt unreal, as if one could see the blinking stars through the dome. 5,000 years ago, this had been the place to endure the first wave of the apocalyptic strike. Almost all traces of civilization had been wiped out. As far as one's eyes could reach, the bleak land was like from a remote, foreign star, with all kinds of terrain that were beyond anyone's imagination. The earth rose up into the sky and then dropped down underground, leaving craters on the surface. Such craters were all caused by the giant meteors 5,000 years ago. To this day, a lot of meteorite fragments were still left in the bottom of the giant pits thousands of meters deep. For 5,000 years, the smaller craters deep within the massive craters had been brushed and eroded by rainwater. Some nearby rivers had changed their routes, and as a result, many round lakes had formed. Because of the meteorite pieces at the bottom of the lakes, colorful mist was floating on the water's surface. Looking from the ground, they were like giant vesicles that protruded out. Occasionally, 2 craters would draw close to each other, and their ridges combined, making them look as sharp as tusks. Such a harsh environment was extremely unsuitable for mankind, but it was a haven for demon beasts and demonic plants. Countless colorful plants had grown out of the lakes at the bottom of the craters, decorating the craters as if they were flowers. Thousands of demon beasts were roaring in the creepy forest. When Li Yao passed by several craters, he even encountered the assault of a large batch of flying demon beasts. Li Yao even found beings that resembled humans in the forest. They were all around 2 meters tall. Their skin was as gray as a rock, with a layer of red moss that could change its shade and shape growing on it. At first glance, they were identical to the Titan warriors, except that they were smaller in size. They were wearing the simplest beast hide and carrying bone blades made from the skeletons of demon beasts. Their way of communication was like both a human language with short syllables and the low and deep bellows of animals. They seemed to be unaware of the training of spiritual gas at all. Yet, they all boasted enormous physical strength. Bloodthirsty and aggressive, they could rush in the forest and tear apart demon beasts with their bare hands. Then, they ate the raw meat of the prey and drank their blood. Li Yao hid himself in the darkness and observed the wildlings for a long time. Then he came to a conclusion. After the first wave of apocalyptic strike 5,000 years ago, the ancestors of mankind here were too few to pass on the tinder of human civilization in the harsh environment. In the Dark Continent, their civilization had retrograde generation after generation, and they ended up becoming primitive wildlings. Their civilization had disappeared, but the knowledge of the Titan warriors had been sent to them in ways Li Yao didn't know, which became their only reliance to fight against nature. Right now, such wildlings had lost most of their language ability. They could only communicate with each other through simple yells. Bloody moss similar to those on the Titan warriors had appeared on their body, too. The shapes and shades of the moss could be altered at will and serve as a tool of communication, too. Maybe, after another 1,000 years of seclusion in the Dark Continent, the wildlings would lose their last bit of language ability and forget their identity as human beings. It was possible that they would regard the meteorites standing on the earth everywhere as the divine mountains of their species. They would consider the hearts of the Titan warriors that they had excavated from the meteorite mountains to be gifts from the gods. They might think themselves to be the chosen ones. By that time, they would truly have become the next generation of Titan warriors. Li Yao secretly sighed and continued his journey to the valley where the Oasis tribe was located. In fear that he might run into scouts of the Temple of Immortals, Li Yao did not to fly very high or fast. Every time before he moved forward, he sent out Neltharion in stealth mode to investigate the route and make sure there were no abnormalities. When he finally reached the vicinity of the Oasis tribe, it was noon the next day. This area was a rarely seen plateau in the Dark Continent. A few craters that were not very deep were scattered on the ground. The horizon was dotted with oases on which countless fat animals were roaming. Li Yao found a narrow, long valley between 2 oval-shaped craters. He observed it through Neltharion and saw vague traces of man-made architecture inside the valley. However, on the other side of the valley, smoke was rising, and fire was burning through the sky. The sound of combat echoed over from it. A beam of intense black smoke pierced into the sky like a giant pillar. Li Yao was somewhat surprised. He hurried to take out a gray camouflage cloth that was similar in appearance to rocks around him before he crawled on the ground with Black Wing and took a turn from one of the craters. In the meantime, he let Neltharion draw close to the battlefield in its stealth mode. As he came closer to the valley, Li Yao could see clearly that a weirdly shaped, magnificent temple in a primitive, wild, and ungodly style was leaning against the cliff on the left side. The temple was surrounded by dozens of shabby stone buildings and a few messy tents. One look was enough to determine that they belonged to a town of an underdeveloped tribe. This should be the so-called Oasis tribe. In the town, many men wore bone armor but with their upper bodies naked. Their hair was muddled, and their lips were extremely thick. Their faces all looked rough. There were bone rings on their lips, ears, and noses. Hideous green tattoos were painted on their faces and bodies. Judging from their houses, clothing, and behavior, their civilization level was much lower than the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, but it was higher than that of the other wildlings Li Yao had seen in the Dark Continent. They were probably the residents of the Oasis tribe. Other than them, Li Yao saw a bunch of other guys in delicate armor driving true Chi tanks with the flags of the Burning Sun tribe, the Feathered Snakes tribe, and the Giant Axe tribe behind them. They were probably the first echelon of explorers in the Oasis plan. At this moment, both the Chi trainers of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and the barbaric warriors of the Oasis tribe were yelling and shouting and marching toward the other side of the valley. The bandits from space are trying to destroy our town, butcher our families, and take our land. Fight them. Let's fight them. The 6 tribes of Iron Plateau will defend our home together with the Oasis tribe. Li Yao realized that it was not good. He tried his best to look afar, only to discover that a crystal warship seemed to have been seriously damaged on the other side of the valley. Dense black smoke was popping up from the foot of the mountain. A lot of cultivators in crystal suits, in the meantime, were fighting a heated battle with the Iron Plateau natives. With the assistance of crystal suits, the cultivators were stronger than the Iron Plateau warriors. However, there was only about 100 of them. They were terribly outnumbered by the opponents. They couldn't breach the defensive line of the Iron Plateau warriors either. What's happening? They're fighting already? Li Yao was anxious. He manipulated Neltharion to move closer, only to find a flag flapping in the wind in the middle of the cultivators and a very familiar battle emblem that was glittering in the scorching sun on the damaged crystal warship. It was the Great Horn Exo Society's battle emblem. Li Yao was dumbfounded. 10,000 questions popped up in his mind. Why did the Great Horn Exo Society appear in Iron Plateau? How did they find this place? Do they have nothing better to do than to provoke the Iron Plateau natives? They are fighting so hard, like they are determined to break into the Oasis tribe's town by passing through the Iron Plateau natives' defensive line no matter what. Li Yao's first thought was to show up and stop the conflict immediately. But right now, the 2 parties were already engaged in a head-on battle. Would they listen to him calmly and rationally? Besides, Li Yao had a deeper and deeper feeling that there was more to the story and a great plot was behind the appearance of the Great Horn Exo Society. The Great Horn Exo Society was almost demolished a few months ago in the periphery of the Iron Plateau space zone. Even if it has recruited new members after that, how on earth did they come into conflict with the Iron Plateau natives without a good reason? Why did they come here and attack the Oasis tribe's tribe? Is there a secret buried in the town? Li Yao was interested by the idea. He immediately drove Neltharion to take a turn and snuck into the Oasis tribe's town while most of the Chi trainers and the barbaric warriors were in the front line. The Oasis tribe's town was almost exclusively made of crude stone houses. Li Yao did not notice anything wrong in them. However, the temple next to the cliff gave him a gloomy, chilling feeling whenever he peeped at it. The giant stone pillars supporting the temple was carved with evil, bizarre patterns. In front of the temple were 4 enormous statues of blue-faced monsters with sharp tusks that looked half human and half demon. The cult of ghosts and devils was very normal for primitive tribes, but Li Yao still felt it was somewhat weird. After pondering for a while, he finally discovered that it was because the technology to build the temple far exceeded the development level of the Oasis tribe. The vivid statues of monsters were not like something that the residents of the Oasis tribe could make. Neltharion snuck into the temple close to the ground. The temple was empty, paved with giant black stones. In the middle of the temple, an enormous stele covered in a white sheet was standing. The sheet seemed to have remained untouched for a long time, it was already covered in dust. Li Yao controlled Neltharion to crawl below the white sheet. He was expecting yet another unholy pattern, when he discovered a line of finely written words. Of the billions of techniques and paths of cultivation, I only ask you this, do you want immortality? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. It was truly the work of the Temple of Immortals. But after a moment, he realized that something was still not right. This temple was a bit too eye-catching. The bizarre statues outside and the steel that had the slogan of the Temple of Immortals gave Li Yao the feeling that the owner of the temple was worried that other people would not realize that this place was a bureau of an evil organization. While Li Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a tiny cracked sound. A black tile in a corner of the temple suddenly lowered, revealing steps leading to the underground. Then, a black shadow dashed out and appeared on the ground. It was a barbaric warrior wearing bone armor, ear rings, and nose rings, with tattoos all over his face. Yet, the brightness of evilness and wisdom that was glittering in his eyes did not befit an Uncle primitive barbarian at all. Also, he had dashed out extremely fast just now, almost as quick as a phantom. There was no telling how much stronger he was than the real barbarians outside. The moment the man dashed out, on the black wall, a slender shadow slowly condensed and gradually formed into a man. The man was wearing Chi Trainer armor, with the battle emblem of the Burning Sun tribe on his chest. However, his behavior was mysterious, and his face was gloomy. The air around him was entirely different from that near the wild, casual Iron Plateau natives. Li Yao felt that cold sweat on the back of his neck. The first person had come out too suddenly, and he couldn't have foreseen him coming. But the expert hiding beside the wall had escaped his attention the whole time. Thankfully, he was merely exploring the temple with Neltharion and kept the magical equipment sliding at the lowest speed and altitude in stealth mode. If he had snuck into the temple in person, the expert next to the wall would have discovered him immediately. Judging from the perfectness of his disguises and the first person's agility when he dashed out from the underground, the two of them were very likely above the high level of the building foundation stage and were good at the arts of disguise and assassination. One of the two was dressing like an Oasis tribe warrior, while the other was dressing like a Chi Trainer of the Burning Sun tribe. However, they were apparently very familiar with each other. They nodded in greeting and exchanged a thoughtful look. The man next to the wall said, "Change of plans. The 6 tribes of Iron Plateau will be delayed for 2 days. Carry out plan number 4. The barbaric warrior from the underground nodded and left the temple. The entrance on the ground was sealed again. The man next to the wall hopped backwards into darkness, melting into the wall. Li Yao was even more cautious. He was literally moving Neltharion inch by inch. Something had to be hidden underground, but the entrance was closed, and an enemy was monitoring the surroundings from the outside. What should he do? Suddenly, Li Yao thought of something. He drove Neltharion out of the temple from the same way he'd come in. If there was a secret chamber below ground, ventilation tubes leading to the surface of the earth were always necessary to retrieve fresh air. Li Yao circled the temple patiently with Neltharion and examined every detail. As he expected, he found an inconspicuous crevice on the left side of the temple near the foot of the cliff. Air was popping out of the crevice now and then. Neltharion had detected that the temperature of the air was slightly higher than that of the environment. The narrow and long crevice was only the width of a palm. There was no way that a normal person could cram in. If somebody were to detonate it, their attempt was bound to be discovered. However, Neltharion was exactly the width of a palm, and therefore could crawl into the crevice easily. After zigzagging inside the crevice for a long time, traces of man-made objects were finally exposed. A ventilation tube had been buried deep inside the crevice. Neltharion moved downward in the ventilation tube for 3 minutes in stealth mode until it met dozens of branches ahead. It appeared that the scale of the secret chamber was larger than Li Yao had thought. He chose a branch randomly. It was not until Neltharion reached 50 meters below the ground that it entered a narrow pathway. The pathway was absolutely straight with no places to hide in at all. There were a few guards in the clothes of the Oasis tribe warriors on both sides. Those people looked equally shrewd and tough, and in no way did they resemble the ignorant barbarians. Li Yao held his breath and controlled Neltharion to move forward along the foot of the wall. At the end of the pathway was a heavy iron door behind which cries and shouts could vaguely be heard. In the lower part of the iron door was a hole not very large that was probably meant to deliver food and water to the prisoners inside. Neltharion crept into the room through the hole. Li Yao was greatly surprised by what he saw. This was an extremely spacious cage where almost 20 prisoners were confined. They were all young people in their 20s at most. Most of the young people had fair skin and elegant manners, entirely different from the style of the Iron Plateau natives. Some girls were sobbing. Some young men were arguing with each other. Some were listening to the noises nearby by sticking their ears to the wall, while some were comforting their weeping companions even though there was nothing but gloom on their own faces. Li Yao observed the young people one by one with Neltharion, only to come to a suddenly halt. He found an old acquaintance among the young people, Xia Anan. Xia Anan was a freshman-year student in the refining department of Flying Star University and also one of the volunteers in the Skyhill Sword Seminar. When Li Yao applied for the Skyhill Sword Seminar, he had registered at her desk. When he arrived in the Skyhill domain, the two of them had met by accident in the Museum of Swords and Sabers. Later, he had gotten to know a few other fellow cultivators in the circle of refiners through Xia Anan and had taken part in that sword-tasting get-together with them. After that, when she saw that Li Yao trained with the purple ring sword ants, she had tried it herself, only to foam and pass out due to the excruciating pain. She had left a deep impression on Li Yao. How on earth was she captured and brought to Iron Plateau? Li Yao tried his best to hold back his curiosity and observed carefully. Xia Anan was much thinner than a few months ago. Her round, apple-like face had become long and thin. She looked much more mature, too, with resolution on her face. She was comforting one of her female companions who kept sobbing. Rest assured. The sound of combat is breaking out in the outside. Somebody must have come to rescue us. After pondering for a moment and scanning the environment in the cage, Li Yao found no alternatives except to gamble. He drove Neltharion to pass through the crowd cautiously and arrived behind Xia Anan. He then touched her back with the head of the warship model softly 3 times. Xia Anan's eyes were wide open. She turned around and checked, only to find nothing. Li Yao pinned Neltharion's head to Xia Anan's body and rode on her back. Don't be alarmed. Xia Anan blinked her eyes. She managed to not scream although it was quite hard. Controlling Neltharion, Li Yao rode again. Go to the bathroom. The cage was mixed with males and females. There was a booth in a corner that was some sort of bathroom. It had no door, but there was a curtain that could block the vision from outside. Xia Anan swallowed troublesomely. She said a few more comforting words to her companion before she walked into the bathroom and pulled the curtain shut. Li Yao rode on her back. Who are you? Why are you here? Speak in your lowest voice. After he finished writing, he immediately drove Neltharion to Xia Anan's mouth. Xia Anan rubbed her face hard to calm herself down. She held her face with her hands. A barely audible voice leaked out from between her fingers. My name is Xia Anan. I am a student of Flying Star University. Who are you? Are you here to rescue us? Neltharion flew to her back again and started writing. Keep talking. Don't stop. Tell me everything you know, including everyone's identity. Xia Anan swallowed and moaned, I barely know anything. As a freshman-year student of the refining department of Flying Star University, I was listed as a volunteer of the Skyhill Sword Seminar according to tradition, but then a great explosion took place during the event. The Skyhill domain was in a havoc back then. Affected by the blast, my head was dizzy. I only vaguely remember that, in the flames, a man in a doctor's uniform asked me whether or not I was a student of Flying Star University. I nodded, and he brought me to an ambulance. I don't know what happened next. When I woke up again, I found myself in what seemed to be a carrier and confined in a fully enclosed cabin. My hands and legs were sore, and my spiritual route was locked by certain barriers. I couldn't make use of spiritual energy at all and became completely useless. Somebody brought me food and water every day. Occasionally, several people wearing masks would come and interrogate me. They wanted to know who I was and the social network of my family and friends. Now and then, they would bring a few photos over and asked whether or not I knew people on the photos. Many of the people were my classmates. Some were the big shots in Heavenly Saints Institute. I didn't want to tell them, but their eyes seemed to be shining and glittering. Without me knowing it, I'd confessed everything. Li Yao nodded. The interrogators would have been meditation healers who were adept at mental attacks. It would have been more than easy for them to deal with a low-level cultivator who was no better than an ordinary person now that her spiritual route had been locked. Xiong continued. I found myself in many different carriers on my way, but I didn't know when the changes took place. I often slept very soundly, and when I woke up, would be in a different cabin. Just like that, I was all by myself. I didn't even know how many days it had been since I was captured. Until, about 5 days, or 10 days, I really can't tell, ago, I lost consciousness again. When I woke up, I already in this cage. There were already 11 people in the cage when I arrived. 8 more came one by one later. Together with me, there are 20 hostages in total now. I know almost everyone here. Some of them were exactly the people I saw in the photos. Anyways, they are either students of Flying Star University or students of Heavenly Saints Institute. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute were the 2 supreme academic establishments in the Flying Star sector. Students of the 2 colleges were literally superstars of tomorrow. They enjoyed a high status both in the world of cultivators and among ordinary people. Neltharion went on to write on Xiaonen's back. What else do they have in common except that they are all college students? Xiaonen thought carefully for a moment and said, yes. Although everyone here cannot wield our spiritual energy because they've locked our spiritual roots, they do not forbid us from talking. After communicating with each other, we found that many of us have impressive familial backgrounds. Of the 20 prisoners, 12 are students of the Heavenly Saints Institute. Heavenly Saints Institute is a private school that only admits the descendants of the privileged in Heavenly Saints City. For the 12 of them, many of their parents and grandparents are all in the important posts of the 6 major sections. There's even Wan Hongying, who is the blood granddaughter of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance. Blood granddaughter of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance, one of the 6 major sects in Heavenly Saint City. Li Yao felt that his blood was freezing. Xiaonen continued. As for the 8 students from Flying Star University, although our backgrounds are less intimidating, our families are deeply connected to many forces in the Flying Star sector. We are either heirs of noble families or have family members who are in the important positions of certain sections. Take me for example. I am from the family of Xie, a noble family of refining, but I'm the most insignificant one here. 20 heirs of major sects and families as well as brilliant students of the best colleges in the Flying Star sector had been kidnapped and confined in Iron Plateau. Li Yao somehow understood why the Great Horn Exo Society was attacking the Oasis tribe without a care. But there were many details that he hadn't thought through yet. He continued writing with Neltharion. Somebody has come to your rescue. Do you know how they learned where you are? Xiaonen hesitated for a while. Finally, she made up her mind and said, Wan Hongying, granddaughter of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance, has a planet coordinate pill inside her body. This is a very unique treasure made of the cores of 7 different kinds of demon beasts. When it is swallowed, it will become liquid and meld with the flesh and blood. No methods will ever be able to find it. However, with the special secret technique, the owner can trigger it when it is within the range of a planet, so that the liquid will be condensed into a pill again. Other people will be able to locate the coordinates of the pill immediately. Such a special treasure has been refined for the security of important people. We didn't know before until Wan Hongying said confidently that somebody had come to rescue us. That's when we learned she had such a treasure with her. Li Yao thought for a moment. He asked with Neltharion, "Does your enemy know of the existence of the planet coordinate pill?" Somewhat confused, Xie Anan replied, "That I don't know." Logically, since Wan Hongying's spiritual root was locked, too, her capability should be as good as that of an ordinary people. It wouldn't have been possible for her to keep it a secret. Li Yao couldn't help but sneer. The Temple of Immortals knew exactly that a planet coordinate pill was inside Wan Hongying's body, yet they still locked her together with so many other hostages. It was clear that they wanted the rescuers to know where the captives were. Taking the events that took place inside the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau into consideration, the purpose of the Temple of Immortals couldn't have been more obvious. While Li Yao was pondering, Xie Anan suddenly put on an extremely weird expression. She yawned and suddenly fell asleep, her body leaning against the wall of the bathroom until she gradually fell to the ground. Snores came over from the outside, too. The other 19 college students had fallen asleep at the same time. Streams of bright green gas were floating above their heads weirdly. Voila! The door of the prison was opened. 6 muscular men wearing black masks walked in. They covered the heads of the hostages with black cloths first so that nobody could see the hostages' faces before they stuffed every hostage into a very big bag. They'd also tied up their hands and legs with the veins of demon beasts so that the hostages wouldn't be able to move at all. Then, one hand pulling 2 bags, the 6 muscular men dragged the 20 college students out of the underground chamber. Li Yao followed and observed. He found a heavy true chi tank coming over slowly from the shadow of the valley. The tank was in a very impressive style. It looked like a leopard that had horns all over its body, a perfect combination of speed and savageness. It had been deeply modified, with exhaust tubes all over the body of the tank. When it rushed by, a tornado seemed to be raised. Blood-like flame patterns were painted on the 2 sides of the tank. There was also the battle emblem of the Burning Sun tribe on the head. The tank of the Burning Sun tribe stopped by the foot of the hill. A chi trainer of the Burning Sun tribe crawled below the tank with a box and reappeared 3 minutes later. Was he examining the vehicle, or was he installing something? Li Yao's heart was beating fast, as he smelled an intense scent of danger. Very soon, a rock was pushed open heavily. The 6 muscular men walked out and threw the 20 hostages on the enclosed carriage in the back of the tank. Woo! Woo! The iron beast shrieked ear-splittingly. It was activated again and rushed toward the other side of the valley. The Burning Sun tribe was the fastest and the best at racing among the 6 tribes. This heavy tank modified by the Burning Sun tribe was no slower than the single tanks when it was fully activated despite its enormous size. In less than 10 minutes, the tank of the Burning Sun tribe had driven out of the valley. It took a turn and rushed southwards like a lightning. Li Yao raised Neltharion's altitude as high as he could and found that the tank had covered dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. On this side of the valley, the battle was still ongoing. However, the Great Horn Exo Society seemed to realize that the hostages had been transferred. There were signs that they were trying to retreat, but they'd been surrounded by the fearless barbaric warriors and could get away in a hurry. In the horizon of the south, vague smoke could be seen. It belonged to a large team of tanks, one made of the best, fully armed chi trainers of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao changed his direction immediately and marched southwards. The 2 schemes were about to be connected. He finally knew what the Temple of Immortals was up to. The heavy tank carrying 20 important hostages was going all the way to the south. It would certainly run into the elite warriors of the 6 tribes, who were all ready for battle. Since someone among the hostages had a planet coordinate pill, which could tell the rescuers their location, the Great Horn Exo Society must have already discovered that the hostages were going south. With the Great Horn Exo Society's capability, it wouldn't be hard for them to get rid of the Oasis tribe. They would soon trace the planet coordinate pill and march toward the south, too. Within the following day, the Great Horn Exo Society, who went south to rescue the hostages, and the elite warriors of the 6 tribes, who went north to resist the intruders from the space, would encounter one another. No. The Great Horn Exo Society must have helpers. The 20 hostages are either heirs of noble families or descendants of the leadership of the important sections. They are also students of Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute, treasures of the Flying Star sector. When news that they were kidnapped spread out, cultivators in space would definitely have found the pressure unbearable and summoned the best soldiers to rescue them. It was just that the Great Horn Exo Society showed up in the Iron Plateau space zone in advance for some reason. That's why they became the first echelon. Chances are that many starships and experts in the world of cultivators have been gathered in space right now. Yes. That must be the case, otherwise the Temple of Immortals wouldn't have chosen such a moment to initiate their scheme. When the experts arrive in Iron Plateau and find the Oasis tribe's temple, they will definitely think that this is a secret base of the Temple of Immortals. At that time, if they find that the Great Horn Exo Society has been engaged with the Iron Plateau natives or has even been wiped out. Right. The man just now has installed God knows what to the bottom of the tank. If it is a bomb. If the tank of the Burning Sun tribe fell into the hands of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and suddenly exploded, killing all 20 hostages, the Iron Plateau natives wouldn't be able to explain themselves even if they each grew another 10 tongues. Besides, would the proud and outraged Iron Plateau natives bother to explain themselves at all? They would more likely talk with their blades and cannons. The more Li Yao thought the whole scheme in detail, the colder his heart became. Blackwing accelerated to its maximum speed. However, since the tank of the Burning Sun tribe left the valley, it had been floating in midair by spurting intense air currents from the bottom. The impetus of the tank was quite impressive, too. Although it hadn't reached the speed of sound yet, it was quite fast. Blackwing was merely a flying sword after all. Although it could surpass the sonic speed in short-distance sprinting, it couldn't be kept at the supersonic state all the time even if Li Yao was trying his best because too much spiritual energy had been consumed during the long journey to the north. Speeding up and slowing down, when Blackwing almost spurted the last breath of blackness more than half a day later, Li Yao finally caught up with the tank of the Burning Sun tribe. However, the dust on the horizon was already very clear. It was rushing by like the wind of wolves that couldn't tame their fighting will anymore. The elite warriors of the 6 tribes were driving toward them precisely. Observing the north through Neltharion, which was flying in the sky, Li Yao found that the Great Horn Exo Society had gotten rid of the Oasis tribe. 100 fully armed Exos were marching south at full speed. Damn! Li Yao gritted his teeth. Blackwing accelerated to its top speed one last time, and all the spurts on the Sky Scorpion armor were jetting spiritual gas. Finally, Li Yao turned into a streak of brightness and landed on the tank of the Burning Sun tribe. The tank suddenly shivered and slowed down. The hatch on the carriage was opened abruptly, from which 6 Chi trainers leapt out. Who are you? The Chi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe were infuriated, ready to kill the stranger. What embraced them, however, was 2 black guns. A good man. Li Yao pulled the trigger suddenly. Pushed by the high-pressure spiritual gas, bullets rained upon them. The bullets were all made of high-purity crystals. Each of them was as powerful as a wolf fang. For a moment, gunfire was all there was. 4 Chi trainers were blown off the vehicle before they had the opportunity to scream. There was barely any space on top of the tank for the Chi trainers to hide. When the remaining 2 Chi trainers were jumping away in a hurry, Li Yao seized the opportunity to kick them off the tank. Since the tank was still moving at a super high speed, their kisses with the ground proved to be quite miserable. They would be in a coma for a long time, if they were not killed instantly. There was no way that they could catch up with the tank again. Li Yao strode forward. But he quickly retreated in the very next second, with a cling sound bursting out on his breastplate. A weird, slender man gradually popped up from the top of the tank, like someone who had crawled out of a swamp. It was exactly the man in the wall that Li Yao had seen in the temple of the Oasis tribe. The man was carrying a sword as narrow and long as a needle in one hand and a dagger that was emitting bluish colors in the other. He looked at Li Yao's breastplate, somewhat surprised, with a gloomy face. A moment later, he said gravely, "You, damn you." Li Yao waved his hands. The two common guns in his hands vanished, replaced by Thunderous Roar, the super deadly weapon that had 6 barrels each thicker than his arm. Li Yao smiled and pulled the trigger brutally. Thunderous Roar emanated sounds terribly fitting for its name, while dazzling brilliance surged out of the barrels. He felt that a rhino was bashing his chest at a speed of 100 meters per second. Boom! 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 A volcano of rainbow seemed to be erupting in front of Li Yao. Furious streams of spiritual energy smashed at the man in the wall. However, the moment the bullets rushed out, the man in the wall suddenly blurred. He was both like hundreds of overlapping photos and a cluster of hazy mist. The super-explosive bullets made of the cores of 12 apocalyptic beasts passed through the shadows and did not explode until they were hundreds of meters away. The air waves that they raised looked like a new mountain on the desert. Li Yao seemed to be stunned. The man in the wall smiled. He extended one of his fingers and shook it, while he observed casually, "You are too slow, Euro." Before he concluded his sentence, the pupils of the man in the wall suddenly constricted. He shrieked, and his body was duplicated and vaporized again. But there was no time. Hardly had his body spread out into thousands of shadows when a horrifying hole appeared on his chest, as if an invisible, sharp blade had pierced through his back to his chest. Through his body, one could even see the horizon far away. A line of blood popped up in the air weirdly. It took a turn and reached Li Yao amid swooshing sounds before it circled around him slowly. The man in the wall was dumbfounded. He lowered his head inch by inch and looked at the enormous hole on his chest. The smile of disdain on his face had not yet disappeared, but there was astonishment deep inside his eyes. The previous strike had blown away more than half of his internal organs. Despite his amazing cultivation, he was still rather shocked and had to focus most of his spiritual energy inside his body to repair the bleeding organs. Otherwise, his heart, of which there was only half left now, would stop beating. Li Yao's bewilderment turned into a hideous grin. He knew that the man in the wall would not be so easy to deal with. The hostages in the tank were of paramount importance. Since the man was responsible for the supervision job, he had to be an expert of the Temple of Immortals close to the core formation stage, if he was not already in the stage. Besides, it was very likely that he knew many sordid and malicious secret arts. Therefore, Li Yao had never thought that Thunderous Roar could kill the man in the wall alone. Just now, he had kept Neltharion in the stealth mode in the tank's way. The tank was moving forward at a high speed itself. In the meantime, not only had Neltharion been revolving continuously, it suddenly sprinted at the last moment and darted toward the incoming tank. When Neltharion reached the man in the wall, its relative speed was the speed of the tank and that of itself combined. Since it was a piece of super magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium made of amazingly hard materials, together with the momentum resulting from its revolution, even a core formation stage cultivator would have been drilled right through. This was Li Yao's real deadly move. The explosive bullets that Li Yao had triggered in the beginning were merely interferences for the man in the wall so that he wouldn't notice the sprinting Neltharion. Crack! The explosive bullets were reloaded. Taking advantage of the brief bafflement of the man in the wall, Li Yao blew all 12 explosive bullets into his body emotionlessly. The immense blast pushed the man in the wall hundreds of meters away. He was swallowed by a series of colorful bubbles of flames before he had the chance to scream. Since the explosions took place too close, the tank was shaking violently and was about to be knocked over by the tremendous blast, as if it were a lonely boat moving forward in a surging ocean. Li Yao extended his spiritual threads to their limits to make sure that the 20 hostages in the carriage and the driver in the cockpit were the only people on the tank. He then crawled toward the other side of the cockpit against the fierce wind on the top of the tank. Like a deadly venomous lizard, Li Yao crept into the cockpit. In the next moment, the gun as thick as a cannon barrel had been stuck to the driver's head. Chi! The burning barrel of the gun left a circular stamp on the driver's face like a soldering iron. "Get lost," Li Yao said casually. He did not want to shoot the gun here. Thunderous roar was too powerful. With such an enclosed environment and such a short distance, it was quite possible that the entire tank would be destroyed, resulting in casualties among the hostages. There was no telling whether the Chi trainer was a member of the Temple of Immortals or he had simply been fooled by them. Either way, he was already soaked in sweat from seeing the barrels of the gun, which were wider than his own face. Li Yao kicked him right in his waist heavily before he came back to himself. The door of the tank was knocked open, and he fell into the raging dust after a scream. Li Yao seated himself in the driver's place. He familiarized himself with the control methods of the tank of the Burning Sun tribe, while he let Neltharion shake off the blood and soar into the sky again in stealth mode. On the horizon, the tanks of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau were not far away from him. By his estimation, the two parties would engage within half a day. The tanks of the 6 tribes were divided into 2 sections. While the main troops were at the rear, the single tanks of the Burning Sun tribe were leading the charge in the vanguard. The Burning Sun tribe was best at racing. Their single tanks had all undergone special modifications. If they did not think about the cost of spiritual gas, their tanks could float in midair, supported by the jetting spiritual gas, for several thousand kilometers. Technically speaking, such vehicles were not tanks, but flying transportation tools such as shuttles. In this incident, it was the chief of the Burning Sun tribe who had been murdered. Desperate for revenge, they were naturally the angriest and the fastest to slay the space residents. Li Yao calculated quickly. He found that he would run into the fastest 10 or so tanks of the Burning Sun tribe in the lead 1 hour later. Damn! If he were meeting one of the other 3 tribes, such as the Furious Bears tribe, he could explain to them what had happened. But he couldn't tell how many people in the Burning Sun tribe had joined the Temple of Immortals. Besides, considering what he had done in Furious Bears City, it wouldn't be wrong at all to accuse him of defection. If the warriors of the Burning Sun tribe decided to attack him the moment they saw him, Li Yao wouldn't be able to clarify himself at all. I cannot meet them. Li Yao span the steering wheel hard. The iron beast weighing dozens of tons roared in ear-splitting sounds, while the spiritual gas spurting out of the underside of the tank swept an arced sand wave on the desert. Li Yao changed the direction of the vehicle and rushed toward the east. In the south were the tanks of the Iron Plateau natives, and in the north was the Great Horn Exo Society, who was determined to rescue the hostages. He wouldn't be able to communicate with either party unless he exposed his true identity. But if his true identity was revealed, his appearance on Iron Plateau would be even more like a scheme in the eyes of the 6 tribes. The east side was full of craters and too rough to ride on, and the west side was a large desert. Although there were hills and hollows, too, the tank was not afraid of the obstacles since it could fly at an altitude of 5 or so meters to the ground. Li Yao glanced around and took out a wrench and a dagger from the glove compartment to fix the steering wheel and the accelerator so that the tank could maintain the current speed and direction toward the west. After that, he took a long breath and crawled out of the cockpit again before he gripped the surface of the tank and reached beneath. Who? Beneath the vehicle, countless spurts were spurting spiritual gas at the ground. Caught unprepared, Li Yao felt that somebody had hammered him heavily right in his head, and he almost fell off. He shook his head to refresh himself. Then, the veins on his arms all protruded out, while he crawled to the beam in the middle of the underside against the blow of spiritual gas. As he expected, he found a slightly distended metal component in the center of the underside. It was a silvery gray and felt as smooth as silk. The technology of the metal refinement was clearly not on par with the manufacturing of the tank of the Burning Sun tribe. Li Yao had never seen an Iron Plateau native who could craft such a smooth and delicate gadget. Then, it had to be from somewhere else other than Iron Plateau. Holding his breath, Li Yao took off the armor on his right hand. A thin, almost transparent blade appeared and rolled among his fingers. He groped for the shell of the metal object carefully and dismantled it 1 millimeter after 1 millimeter. Appearing in front of him was a piece of extremely precise piece of magical equipment. Countless crystal chips were surrounding a glittering purple crystal, which had a long and narrow black shadow in the center, making it look like a deep and dark eye. Demon Eye Stone? Li Yao was secretly surprised. Demon Eye Stone was one of the marrow crystals that boasted tremendous spiritual energy and only came into being after billions of years in an environment with a high temperature and pressure. The power of one marrow crystal equaled to that of hundreds of crystals of the same volume. Among the various kinds of marrow crystals, Demon Eye Stone was one of the few ones with the most abundant spiritual energy. Right now, this particular Demon Eye Stone was connected to countless crystal wires as thin as hairs, which were connected to crystal chips. Li Yao bulged his eyes so hard that they almost popped out before he managed to see the attack rune arrays on the crystal chips. As he expected, this was a powerful crystal bomb. If the power of the Demon Eye Stone was fully unleashed, all the creatures within 300 square meters would definitely be annihilated. The crystal bomb was surrounded by 12 oval-shaped iron balls. In the middle of the balls, there was a gap that could be used to open them. Li Yao opened the balls and checked, only to find certain greenish, oily liquids inside them. What's this? Li Yao squinted. He suddenly recalled a serial bomb that Huangpu Shi once mentioned. The core of such bombs was an ordinary crystal bomb, surrounded by special ejective devices that could spray the small iron balls that contained venomous liquids around before detonating them. The venomous liquids inside the small iron balls would vaporize when heated and turn into a deadly neurotoxin. The final effect varied and different venomous liquids were chosen. In better cases, people would pass out, and in worse cases, the victims would be killed instantly. Even cultivators were vulnerable to the attack. If the tank continues running toward the tanks of the 6 tribes and is stopped by them, the important figures of the 6 tribes will definitely gather around the tank and check. If the tank is suddenly detonated, not only will the 20 hostages be blown into pieces, the blast together with the neurotoxin will also likely kill many important figures of the 6 tribes. By then, the space residents will think that the Iron Plateau natives slew the 20 hostages, and the Iron Plateau natives will think that it is a decapitation tactic taken by the space residents with the passengers on board as disguises, even if I tell them that they are real hostages. Chapter 608 You Are a Space Resident. The neurotoxin that could kill hundreds of people instantly was right in his hand. If it was detonated, even Li Yao was not confident that he could survive the disaster. His back was soaked in sweat, only to be vaporized by blowing wind in the next second. Crack! A stalagmite on the ground skimmed against his back, leaving a white trace on the armor there. Li Yao gulped. He narrowed his eyes, while bright gold lines were interconnecting, extending, and outlining the detailed structural design of the crystal bomb. Huangpu Shi was the best bomb expert in the Temple of Immortals. Therefore, the bombs of the Temple of Immortals were more or less in his style. It was even possible that the very crystal bomb in front of him had been crafted by Huangpu Shi in person long ago. Li Yao was also an expert of crystal bombs. Huangpu Shi's knowledge was now all his. In the days on Iron Plateau, he had spent a lot of time reflecting on the techniques that Huangpu Shi had taught him. Therefore, it was not difficult to dismantle the crystal bomb. However, Li Yao discovered that a small telepathic thought transmitter was buried deep inside the crystal bomb. When the spiritual energy circuit was intact, the transmitter would be alright. But once the spiritual energy circuit was broken, a sign that the crystal bomb had been compromised, the transmitter would be automatically triggered and send out a feeble telepathic thought. Then, a certain someone would know that the bomb had been sabotaged. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao devised a new circuit with a crystal as the source of spiritual energy. He then docked the new circuit around the telepathic thought transmitter, which would be fooled into thinking that the spiritual energy circuit was still intact. After that, Li Yao concentrated his attention on dismantling the crystal bomb. Neltharion became his second pair of eyes, observing the route for him. Occasionally, when there were large obstacles such as giant craters ahead, Li Yao would crawl into the cockpit again to alter the direction. It was not until more than half an hour later that he finally finished dismantling the crystal bomb and removing all the chips that were meant to receive signals and telepathic thoughts. Right now, the crystal bomb was under nobody's control. Li Yao thought of something. He took out some materials and further modified the crystal bomb by adding a lot of his own chips. This crystal bomb was activated again, but it only listened to his command now. When everything was done, an hour and 20 minutes had passed. Some 10 single tanks of the Burning Sun tribe were already within reach. Boom! Boom! The two parties were less than 1 kilometer from each other. The mobile True Chi cannons deployed on the single tanks of the Burning Sun tribe were all blowing out crystal bombs, which sent enormous fireballs toward Li Yao's tank. Li Yao gritted his teeth. Seeing that there were no obstructions in front of him, he simply leapt to the back of the tank and shot Thunderous Roar at the middle of the incoming single tanks 3 times. After 3 explosions, mushroom clouds soared into the sky. The blast savaged the hundreds of square meters nearby. Several single tanks were knocked over by the air waves. The knights on them fell off and rolled on the plateau, left behind by their companions immediately. There has been a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Li Yao bellowed, his spiritual gas pushing his every word hundreds of meters away where they exploded like crystal bombs. Li Yao took out a common gun. He crouched on the top of the tank and aimed at the head of a single tank. After a bam, the engine system of the single tank started roaring in protest with black smoke popping up. It fell over together with the knight on it. There's a great scheme behind all this. Why don't we sit down and talk about it nicely? Li Yao picked 6 wolf fangs that he had specially modified. The grips on the grenades had been removed, which made them look like goose eggs, but they had been filled with double crystals. Now, they were thrown toward the back of his tank. The wolf fangs all exploded. They formed a wall of flames more than 10 meters tall behind Li Yao's tank. In the end, 4 knights of the Burning Sun tribe leapt over the wall. But one of them was hit by the air currents and was blocked behind the wall. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 knights of the Burning Sun tribe suddenly accelerated and finally reached Li Yao's tank. Don't fight. Let's talk. Li Yao's body moved. A long tusk-like saber appeared in his hand. It had features of a scorpion's tail and was similar in style to the boiled blood wind-slashing saber. Made of the sturdiest body parts of the apocalyptic beasts, the blade was roaring stubbornly in the fierce wind. Shwa! Hardly had a knight raised his gun when its barrel was chopped off by Li Yao, who then strode forward, and, lowering his elbow and lifting his shoulder, knocked the knight to the ground 50 meters away. Violence is never a solution to any problem. Why do you not understand that? Li Yao turned around and shot a long needle made of the bones of an apocalyptic beast into the scapula of the other knight. He then drew close and kicked him so heavily that the knight's breastplate almost collapsed into his chest. The second knight was knocked off the tank, too. Li Yao's secret side. Talk was indeed hard. Crack. A soft sound drifted over from the rear of the tank. The last knight of the Burning Sun tribe had leapt to the top. The crimson armor on this knight was much more glamorous than others. He seemed to be made of frozen flames that were about to be unfrozen. His eyes were slightly red, and like two volcanoes that were about to erupt, magma was rolling unstoppably deep inside his eyes. A blood-red saber was slowly raised and pointed at Li Yao. It was Yen Chifeng, eldest son of the late chief of the Burning Sun tribe, blood brother of Yen Chihua, the best expert in the younger generation of the Burning Sun tribe, and a comrade who had fought side by side with Li Yao in the Battle of the Apocalypse. The man was an out-and-out maniac in training. In the morning of the Six Tribes meeting, he had practiced with Li Yao in the Temple of Techniques. Therefore, the two of them were sort of acquaintances. Li Yao knew well that Yen Chifeng was far stronger than his emotional brother Yen Chihua and was already in the 83rd level of the refinement stage. The man was one of the best warriors, even when taking all the young people of the Six Tribes into consideration. He would definitely be an opponent that was hard to deal with. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao spoke, not expecting any response. "I can explain." "All right. I'm listening," said Yen Chihua coldly, who was still holding his crimson saber aiming at Li Yao's throat, but did not take any action. "What?" Li Yao was stunned. "I am a man who loves nothing more than fighting, and I always believe that a match is the best occasion to reveal one's true personality," Yen Chihua declared. "I've practiced with you before. For some reason, I don't think you are a guy with evil purposes. So, I'll give you 3 minutes for you to explain yourself." Li Yao's eyes rolled quickly, as he replied, "Indeed, I am not." Yen Chihua said seriously, "I've carefully reflected on my father's accident from the beginning to the end over the last couple of days. The more I thought about it, the more suspicions I had. But when I was going to investigate, some emergency broke out and interrupted my schedule. I feel that," Li Yao added for him, "you feel that somebody was manipulating you in the darkness. They did not give you the time to rest and think." Yen Chifeng's eyes suddenly shone. "Yes. Exactly. Also, as for my uncle Yen Xibei and my brother Yen Chihua, they've been acting weird, too. I can't tell why I feel they are being weird, but I did feel uncomfortable when uncanny changes suddenly happened to two family members whom I'd lived with for decades." Li Yao blinked, as his eyes became brighter and brighter. He mumbled, "Your senses are keen. Your uncle and your brother were probably involved in the great scheme long ago or even the organizer of it. Your father was very likely killed by one of them, if not the two of them together." "What?" Yen Chifeng's saber suddenly shivered, and he almost lost control over the grip. There was a hint of sorrow and anger on his expressionless face, as he shouted, "Who are you exactly? What has been going on?" "Well," Li Yao hesitated, as if he was considering whether or not to tell the truth to Yen Chifeng. "Sand Scorpion, the two of us fought side by side in the Battle of Apocalypse. I appreciate your valiancy, and I am willing to believe you." Yen Chifeng sheathed his saber. He took a step forward and raised his voice. "But what can you do if I am the only one who believes you? Right now, the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau have gone mad, and the Burning Sun tribe is the maddest of all. If you are still hesitating to tell me all the truth, how can I help you? Right now, I'm the only person that you can count on." "No. You are the only person that I can count on to save Iron Plateau and resolve the conspiracy. The tank below our feet, although very fast, consumes high-pressure spiritual gas at an astonishing speed, too. Judging from the engine noises, I can tell that more than half of the storage has been used. It will run out of gas in less than 12 hours. Where are you going to run to after that? Were you saying that you could explain? Then explain everything to me. The two of us are going to break the trap together." Li Yao faltered, his lips trembling. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I can explain to you what has happened, but I cannot tell you who I am. Yan Chifeng scoffed, I know who you are. You are a space resident, aren't you? Li Yao suddenly retreated as if he had been bashed hard. His eyes were wide open, as he stammered, You, Yan Chifeng sighed. You've taken the wisdom of the Iron Plateau natives too lightly. You really think that we are ignorant barbarians? 2 months ago, a space resident landed on Iron Plateau and encountered my brother. The Burning Sun tribe sent out a lot of hands to search for him, only to never see him again, as if he had melted into the desert. A few days later, you showed up in the Furious Bears tribe, with mysterious backgrounds, and claiming that you'd lost your memory. Forget the amnesia part. The exquisite armor you made is a completely different style from those made on Iron Plateau. Is there a second possibility if you are not the space resident? Rest assured. I don't think you have any malicious schemes even if you are a space resident. The reason is simple. If you had schemes, you wouldn't have shown up in front of my brother openly and frankly, would you? Li Yao was silently for a long time. He gnashed, Can I trust you? Yan Chifeng took another step forward. You have to. Li Yao took deep breath. A saber seemed to be passing by his eyes and cutting of the last bit of his hesitation. All right. I'll take the risk. Li Yao raised his head and looked at Yan Chifeng in the eyes, while he clenched his fists and announced, Yes. As a matter of fact, I am a space resident. Yan Chifeng's eyes turned deep and dark. He squinted and said, I don't like space residents, but I hate those more who murdered my father and involved the Burning Sun tribe and Iron Plateau in their plot. What have you discovered exactly? Speak. Li Yao retracted his saber and gun, too, before he said, It's windy up here. If you truly believe me, let's talk in the cockpit. Yan Chifeng replied without any hesitation, All right. The two of them entered the cockpit. Li Yao calmed himself down and said, It all started with an organization named the Temple of Immortals and a bunch of guys who call themselves immortal cultivators. He briefly introduced the whole story within 10 minutes. Yan Chifeng furrowed his brow as he listened to the story attentively. He finally concluded, So, the Temple of Immortals is trying to induce the Iron Plateau natives' hatred against the space residents and mislead them into thinking that the space residents are preparing to attack Iron Plateau with my father's death and Xiong Wuji's identity issue as the fuse. As for the space residents, the Temple of Immortals wants to infuriate the space residents with the death of the 20 hostages they hold and make them believe that Iron Plateau is a secret base of the Temple of Immortals. In such a way, a great war between space residents and Iron Plateau natives is bound to break out. On one hand, space residents will be mired in the swamp of war. On the other hand, Iron Plateau natives will become the perfect cannon fodder who carry their own food even if space residents retreat in time. Li Yao nodded. That's about what happened. The 20 hostages are right behind us. But there's still something that I don't understand. Yan Chifeng continued speaking after a momentary pause. According to your theory, the Oasis tribe is very likely to have been infiltrated by the spies of the Temple of Immortals. It might even be a fake tribe created by the Temple of Immortals. If the 20 hostages were already locked in the Temple of the Oasis tribe, why didn't they kill the hostages right in the Oasis tribe instead of going all the way to the south redundantly? Li Yao explained, timing was the most critical factor. In the Temple of Immortals' original plan, when Chief Yen was murdered and Xiong Wuji's identity was exposed, the fury of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau would definitely be raised. If news that the Oasis tribe was assaulted by cultivators came over, the 6 tribes would definitely gather the elite warriors and rush to reinforce them as fast as possible. Yan Chifeng nodded. Correct. That's exactly what we did. But you were 2 days late, Li Yao said. The Temple of Immortals did not expect that Chief Xiong would escape, nor did they anticipate that I would steal all the most valuable trophies from the Battle of the Apocalypse. As a result, Furious Bear's city fell into chaos. The investigation and the curfew made your arrival too later than it should. If you were not delayed by 2 days, then you would have arrived exactly when the Great Horn Exo Society was attacking the Oasis tribe. You and them would then have engaged in a fierce battle. At that time, the Temple of Immortals would have slain the 20 hostages, and you would have become the perfect scapegoats. You would be the murderers. Every member of the Great Horn Exo Society would be a witness. Chifeng said, "What about the reality?" Li Yao said, "The reality is that you were 2 days late. Few Chi trainers of Iron Plateau were in the Oasis tribe. Note that cultivators are not completely ignorant of Iron Plateau. Since they know that a lot of Chi trainers live on Iron Plateau, it's possible that they are aware of the Dark Continent, which is not under control of the 6 tribes. So, if 20 hostages were killed in the depths of the Dark Continent, the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau would not be necessarily related to it. Besides, if you were 2 days late, people of the Oasis tribe alone would have been far from enough to stop the Great Horn Exo Society. Here's what would have happened. If they kept the hostages alive, the Great Horn Exo Society would have likely rescued them. If they killed the hostages, the Great Horn Exo Society would have no reason to fight any longer. You would never have been able to catch them when they got rid of the Oasis tribe and returned to the space. Since the major conflict between Iron Plateau natives and space residents did not break out, the 2 parties would have several days to calm down and think. The longer they thought, the more likely they would notice something wrong. The Temple of Immortals' endeavors would all have been in vain if so. Therefore, the Temple of Immortals could only revise its plan. The conflict that was supposed to break out in the Oasis tribe was set to take place on the way to the south. Chifeng took a deep, deep breath. He shuddered uncontrollably. Horrible. This is horrible. If the plot comes true, Iron Plateau will be doomed. No. We have to stop it. What plan have you got? Li Yao said, "I was planning to take a big turn and get rid of you so that I can find the Great Horn Exo Society and explain to them first. Then, I will explain the situation to the 6 tribes. However, it doesn't matter. I can explain to the 6 tribes." Chifeng smashed his fist and promised unhesitatingly, "We will complete the task separately. You will explain everything to the space residents, and I will talk sense into the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. The conflict is not to break out no matter what. However, well, you have indeed looted too many trophies from Furious Bear's city. That was a bit out of line. Together with your identity as a space resident, it will be hard for other people to believe you." Li Yao smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I'm 70% confident that I can convince other people that I'm not a space resident." "What?" Chifeng's eyes suddenly shone with interest. "You must be cautious. Since there are too many suspicious points about the accident, the Feathered Snakes tribe have packed the Truth Cabinet onto a heavy tank and brought it over to make sure that the important people are speaking the truth. Are you sure that you can pass the test of the Truth Cabinet?" Li Yao hesitated and mumbled, "Fine. Who else can I trust except you? I'll tell you the truth now. As I said, I am a reasonably good refiner. When I learned of the existence of the Truth Cabinet, I read a lot of files and basically understood what its mechanism was. It is an antique from thousands of years ago anyway and is not flawless. There are many ways to bypass it." Chifeng's eyelids were jumping crazily, as he remarked, "If you are really asked to stand in the Truth Cabinet, they won't poke the complicated questions. A simple question, 'Are you a space resident?' is enough to finish you." Li Yao smiled. He suddenly scratched the back of his head and seized a piece of black foil the size of a fingernail from the depths of his hair. There was no telling what it was made of, but it had been carved with dense, helical rune arrays so dexterously that it apparently far exceeded the technology level of Iron Plateau. Yan Chifeng's pupils suddenly shrank to 2 needles, as he asked suspiciously, "This is, the most brilliant part about the Truth Cabinet is that it can monitor soul waves as well as one's heartbeat, blood pressure, and pulse," Li Yao replied. "With my cultivation, it's not difficult to control my heartbeat, blood pressure, and pulse for a short while, but there's nothing I can do with soul waves. Therefore, I've crafted this magical equipment. If I stick it to the back of my head, I can suppress the waves of my soul as if I am in a deep sleep state. I will be able to get away from the Truth Cabinet." Yan Chifeng blinked in surprise. "Are you certain you can trick such delicate magical equipment?" He was going to snatch the black foil, but Li Yao was quick enough to hide it back in his messy hair again. Like a gambler who'd wagered all his money, Li Yao hissed, his eyes burningly red, "This is the only solution. I can only take the risk whether I'm certain or not. If the interference chip really helps me pass the examination of the Truth Cabinet, the scheme of the Temple of Immortals will fall apart immediately." Yan Chifeng breathed hard and said, "You're right. As long as we explain everything to our respective sides, and you fool the Truth Cabinet with your chip and prove that you are not a space resident, all the plots of the Temple of Immortals will be revealed." Pondering for a moment, he took out a ragged map from his pocket and opened it. "It's not going to work out if you drive forward like a headless fly. To carry out the Oasis plan, many people of the Burning Sun tribe have been exploring the Dark Continent over the past year. We are quite familiar with the terrain here. 130 kilometers to the west is a small valley surrounded by hills that contain special magnetic stones which can block the detection of many kinds of magical equipment. Also, the valley is like a maze. You can hide yourself in the valley first. By my estimation, the Great Horn Exo Society will reach you earlier at their current speed. You can wait in the valley and explain the situation to them. When I return to the team of the 6 tribes, I will try my best to explain it to everyone, too. When they are all calmed down, I will bring them over to meet you. By then, the misunderstanding will have been eliminated, and the hostages will be safe and sound. Naturally, we will be able to stick together and fight against the great devil named the Temple of Immortals." "Sounds good. Let's do it." Li Yao altered the direction and drove toward the unknown valley that Yan Chifeng had mentioned. As he was about to leave the tank, Yan Chifeng suddenly turned around and asked, "Sand Scorpion, you've told me so many secrets, even including the fact that you are a space resident. You wouldn't mind telling me your real name, would you?" Li Yao smiled. "I will definitely tell you after the battle. But for now, you can still call me Sand Scorpion." "Alright, Sand Scorpion. Just wait for me in the valley. The 2 of us will work together and ruin the Temple of Immortals scheme," declared Yan Chifeng resolutely. Li Yao looked at him in the eye and said solemnly, "Of course, I will be waiting for you. I hope that you don't disappoint me. If we can really stop the Temple of Immortals, you will be the greatest contributor, Yan Chifeng." Yan Chifeng laughed in satisfaction. "I quite enjoyed myself in the Temple of Techniques the other day. I wondered at that time when such a great fighter as yourself emerged on Iron Plateau. I didn't know that you were a space resident." "You may have a point. Iron Plateau natives and space residents are all human beings. We should be united. I hope we can practice together again after the battle if we have the chance." Li Yao smiled. "Believe me. There will be. Alright. Let's move out separately and fight the enemy together." Yan Chihua nodded as he said that. He jumped off the tank, soon disappearing in the raging dust. Coldly watching the sandstorm caused by Yan Chifeng's movement disappearing on the horizon, Li Yao accelerated and rushed toward the valley Yan Chifeng pointed out without looking back. Chapter 610 Great Horn Again. 2 hours later, Li Yao appeared in the valley Yan Chifeng talked about. This area was full of stone pillars and ravines, and all the paths weaved and intertwined. It was indeed the perfect place to hide. Li Yao examined the tank and noticed that half of the high-pressure spiritual gas had been drained after such a long rush. The remaining fuel was only enough to last one night. If he were to provide impetus for the iron beast weighing dozens of tons with the spiritual gas inside his body, he would be exhausted in the next couple of hours. He had to stop no matter what. Booming sounds could already be heard from the carriage. The 20 hostages there were all cultivators anyway. After more than half a day's rest, many of them had woken up. However, because of the barriers imposed on them and the veins of demon beasts which tied them up, they could do nothing except to bash the wall of the carriage. Li Yao looked around and parked the tank in a relatively flat area within the valley. He then took out a lot of materials made of the corpses of apocalyptic beasts, most of which were solid shells with sharp edges. Piling all the materials up nearby, he snatched the 20 writhing hostages out of the carriage and cut off the ropes on them, setting them free one by one. The hostages had only just woken up, and their heads were quite dizzy because of the bumps of the tank. Breathing fresh air all of a sudden, they were all at a loss. Several girls exclaimed in shock when they saw Li Yao. Right now, Li Yao was wearing the fully enclosed sky scorpion armor, which was refined out of the shells of the apocalyptic beasts. He looked cruel and brutal, utterly not anything related to kind-heartedness. Schwa. The facial cover on the sky scorpion armor moved up, revealing a pair of coldly blinking eyes. Li Yao shouted as loud as he could, "Don't be scared, everybody. You are no longer in danger. You are currently standing on Iron Plateau, and I am an Iron Plateau native." Everybody had managed to keep calm before he talked, but when they learned that they were on Iron Plateau, the legendary forbidden area for cultivators, the faces of the young people all blanched. They were all cultivators, and they all knew a thing or two about the grudge between chi trainers of Iron Plateau and cultivators in the space. There was no telling what would happen to them after falling into the hands of this weird-looking Iron Plateau native, but the man's armor alone seemed enough to suggest that its owner was not the most lenient person in the world. Ignoring their fear, Li Yao went on. "I know how deep your misunderstanding about Iron Plateau is. But listen to me, all the rumors you've heard about Iron Plateau natives are false. In fact, we are kind, frank, and gentle. We are great dancers and peace lovers, too. But there's no time for the useless crap now. Pick up a tool and dig your pits there." Li Yao suddenly changed his attitude. He sheathed his saber and raised thunderous roar, while he shouted angrily, "Chop chop. Go to dig pits. This will be the ending for the lazy ones." He slashed his saber. The aura of his blade extended to more than 10 meters and cut a giant stone in half. The young men and women were all too scared to do anything. Coerced by the saber and the gun, they could only pick up several sharp-edged tools from among the apocalyptic beast shells and stagger over to the flat area Li Yao designated. Some of them thought that Li Yao was asking them to dig their own graves and were quite anxious, while some other people were secretly hiding the shell inside their palm, ready to fight back desperately when must. But Li Yao only asked them to dig pits no larger than heads. The pits were in a pattern distribution. Looking at them from above, they seemed to be constituting a weird rune array. The hostages were all whispering to each other suspiciously, not having the faintest clue what the Iron Plateau weirdo was up to. Li Yao had no time to bother them. He observed all the pits through Neltharion from above and was calculating the distribution of the pits crazily and modifying the crystal bombs he had taken out from his cosmos ring. Although he did not dig the pits himself, he was soaked in sweat, too. Right then, Li Yao's movement came to a sudden halt. He stared at the northeast sky. Dozens of black spots could vaguely be seen there. The Great Horn Exo Society had arrived. While Li Yao was thinking how he should reach out to the Great Horn Exo Society, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he sensed a sharp sting in his back. He slid toward the left with all his strength, and a series of bullets brushed past by his armor and pierced deep into the rock. Deep inside the rock, a dull blast burst out, and stone powder spurted out from the pit. Nice shot. The 7 bullets were in different trajectories during their flight, but they were focused in a straight line when they reached the target. As a result, the 7 bullets only caused 1 hole. Besides, the strength of the bullets was condensed and did not explode until it reached the center of the rock. If they hit the body of a human, I fear that there would only be a tiny scar on the surface, but the internal organs of the victim would all be minced into pieces by the bullets. The thoughts flashed in his brain briefly and did not last long because Li Yao's computational ability was focused on a certain object dashing at him from behind to his left. By the observation of Neltharion, Li Yao found that it was an exo in a tiger-like crystal suit. When did 2 such experts join the Great Horn Exo Society? Li Yao narrowed his eyes and searched his memories for a while, only to find no exo of the Great Horn Exo Society similar to the 2 exos in any way. The gun expert was hiding among the rocks and stalled Li Yao with his remarkable shooting skills while the expert in the tiger-like crystal suit, who was apparently a melee fighter, took the chance to draw close and crashed at Li Yao brutally. Li Yao sneered. Spiritual gas surged out of his body crazily. A lot of white steam popped out from the gaps of the Sky Scorpion armor and completely concealed him. When the melee expert rushed into the range of his spiritual gas, he punched out casually. The terrifying spiritual gas of the 80th level of the refinement state was fully exerted. Boom! After the punch, Li Yao remained where he was, but his opponent retreated almost 10 footsteps back after a miserable grunt. Li Yao immediately charged forward after the first attack. His saber drew a weird curve in the air and cut into the neck of the melee expert. The melee expert was sweating in fear. He did not expect the weird-looking man to be so much stronger than the chi trainers of Iron Plateau he had met previously. He raised his sword to block the slash, only to be knocked away by Li Yao's blade, which continued sweeping at his neck. Just when the saber was about to kiss his neck, the gun expert shot another 100 bullets in graceful arcs, with some of them aimed at Li Yao's saber and some at Li Yao's critical spots. However, all the bullets missed their target because Li Yao had vanished. Li Yao's previous attack was a feint. Despite its shocking speed, it did not boast the corresponding strength. Li Yao had been merely trying to determine the location of the gunner. By analyzing the trajectories of the bullets, and with the supervision of Neltharion in the sky, Li Yao soon discovered the gunner, who was crouching between 2 rocks, covered in a camouflage cloth that could alter its color and pattern at its master's will. Boom! Li Yao raised thunderous roar and shot the hill behind the gunner. One explosive bullet was enough to blow half the hill off. Broken stones fell from the sky like a storm. Caught unprepared, the gunner hurried to dash out of the crevice in case he was buried alive by the collapsing hill, only to run into Li Yao in the next moment, who was charging at him. As a gunner, his melee combat ability was quite common. Li Yao captured him after 1 round, and he was unable to move anymore. Li Yao dragged the gunner like he was dragging a chicken and laid his saber on the gap between his helmet and breastplate. Then he stomped on the ground and landed on a protruding rock after several jumps. He crouched behind the gunner and looked down at the valley like an eagle. That was the picture that the melee expert saw when he was back to himself. He couldn't help but shout, "Lu Jian!" Although a saber was resting on his neck, Lu Jian was not in the least fearful. He shouted back, "Zhua Xiaohu, leave now. The man is quite strong. The 2 of us combined are no match for him." Shua! 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 Right then, the dozens of members of the Great Horn Exo Society all landed. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen were in the lead. Seeing that Lei Dalu had taken off his helmet and showed his real face, Li Yao was somewhat relieved. However, he did not put down the saber, which was still on the gunner's neck. The one who was held captive by Li Yao was Lu Jian, white-haired gun king, who had just returned to the Great Horn Exo Society. The melee expert who had punched against Li Yao only to be blown away, on the other hand, was Zhua Xiaohu. In the newborn Great Horn Exo Society, other than the few experts of the previous generation such as Lei Dalu, Zhou Xiaohu, and Lu Jian were among the best warriors in the group. The two of them had ambushed the enemy but suffered such a brutal failure. The capability of the enemy was indeed terrifying. Lei Dalu's face was quite gloomy. Although the enemy seemed to be by himself, who knew whether or not more enemies were hiding inside the zigzagging valley? However, the enemy captured an exo of the Great Horn Exo Society instead of killing him. There was no telling what that was supposed to mean. The 20 hostages are safe and sound. They are right behind me. Li Yao bellowed. But Qi trainers of Iron Plateau are coming to this place from various directions. They are all the best warriors of the 6 tribes. Most of them are equivalent to building foundation stage cultivators. But there are only dozens of you, and I'm afraid most of you are in the refinement stage. Also, after the fierce battle just now, your crystal suits have been more or less damaged. Even if I hand over the hostages to you, you won't be able to run away. Finishing his speech, Li Yao threw Lu Jian off the rock precisely into Zhou Xiaohu. The 2 young experts rolled on the ground in a mess. Captain Lei, come here and let's talk. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen both reeled in shock. They had not realized that the weirdo knew Lei Dalu's name and the Great Horn Exo Society situation so clearly. Bai Kaisen said in a low voice, he's right. There's smoke in all directions. According to the scouts, the new arrivals seem to boast very finely made war machines with amazingly high speed. Their capability must be good, too, and in no way similar to the wildings that we encountered previously. I feel that something is wrong. My instinct tells me that we are in a trap. Pondering for a moment, Lei Dalu jumped up and stood next to Li Yao on the rock. Who are you? Lei Dalu demanded. Do you know me? Li Yao opened half of his facial cover slowly. He looked at Lei Dalu with a smile, as he blinked and said softly, it's me. Over the 3 months he had spent on Iron Plateau, Li Yao had lived in the wilderness in the beginning and trained himself in the craziest ways after he reached the Furious Bear's tribe. Therefore, his looks had changed a lot. To avoid being seen through, he had also been adjusting his facial muscles slightly day after day. After 2 months of hard work, he looked like a totally different person now. At this moment, he relaxed all the muscles that he had been twisting by force and resumed his original appearance. Lei Dalu was confused briefly. But seeing Li Yao's cunning countenance, Lei Dalu's eyes grew wider and wider, as if he had seen a ghost. You, Li Yao lowered his voice and said, Captain once offered me an 8-arm suit as a gift. You were the one who saw me off when I left the Great Horn Exo Society, too. We were chit-chatting while we watched Gold Horn undergoing maintenance in the port. I remember clearly what the conversation was. Should I repeat it to convince you of my identity? Lei Dalu took a long breath and smiled. That's unnecessary. It's not that I don't believe you. I was just a bit surprised. How did you end up here dressed like this? You know what planet we are on as well. Do I want to get myself killed by dressing like a cultivator? It's you who are dressing weirdly here. A bunch of fully armed cultivators landing on Iron Plateau and getting into conflict with Iron Plateau natives? You must feel that you've lived long enough. Li Yao said. Lei Dalu frowned. Some important hostages are hidden on Iron Plateau, we're here to rescue them. But, it seems that you were faster than us. Li Yao waved his hand and said, our time is short. The main troops of Iron Plateau natives will surround us shortly. They are all elites above the 50th level of the refinement stage. Common low-level building foundation stage cultivators are but toys to them. I'll explain the details to you later. Right now, I only need to know 2 things. Firstly, why were you the first to come to the hostages' rescue? Secondly, are the cultivators' main troops on their way to Iron Plateau? Lei Dalu nodded. The hostages are all college students of Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute. Their family members are mostly the pillars of the major sects and noble families. One of them is even the granddaughter of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance. The news that they were kidnapped shook the world of cultivators. The consequences would have been dire if the hostages were not rescued. Therefore, the 6 major sects and the various noble families have all sent their best warriors. Should the rescue mission fail, a brutal reprisal will immediately be launched. As for us, we were already in the Iron Plateau space zone. Therefore, they contacted us and asked us to try to rescue them first. Li Yao was curious. Why did you come to the Iron Plateau space zone? Besides, wasn't the Great Horn Exo Society crippled a couple of months ago? Has it been rebuilt successfully in such a short time? The new members look rather unfamiliar, but they are quite capable despite their lack of experience in combat. Lei Dalu coughed and scratched his head. They are all kids dismissed from the Tiger Killer camp long ago and orphans that we fostered earlier. They've gathered and re-established the Great Horn Exo Society since they heard that we were nearly wiped out. As for the reason we came to the Iron Plateau space zone in advance. We were here for you in the beginning. Li Yao was dazed for a moment, but he thought everything through in the next moment. He felt his eyes were hot. No wonder the Great Horn Exo Society was the first to appear on Iron Plateau. Their original purpose was not to rescue the hostages but to rescue him. Taking a long breath and calming himself down, Li Yao spoke fast. All right. Let's talk more later. I would rather not expose my identity at this moment. So, please give orders on behalf of me, Captain. Right now, we are in a tricky situation. One step wrong, and the fire of war will be ignited and consume us all. There's only one way if we want to save our asses and resolve the conflict in front of us. Lei Dalu asked nervously, what is it? Li Yao squinted and replied, digging pits. At the same time, in the periphery of the Iron Plateau space zone, amid the deep and boundless sea of stars, more than 10 colorful exhaust flames were interweaved and extended toward the end of the cosmos. At the front of the exhaust flames were more than 10 magnificent, domineering warships. Different battle emblems were painted on the head of the warships. Some of the battle emblems were like suns and moons, some were like rampant bears, some were giant serpents that had grown wings, and one of them was 2 crossed great axes. Furious Bears Union. Burning Sun Alliance. Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. Heavenly Wolves Fortress. Silver Moon Clan. Giant Axe Hall. The main warships of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, the strongest sects of the Flying Star sector, had rushed to the Iron Plateau space zone. Since the granddaughter of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance had been kidnapped, Proud Sun, a warship of the highest level in the Burning Sun Alliance, had been sent out for the mission and served as the flagship of the fleet. Proud Sun was a sister starship to Burning Sun, the commanding starship of the Burning Sun Alliance. It was not hard to imagine its formidability. Right now, inside a meeting room on Proud Sun, more than 10 members from the 6 major sects and the noble families were having a discussion. A middle-aged man in the captain uniform, whose eyes were hollowed and whose hair was spotted with redness, mumbled, "There's still no news from the Great Horn Exo Society." He was Wan Liyun, captain of Proud Sun, son of the leader of the Burning Sun Alliance, and father of Wan Hongying, who was one of the hostages. Iron Plateau has a complicated natural environment. Strong sources of interference are both in the atmosphere and in the planetary ring. It's hard to transmit telepathic thoughts from inside. The Great Horn Exo Society might have already rescued the hostages successfully and be on their way out of Iron Plateau. A cultivator from the Furious Bears Union comforted him, although he was quite worried himself. His blood nephew had also been imprisoned with no telling of life or death. Wan Liyun clenched his fists hard and gnashed his teeth. According to the intelligence we collected, Iron Plateau is very likely an important base for the Temple of Immortals. Maybe the Iron Plateau natives have colluded with immortal cultivators since long ago. If that's true, I am going to turn Iron Plateau into an ocean of flames. On Iron Plateau, in the Dark Continent, not far away from the valley where the Oasis tribe was located, a small drill protruded out of the ground and observed the surroundings cautiously like a clever marmot. The rod below the drill carried crystal cameras and a lot of other probe magical equipment that could search for the feeble spiritual waves nearby. Deep below the drill, 50 meters into the underground, Sparkle was hiding in the earth silently. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Odd. We just sensed that a bunch of cultivators were fighting the natives hard. Why are they gone all of a sudden? They must be hiding somewhere nearby. Enlarge the search area. Do not overlook the feeblest spiritual waves. Mo Xian and the other 4 spectral cultivators had snuck onto Iron Plateau 3 days ago. As a multipurpose exploration starship, Sparkle was designed for missions on planets. The best stage for it was always within the atmosphere. Since it was an exploration starship, it was very small in size and carried much magical equipment that could help it pass through dangerous areas. After treading lightly inside the planetary ring for 4 days, the starship had crossed treacherous zone without being damaged at all. The previous mission of Sparkle was to explore Boneyard, which had required it to sneak thousands of meters below ground. Therefore, the main gun of the starship was replaced by a drill of mystical rays, and a lot of magical equipment suitable for digging holes below ground had been installed, too. Over the past 2 months, the 5 spectral cultivators had gathered a lot of files from the spiritual nexus, too, and were aware that Iron Plateau was a forbidden area for cultivators. Therefore, they did not dare fly in the sky openly. Instead, they chose to dig underground with the drill of mystic rays and kept moving in stealth mode. 1 day ago, they had detected the existence of the Great Horn Exo Society and found that it was engaged in a battle with the Oasis tribe. They were quite curious and followed the newcomers. However, they seemed to have lost the Great Horn Exo Society. Professor, feeble spiritual waves are coming from southwest. But the distance is too long for us to tell whether or not they are man-made. We cannot calculate the accurate distance, either. What else can we do? Let's go there and check. Not good. Professor, several giant sandworms are coming at us. It appears that we've dug into their nest. What? Prepare to fight. Dumb. Dumb 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 dumb. The drumming tanks of the giant axe tribe were playing exciting battle hymns that were echoing in the sky. Thousands of the best warriors of the 6 tribes, riding on hundreds of tanks, were charging at the valley where Li Yao was hiding, their blood so hot that it was almost burning. War. War. A war against the space residents. The space residents are asking to be killed now that they've trespassed on our homeland. In the carriage of a heavy tank, Xibei, the chiefs of Giant Axe, Feathered Snakes, Silver Moon, and Heaven Wolves, and an elder from the Furious Bears tribe, as well as Xiong and Shimeng, gathered together and listened to Chifeng's speech solemnly. Shimeng's eyeballs were about to explode. He bashed the desk and roared, Chifeng, say again. Brother Shimeng, I'm not lying to you. Sand Scorpion is truly a space resident and a spy that his compatriot sent to monitor us. Chifeng maintained the same poker face as before, but there was grief inside his eyes while he said seriously, A while ago, I chased after a tank of the Burning Sun tribe with more than 10 brothers and found that the driver was exactly Sand Scorpion. He opened fire mercilessly the moment he saw us. If the Knights of the Burning Sun tribe were less skilled in racing, many of them would have been killed instantly. You are free to ask anyone who went with me. They all saw it with their own eyes. I was fortunate enough to dash to the bottom of the tank, escaping his attention while he was too concentrated on other people. He didn't notice my existence. I hid myself for a long time. He seemed to think that he had gotten rid of all the pursuers and laughed in great satisfaction. Then he started talking with the passengers on board. It was not until then that I learned that everyone on the vehicle was a spy sent by the space residents to examine the terrain of Iron Plateau for the next step of their operations. Their plan was to hide in the valley in front of us. Other stronger cultivators seemed to be backing them up there. Also, before long, an enormous fleet of the space residents will arrive and invade Iron Plateau. Oh. What? Ximeng's face lost all color, his lips shivering, as he demanded, "Repeat every word that Sand Scorpion said. Don't leave out any." Chifeng smiled bitterly. "Brother Ximeng, you could have crawled to the bottom of the tank and listened yourself. Since the heavy tank floats in midair by jetting spiritual gas, the noises can be really deafening when it was rushing at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour with the sound of wind and that of the spurting spiritual gas combined. I only managed to eavesdrop on some of what was said by concentrating my spiritual gas in my ears. Most of the content was actually thought through by myself. It will be too much if you ask me to recite what I heard. I know that Sand Scorpion was a rising new star in the Furious Bear's tribe. It's perfectly normal that you cannot accept the fact that he is a spy of the space residents. However, it's very easy to prove what I said. Let's just go inside the valley and see if there are any cultivators. I guarantee that a lot of fully armed cultivators are hiding in the valley right now." Ximeng gazed at him for a long time. Chifeng's eyes were clear, his face firm. He looked as frank as anyone ever could. Ximeng finally lost confidence. He smashed the desk so hard that its one corner was broken off, before he cursed angrily, "Sand Scorpion. Sand Scorpion. I didn't know that you were lying to us after all. I was an idiot to have been fooled by your fancy words." Chifeng sighed and said, "Brother Ximeng, please don't blame yourself. It's not that we are not smart enough, but because the space residents are too cunning. Even I did not expect that such a distinguished warrior in the Battle of the Apocalypse would be a space resident. It was also a sign that the space residents have infiltrated Iron Plateau on a terrifying scale. However, if we think about the matter carefully, there are actually a lot of leads. You mentioned that Sand Scorpion was discovered by Wu Mayan, a space resident, in the wilderness and diagnosed with amnesia by Sha Yulan, another space resident. Just think about it. If Xiong Wuji, Sha Yulan, and Wu Mayan have been colluding all along, wouldn't it be more than easy for them to fake the loss of memory for their new companion? Right after Sand Scorpion arrived, Xiong Wuji found an ancient relic and retrieved brand new structural designs of magical equipment. Was it really a coincidence? Sand Scorpion is an expert in magical equipment modification. The methodology and style of his refining work is completely different from Iron Plateau's traditions. How can you explain all that? When he sensed that his identity was about to be exposed, he decided to go big and stole the most valuable treasures earned in the Battle of Apocalypse from the warehouse. I cannot think of a second possibility if he is not a spy of the space residents. Chifeng's continuous questioning cast the carriage into brief silence. Ximeng was breathing faster and faster. Redness spread from his neck all the way to his face, making him look like a cooked crab. Ximeng and Xiong looked at each other and gnashed their teeth. Iron Bear's detonation team and Fierce Storm assault team, prepare to fight. Chief of the Giant Axe tribe slapped the table heavily, too. Give my orders. Have the Giant Axe tribe ready for battle. The Silver Moon tribe is ready for battle. The Feathered Snakes tribe is ready for battle. Chifeng coughed and turned to Xibei and said respectfully, "Uncle, shall we?" Xibei frowned deeply. His eyes shrank to the size of needles and were hidden in the darkness. He stared at Chifeng for a long time, before he finally said, "The terrain here is complicated with too many ravines and hills. We must be careful not to fall into chaos during the battle. Bombard them with true Qi artilleries first. If cultivators run out, strike them mercilessly. Understood. Understood. As the commands were issued, all the carriages of the heavy tanks were slowly opened. Pulled by winches and chains, true Qi artilleries more than half a meter in diameter were lifted and aimed at the valley in front one by one. Crystal bombs have been loaded. Prepare to transmit high-pressure spiritual gas. Angle and trajectory are determined. Getting in the shooting range. Exactly at this moment, an ear-splitting thunder suddenly broke out inside the valley. After an earthquake, dozens of beams of white smoke soared up to the sky and exploded. Everybody in the carriage was shocked. Chifeng almost jumped to his feet. He raised his eyebrow while he shouted, "There have indeed laid ambushes. The cultivators have made their move first." Xibei and Xiong looked at each other and left the carriage. They leapt to the top of the tank from the back. A while later, they returned with weird expressions. There was confusion in their eyes, as they seemed unable to describe what they had seen. Dazed for a long time, they said, "Chiefs, you'd better open the cap of the carriage. There are words in the sky." What? The few chiefs looked at each other in bewilderment. Chifeng was quite startled, too. He hurried to heave the ceiling of the carriage with chains so that everyone could crane their neck and observe the sky above the valley. They saw more than 10 fireballs blossoming in the sky. Somebody must have launched the crystal bombs vertically into the sky from the valley. The crystal bombs were in a pattern distribution and had been mixed with many other minerals. Exploding in midair, they were like brilliant fireworks and formed a line of enormous words. "We surrender." Chifeng was dumbfounded. What is this? Every letter was dozens of meters long and wide. The smoke seemed to have frozen in the sky and did not disperse until a long time later. Everybody within 10 kilometers was able to see them clearly. As a result, the chiefs and elders inside the commanding tank were all stunned. The common warriors on other vehicles were even more dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Iron Plateau natives valued valiancy more than anything. It was the most despised behavior to kill the captives. Now that the opponent said that they were surrendering, they did not know what to do now. While they were hesitating, another dozen beams of white smoke rose to the sky and exploded like fireworks. The colorful smoke formed a new line. "Let's talk nicely." Inside the valley, taking advantage of the time that the army of Iron Plateau natives were on the march, Liao had requested that everyone in the Great Horn Exo Society work together and dig hundreds of pits on the hill and flat area. With his precisely calculation, the depth and gradient of every pit were different. As long as the crystal bombs he modified were planted in them and launched into sky by a wolf fang, the smoke they released would form great words in the sky. Although the words were ugly and looked weird, they were still recognizable. This was a means of communication that Liao had come up with 3 days ago. The critical factor leading to the conflict between Iron Plateau natives and space residents was the failure of communication. The two parties had no opportunity to talk at all and simply fought each other the moment they met. How could the misunderstanding be resolved if so? By the fireworks modified from crystal bombs, Liao was able to broadcast the messages to everyone who could see them. "The third row, go!" As Liao roared, the third row of crystal bombs rushed out and exploded in the sky. Yet another line formed from the colorful smoke. "We are scapegoats. There is a setup here." It was immediately followed by the fourth line. "Whoever opens fire is trying to shut our mouths forever." The 4 lines of words hung in the sky. Every Iron Plateau native saw them clearly. As a result, even the drumming of the giant axe tribe was somewhat disordered. "We are entering the shooting range of the true Qi artilleries." On the commanding tank, the 4 chiefs, the elder of the Furious Bears tribe, Xibei, and Xiong were all staring at Xibei. Every wrinkle on Xibei's face was shining like countless cold sabers. He considered for a while and said solemnly, "Give my command." We will halt now, but keep the artilleries ready. Yan Chifeng opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say despite his quick wits. Creak. Hundreds of armed tanks stopped outside of the valley and surrounded its entrance. The Qi trainers couldn't have been more vigilant. A moment later, a man walked out of the valley slowly. He was wearing a heavy armor, but a saber and gun were dangling from his back. He opened his hands to show that he was carrying no weapons. His helmet had been removed, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to flatten the tires of the heavy tanks from hundreds of meters away. It was exactly Li Yao. His hands up and his face peaceful, Li Yao walked toward the 1,000 infuriated Qi trainers one step after another all by himself. Seeing that Li Yao appeared, the crowd was like fire that had been poured oil on. It was especially so for the Burning Sun tribe, where countless people were already yelling. It's Sand Scorpion. Here comes the spy of the space residents. He has stolen all the most valuable trophies in the warehouse. Look. His armor is made from the shells of the apocalyptic beasts, the most precious ones. Shameless. That's too shameless. He's in Xiong Wuji's gang. They are all spies from space. Kill him. Kill him. On the commanding tank, the chief of the giant axe tribe observed the warriors of the Burning Sun tribe coldly. He turned around and said to Yen Xibei, Master Yen, please refrain your soldiers until the truth is unveiled. Even if Sand Scorpion is really a space spy, we can still find the real murderer of Chief Yen and Xiong Wuji's whereabouts from him. We cannot afford to be reckless and ruin the leads. Right then, the three lines in the above had gradually blurred, but the last few words of the last line were still persisting. With the "keep our mouths shut forever" hanging above their heads, the Qi trainers did not dare attack him as he approached even though they were quite outraged. Li Yao smiled, as if the 1,000 angry, aggressive, and rampant Qi trainers were but meek sheep. He walked forward until he was 100 meters away from them, before he said to everyone merrily, still keeping his hands above his head, greetings. Sand Scorpion. Shi Meng was more than angry, he was the first to jump out. That day, you swore that you were not a space resident. I didn't know that you were lying to us. Your true identity has been revealed. What tricks are you planning to play now? Who says I'm a space resident? I'm not. Li Yao glanced through the 1,000 Qi trainers one by one. His countenance gradually turned resolute, while he roared, an organization named the Temple of Immortals is behind all this. They assassinated Chief Yen and let the space residents take the blame. Their purpose is to raise a war between Iron Plateau natives and space residents so that they can take advantage. Shut up. Yan Chifeng finally couldn't help it any longer and leapt out. Tears in his eyes, he pointed his long sword at Li Yao. Sand Scorpion, how dare you keep arguing for yourself when the truth has been revealed? Let me ask you. Are you a space resident? Did you steal the previous trophies from the warehouse in Furious Bear's city that countless Iron Plateau warriors died for? Are fully armed cultivators hiding in the valley behind you? Speak now. Seeing that Yan Chifeng lunging out like a wolf all of a sudden, Li Yao was greatly surprised. His face was paler than that of a dead person, while he pointed at Yan Chifeng and stammered, You didn't see this coming, did you, Sand Scorpion? With tears in his eyes, Yan Chifeng roared, Your scheme is indeed immaculate, but the heavens were merciful enough to let me hear your confession just like it let my father learn Xiong Wuji's secret. Sand Scorpion, stop struggling. You are as much a space resident as Xiong Wuji. Uneasiness flashed on Li Yao's face, which was soon replaced by agitation as if he were a caged beast. He replied coarsely, I'm not a space resident. Shi Meng strode forward, unsheathing his saber. His eyes were red as he cried, Sand Scorpion, I said that I would be the first to kill you if you lied to me. You are not a space resident? Then how can you explain Yan Chifeng's questions? Li Yao was utterly overwhelmed. He swallowed and managed to answer, I am truly not a space resident. Chief Xiong has been treating me very well like a nephew. Naturally, I believe every word he said. In the dungeon, Chief Xiong told me that everything was part of a plot and that the center of the plot was the Oasis tribe. He asked me to investigate the Oasis tribe with all that I could. Since I was alone and my capabilities are limited, I could only steal the tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures and refine them into magical equipment. After I crafted a lot of magical equipment and repaired the armor on my body, I immediately headed north and happened to run into a tank of the Burning Sun tribe on my way. I grew suspicious about the tank and tried to block it. However, several experts suddenly dashed out of the vehicle. After I defeated them, I found that 20 hostages were locked in the carriage, and they were all cultivators. After that, Li Yao glared at Yan Chifeng and continued talking. Yan Chifeng told me to come to this valley. Later, 100 cultivators arrived, too. However, they were not malicious, merely misled by the Temple of Immortals to come here to rescue the hostages. Excuse me? Yan Chifeng was so angry that he was laughing. Sand Scorpion, you have picked a great name. You are trying to sting me even before your own death. I told you to come to this place. I've never been here before. How did I know that there was a valley here? Besides, my father was murdered only a few days ago, and you were likely to be one of the suspects. I only hated that I couldn't skin you. Why on earth would I offer help for you escape? There are too many loopholes in your terrible lie. Li Yao blushed and shouted, it is not a lie. I am not a space resident. Yan Chifeng bulged his eyes and burst into fury. Shut up. The evidence is right here. How can you craft such exquisite armor if you are not a space resident? As if he were hit by a lightning, Li Yao was rigid for a long time, before he replied miserably, it is related to my background. It's personal. Please don't push me. Yan Chifeng sneered, of course it's about your background. It's not strange at all that a space resident can produce such finely made armor. Bulls asterisk it. Bulls asterisk it. Bulls asterisk it. Li Yao was like an erupting volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. 2 hot streams spurted out of his nostrils, while spiritual gas was circling him and sweeping sand and dust. He pointed at Yan Chifeng's nose and yelled, Yan Chifeng, this is all your trap. You are framing me up. I am an out-and-out warrior of Iron Plateau. I'm not a space resident. Definitely not. It's the greatest disgrace for a man of Iron Plateau to be vilified for a rat from space. Yan Chifeng, you are discrediting me. I'm challenging you to a duel. Li Yao was going to jump at Yan Chifeng, when Ximeng and Xiong strode forward and blocked him in advance. They both aimed their blades at Li Yao. The hundreds of Qi trainers also pointed their guns at Li Yao. Ximeng shrieked, stop there. One step closer, and you will be immediately minced into pieces. Yan Chifeng took a few steps back and screamed, Sand Scorpion, on any other occasion, would definitely accept your duel and avenge my father in person. But right now, don't even think about messing things up in such a way. We are not going to be fooled. Li Yao was so anxious that he was sweating hard. He was waving his hands desperately like someone about to be drowned, while he shouted at Ximeng and Xiong, I'm truly innocent. Believe me. I'm not a space resident. Enough. The chief of the giant axe tribe suddenly roared on the heavy tank and almost deafened everyone on the spot. Sand Scorpion, you said that you were not a space resident and that Yan Chifeng is framing you. We cannot determine the validity of your words in the haste. Thankfully, before we moved north, we foresaw such scenarios. Do you dare to prove your identity in the Truth Cabinet? Li Yao changed his face color greatly when he heard Truth Cabinet. He scratched the back of his head subconsciously while he replied restlessly, going to the Truth Cabinet is the biggest insult for a warrior of Iron Plateau. why do I have to go to the truth cabinet? Hearing his words, everybody was whispering to each other. Shimeng and Xiong were even more disappointed. Yan Chifeng laughed. Sand Scorpion, cut your useless excuses. You don't dare go to the truth cabinet at all because your true face will be unveiled when you are there. Chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe stood up on the commanding tank and shrieked, Sand Scorpion, we all agree that going into the truth cabinet is an insult, which equals to saying that we don't believe the charged. However, the issue at hand is of paramount importance. We can only assume that you are a spy from space if you are not willing to go to the truth cabinet. A few days ago, in order to push Xiong Wuji to go to the truth cabinet, the 5 tribes proposed quite a lot of compensations. Today, as the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe, I promise you that the conditions are still valid if you prove your innocence in the truth cabinet. As long as you prove that you are not a space resident and you were framed by somebody else, the portion of the trophies belonging to the Feathered Snakes tribe that you stole will be considered our gift. Moreover, you will be an honorable guest in the Feathered Snakes tribe anytime. Same goes for the Giant Axe tribe. Same goes for the Heaven Wolves tribe. Same goes for the Silver Moon tribe. While talking, the Qi trainers drew close to Li Yao and gradually surrounded him. Oppressed by the intimidating aura, Li Yao was speechless for a long time. He suddenly pointed at Yan Chifeng and said, if the truth cabinet is a must, why am I the only person asked to do the test? Yan Chifeng has accused me of being a spy from space. However, I say that he is an agent of the Temple of Immortals. We should go to the truth cabinet together. Yan Chifeng had known that he might have such demands. He said unhesitatingly, Sand Scorpion, I didn't expect you to be so insane. Not only did you murder my father, you are also trying to blame me for it? All right. As long as you prove yourself to be not a space resident first, what harm is there if I have to do the test myself? The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe waved her hands. Someone. Deliver the truth cabinet here. Woo! Lengthy horns echoed in the Feathered Snakes tribe as a special heavy tank drove out of the formation slowly. 8 muscular men were pulling enormous chains from the 2 sides of the tank. They exerted all their strength, and veins were bulging out all over their body, before they finally managed to open the carriage. Inside was a weirdly shaped cabinet. The cabinet was supported by 4 copper pillars on which countless shocking patterns were carved. The patterns were pictures where people of different ages and genders were cutting out their hearts from their chest and murmuring something to the organs. It was both terrible and eccentric. Behind the cabinet was a black iron chair. The back of the chair was a hat that had been embedded with countless crystals. It was connected to the truth cabinet via hundreds of zigzagging crystal wires. On the front side of the truth cabinet, 2 words in a vintage style, one on the left and the other on the right, were written, which were true and false. Then, another 4 heavy tanks drove forward slowly. The 8 muscular men connected several thick tubes to the truth cabinet. The 4 heavy tanks were fully loaded with high-purity crystals to provide sufficient energy for the truth cabinet to function normally. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and observed. The truth cabinet seemed to be piled up by 2 pieces of magical equipment that were in completely different styles. On the outside, it was full of gears, chains, rivets, and other crude components from which spiritual gas was spurting out non-stop. At the center of the truth cabinet, through the gaps between the gears and the chains, however, Li Yao could see the core of the magical equipment, which was translucent and seemed to be made of jade. It was floating slowly in midair, releasing a mysterious aura. Like a weird eye, it seemed to be piercing through his heart directly. In the bottom left corner of the truth cabinet was a rusted sign that had already been worn out after thousands of years of erosion. Li Yao maximized his sight and distinguished a few words on it. Special polygraph of the No, Fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium. Li Yao suddenly figured out that the core of the truth cabinet was a polygraph of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. No wonder it required so much energy to be activated, and even the cultivators could not fool it. Sand Scorpion, please go into the Truth Cabinet, shouted the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe. Li Yao nodded his head and strode forward. Yen Chifeng suddenly interjected, wait. Space residents all have uncanny gadgets. He might have magical equipment that can bypass the Truth Cabinet. Search him first. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe nodded. 2 gold snakes suddenly crawled out of her colorful robe and slithered toward Li Yao, as she said, Sand Scorpion, do forgive me. Li Yao scowled. He adjusted his armor and allowed the snakes to creep in. Yen Chifeng said again, the Truth Cabinet mainly targets the head. His hair must be carefully examined. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe glanced at him but didn't say anything. The 2 gold snakes crawled into Li Yao's hair and searched for a long time, only to find nothing. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe nodded her head. Other than his weapons, Sand Scorpion does not carry any special magical equipment. Yen Chifeng rolled his eyes, but he did not question the result. He simply remarked, all right. Now that the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe has examined him in person, it should be all good. Li Yao sniffed and leapt onto the Truth Cabinet. He looked down at everybody, with a smile of victory curling on his lips, before he shouted, you will soon believe that I am truly not a space resident. Sand Scorpion. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe said, if you are indeed not lying, just declare in front of thousands of compatriots of Iron Plateau through the Truth Cabinet that you are an Iron Plateau native. If the Truth Cabinet proves that you are telling the truth, the Feathered Snakes tribe will believe your story. The smile on Li Yao's lips instantly froze. A drop of cold sweat rolled down to the tip of his nose. Sand Scorpion, I'm confused right now. Just announce that you are an Iron Plateau native on the Truth Cabinet. Xibei shouted, as long as you prove your innocence, the Furious Bears tribe will support you to the end until there are none of us left. Yes. If you pass the test of the Truth Cabinet and prove yourself to be an Iron Plateau native, the Giant Axe tribe will believe every word you said, too. Same goes for the Silver Moon tribe. Same goes for the Heaven Wolves tribe. The elite warriors of the 6 tribes all started shouting. 2 priests of the Feathered Snakes tribe in colorful clothing made of feathers leapt onto the Truth Cabinet. They operated on the magical equipment and gestured for Li Yao to proceed. Please. Li Yao raised his head and looked at the yellow sky. He took a long, deep breath. 10,000 thoughts were rolling through his mind. Should I take the risk with a homophone? After all, Grand Plateau and Iron Plateau sound similar. If I say, I'm a Grand Plateau native, I might be able to fool the Truth Cabinet. But Li Yao immediately dismissed the idea. It was a horrible plan. The core of the Truth Cabinet was a military polygraph from the Star Ocean Imperium that monitored the soul of the charged directly. How could it be conned by such petty tricks like homophones? Li Yao quickly thought of many things. Finally, he clenched his fists and said with much hesitation, I can't say that. What? Xibei gasped. You still daren't? You are not an Iron Plateau native? The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe furrowed her brow and cawed like a crow, are you admitting that you are not an Iron Plateau native? Yen Chifeng tried to hold back the joy in his eyes, while he said coldly, of course, he is not an Iron Plateau native. I said he was a space spy long ago. It's not like that. Veins were bulging on his forehead, and resentment seemed to be pouring out of his eyes as tears. He waved his hands and shouted desperately, I don't know whether or not I am a real Iron Plateau native. It is also the biggest secret about myself. But I am absolutely certain that I am definitely not a space resident. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe was curious. You are either a space resident or an Iron Plateau native. What do you mean by saying that you don't know whether or not you are a real Iron Plateau native? Everybody stared at Li Yao, who was struggling in pain. There was grief in his anger and loneliness in his grief. For a moment, he did not seem to belong to this world. While smiling bittering, he replied, "Everyone, especially brothers from the Furious Bear's tribe, I'm truly sorry. There are many things that I haven't confessed to you yet. There's indeed a great secret buried inside my body that makes me unclear who I am. I once thought that, as long as I fought side by side with everybody against the apocalypse like a real warrior of Iron Plateau would, I would be acknowledged by everybody and regarded as a real Iron Plateau native. Hee. I was wrong. Very wrong. Whatever I do, however many apocalyptic beasts I slay, however much blood I shed, I'm afraid I will never become a real Iron Plateau native. Never. But I swear that I am not a space resident. Definitely not." Xibei was baffled. He strode forward and cried, "Sand Scorpion, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What's your secret? Just tell us." Li Yao smiled miserably. His body was shaking so hard that he seemed like he would fall out of the truth cabinet at any point. The previous speech seemed to have drained him. He shook his head and murmured, "It will be useless. Whatever I say right now, nobody will believe me. You will only consider me to be a liar. Hee. It's not your fault but mine. There are too many suspicious points about me to be washed away by the bit of blood I spilled in the Battle of Apocalypse." His words rendered everyone bewildered. Many Qi trainers thought of Li Yao's brutal performance in the Battle of Apocalypse and lowered their heads while they thought to themselves, "Have we really wronged him? Does he really have something personal that he would rather not tell?" The chief of the Feathered Snake's tribe said solemnly, "Sand Scorpion, stop delaying. After all, you are either a space resident or an Iron Plateau native. Since you said that you did not know whether or not you are a real Iron Plateau native due to private reasons, then just sit on the chair and state, 'I am not a space resident.' It will be the same. If the Truth Cabinet proves that you are speaking the truth, you can tell us your identity and background then. Everybody will believe you after that, won't we?" Hearing that, many Qi trainers nodded their heads in approval. "Indeed. You are either a space resident or an Iron Plateau native. Prove that you are not a space resident first. Then you can tell us where you come from. Even the longest and the most sophisticated story has a beginning and an ending. Yes. Prove that you are not a space resident first. Let's talk about the rest later." Chifeng frowned in silence. He felt that something was wrong, but he failed to determine where the loophole was. Li Yao sniffed and said, tears in his eyes, "All right. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. After I prove that I am indeed not a space resident, I will share my background and secrets with you, and you will be judges to decide whether or not I am a real Iron Plateau native." Then, Li Yao seated himself on the iron-black chair unhesitatingly. The two priests of the Feathered Snake's tribe put on his head the hat embedded with dozens of crystals and carved with countless rune arrays, before they fixed it with belts. The chief of the Feathered Snake's tribe declared slowly and solemnly, "The Truth Cabinet is now activated." After a while of humming sounds, the four thick tubes connected to other heavy tanks were dancing up and down as if they were alive. Immense spiritual energy flooded into the Truth Cabinet unstoppably. The gears and chains started spinning rapidly. Hot steam popped out from the exhaust tubes, wreathing the entire Truth Cabinet in an ocean of fog. Li Yao, who was sitting on top of it, looked like a deity. Shwa. 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 Rune arrays inside the hat were illuminated one after another brilliantly, as if half a sun was covering Li Yao's head. Li Yao was seeing all kinds of hallucinations. The whole world turned into chaos. The desert and the Qi trainers were all gone. The only thing in the entire universe was a lonely, monolithic eye that was gazing at him without blinking. The stare of the eye seemed to be piercing through his flesh and his brain deep into the center of his soul. Li Yao shuddered. He felt that the eye had become a weird hand that was touching the deepest part of his soul coldly. Vaguely, he heard the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe shout, "Sand Scorpion, you may speak now." Trying to hold back the discomfort inside his soul, Li Yao clenched his fists and sat straight, while he roared without any hesitation, "I am not a space resident." Bam! Bam! Complicated mechanical noises echoed inside the truth cabinet. The central component that was the polygraph was fully functioning and releasing spiritual waves in ripples non-stop. There was nothing but silence on the spot. Everybody focused their eyes on the true and false in front of the truth cabinet. Although Chifeng was quite certain of the result, he couldn't help but bulge his eyes, his hands shaking. A moment later, schwa! The left side of the truth cabin suddenly glittered in green. The word "true" was shining brightly, the glow of which reached almost 10 meters away and formed an identical word in the air. "It's true!" The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe exclaimed, "He is speaking the truth. He is not a space resident." Marvelous! Shimeng, Xiong, and the other Chi trainers of the Furious Bears tribe were dazed briefly, before they were so overjoyed that they were almost jumping. Sand Scorpion is not a space resident. Not a space resident? Sand Scorpion is truly not a space resident? What is going on? Was Chifeng lying? He couldn't be. What was he lying for? The Chi trainers of the other tribes were all whispering to each other in confusion. Those from the Burning Sun tribe were all scratching their faces, dumbfounded. Chifeng was wearing such an absurd expression as if Li Yao had kicked his nose to the back of his head. He was absolutely stunned and was about to dig his own eyeballs out. In bafflement, he mumbled, "How is that possible?" Li Yao took off his hat. He rose up suddenly and stared down at Chifeng, while he bashed his chest and shouted, "Chifeng, I've proven myself to not be a space resident through the truth cabinet. What else have you got? It's impossible. Definitely impossible." Chifeng was utterly confused. He took a few steps back, his eyes shuddering non-stop. Then he shrieked, "You must have fooled the truth cabinet with your magical equipment. Otherwise, everything will be inexplicable. Where are you from? Why did you say that you were unclear whether or not you were a real Iron Plateau native just now? From whom did you learn such sophisticated armor-making technology?" Li Yao eyed him coldly as if he was a pig about to be butchered, while he replied casually, "The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe personally checked just now and made sure that I did not carry any special magical equipment. If you are not assured, you can examine me yourself, and I'll do the test again." "That will be unnecessary." The face of the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe was extremely awful. She glared at Chifeng and said, "For thousands of years, the Truth Cabinet has been protected and operated by the Feathered Snakes tribe. It is our greatest glory and responsibility. If I've examined the charged and said he is okay, he is okay. Anyone who thinks that he is not okay is indicating that they don't trust the Feathered Snakes tribe. Is that the case?" Chifeng's face was pale. He stammered, "Chief, I didn't mean that. But Sand Scorpion's backgrounds are too mysterious. We must get to the bottom of it." Li Yao signed and said, gritting his teeth, "This is the biggest secret of my life. I wasn't going to tell it even if I was to be killed. But today, with everything reaching this point and a great plot looming ahead of us, I see no other options except to tell the truth. But I wonder, is everybody willing to believe me now?" "Of course." Shimeng was the first to jump out. He roared, "Now that you've passed the test of the Truth Cabinet and proved that you are not a space resident, what else can they say? The Furious Bears tribe definitely believes you." "Yes." The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe said, "As guardians of the Truth Cabinet, the Feathered Snakes tribe absolutely respects the test result of the Truth Cabinet. Our promise is still valid. Sand Scorpion, you are now the most honorable guest of the Feathered Snakes tribe. We definitely believe you. The Chi trainers of the other tribes were also nodding their heads. Many of them realized that they'd misunderstood Li Yao and lowered their heads in embarrassment. All right. Moved, Li Yao continued, now, please listen to the story of my life and decide whether or not I am a real Iron Plateau native. Brother Ximeng, I'm terribly sorry. I've indeed lied to you about many things. More than a month ago, when I just arrived in the Furious Bears tribe, I lost my memory briefly because of the poison of the Emperor Sand Scorpions. That is true. However, my body was very sturdy, and the poison did not paralyze my brain for long. A few days later, flashbacks of my previous life started occurring to me. Like a blind man groping to know the shape of an elephant, I picked up the episodes of my past bit by bit. With the common sense and knowledge that I learned in the Furious Bears tribe, I sorted through everything and finally found my past. As it turns out, Li Yao's chest was heaving, up and down. He took multiple breaths and finally made up his mind and declared, as it turns out, it is very likely that I was raised by a space resident. His words turned the Chi trainers into a frozen ocean. It was not until 3 seconds later that gasps came over. Ximeng was the most dumbfounded of all. He pointed at Li Yao and said, Sand Scorpion, you. Li Yao closed his eyes, as if he was recalling the past from long ago. He said, I grew up in a very cruel dark world where the strong prey on the weak. I was an orphan and did not know who my parents were or where I came from. I could only struggle to survive in the world of darkness like a wildling. World of darkness? Wildling? Ximeng thought for a while, and his eyes immediately bulged. Brother Sand Scorpion, are you a wildling from the Dark Continent? It's impossible. The natural environment of the Dark Continent is too harsh to support civilization. The human beings there have all retrograded into ignorant animals. Even the relatively intelligent wildlings such as those in the Oasis tribe are still quite underdeveloped. They can never talk as sensibly as you and grasp such brilliant armor technology. Indeed. Yan Chifeng said maliciously, your accent is apparent different from the Iron Plateau natives. Chances are that it is the space natives' accent. Li Yao sighed and said slowly, I do not know whether or not I was a wildling on the Dark Continent. I only know that I used to live like an unwitty animal and struggle in the Dark Continent until I met a heavily wounded weird man who was wearing a ragged false skin that I had never seen before. I didn't know that the false skin was called clothes until a long time later. The weird man did not seem to be a local but more like a traveler from a foreign land or even a foreign space zone. He was in possession of very strange knowledge and techniques. He raised me and taught me a lot of things, including magical equipment knowledge that was entirely different from the traditions of Iron Plateau. Ximeng's eyes suddenly shone. He smashed his fist and said, are you saying that a space resident was forced to land on the Dark Continent and taught you advanced techniques including the magical equipment skills after he found you by accident? Li Yao nodded and then shook his head. It was basically the case, but I am not sure whether or not he is a space resident, because he never told me where he was from. Then someday, he vanished. He is probably dead. In the world of darkness, accidents and deaths couldn't be more normal. So, I left my home and reached the nearby of the Furious Bears tribe after various obstacles. I happened to run into Wu Mayan, who was fighting Emperor Sand Scorpions. You all know what happened later. Ximeng nodded quickly. That explained a lot. So to speak, your amazing capability and sophisticated armor crafting skills can be traced now. Since the space resident could live such a long time in the Dark Continent, he must have been an expert in space. It is not strange that he taught you so many brilliant techniques. But why didn't you tell us earlier? Li Yao smiled bitterly. I was new to this place and unfamiliar with everybody. How could I dare to say things like that? As it happened, I was diagnosed with amnesia because of the Emperor Sand Scorpions. So, I simply pretended that my memory was lost. Later, I gradually assimilated into the Furious Bears tribe. However, I soon learned about the discord between space residents and Iron Plateau natives and figured out that my foster father was likely from somewhere else. Besides, I also knew a lot of techniques that did not belong to Iron Plateau. After living in solitude all my life, I quite enjoyed the Furious Bears tribe's ambience with so many beings of my own kind around me. I considered myself to be a member of the Furious Bears tribe, too. I feared that I would be banished from the Furious Bears tribe and end up in the desert by myself again after I told anyone my secret. How could I tell such a story to you? Xibei opened his mouth but did not come up with anything after thinking for a long time. He lowered his voice, somewhat in embarrassment, and said, "Brother Sand Scorpion, you were overthinking. The Furious Bears tribe is not, Li Yao continued, your guess is correct. In fact, the structure designs that Chief Xiong found were all authored by me. But I meant no harm for you at all. I merely wanted to fight against the apocalypse side by side with you." Xibei and Xiong both exclaimed in shock. The Chi trainers of other tribes were greatly interested, too. In the Battle of Apocalypse, the new weapons of the Fierce Storm Assault Team and the Iron Bears Detonation Team had left a deep impression on them. They did not know that the designer of the weapons was standing right before them. The man was indeed of high value. Li Yao went on. Since my foster father was likely a space resident, after Chief Xiong's birth was revealed, I did not grow suspicious of him. Instead, I found him closer to me than before. That is why I visited him in the dungeon without concerns. He said that he was set up and that there was a great plot behind all this. I believed him. That was the reason I looted the warehouse of materials and went all the way to the north. That is my background. My foster father is probably not an Iron Plateau native, and I do have knowledge that could not be found elsewhere on Iron Plateau. Just now on the Truth Cabinet, I was too unconfident to say I was a real Iron Plateau native. Everyone, please decide. If you think that I can't be counted as an Iron Plateau native, I'll have no defense. Everybody was silent. If what he said was true, there was really no way they could blame Sand Scorpion. His birth parents were possibly wildlings in the Dark Continent. However, wildlings lived on Iron Plateau, too. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe looked at him with sharp eyes and asked solemnly, "Sand Scorpion, since you mentioned that you once lived with your foster father in the Dark Continent, do you still remember where your residence was?" Li Yao thought for a moment and replied, "There are no landmarks on the desert, and it's troublesome to recognize locations. However, I remember that I spent my last few years in a mountain cave that was very flat. The top of the mountain was like a desk, so I called it Desk Mountain. Also, there were 2 rivers on the east side of Desk Mountain. The 2 rivers were quite weird. They were so close to each other as if somebody had torn one river into 2 halves. Twin Dragons River, a Chi trainer of the Feathered Snakes tribe shouted. He's talking about Twin Dragons River. We saw the 2 rivers before when we were exploring the Dark Continent. There was quite a heated discussion back then. Li Yao said again, there was an enormous stone arch at the foot of Desk Mountain. The cave I lived in was near the stone arch. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe nodded and said seriously, "All right. We'll ask somebody to investigate Twin Dragons River after everything is over. It will be very easy to determine whether or not somebody lived there long ago." "What's the investigation for?" Xibei bellowed angrily. "Sand Scorpion has told us such a big secret. Do you still not believe him?" Either way, the Furious Bears tribe fully trusts his words. Sand Scorpion is a warrior of the Furious Bears tribe. Always will be. Investigation is indeed unnecessary. Yan Chifeng strode forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily. Don't be tricked, everybody. This guy is cunning and sleazy. He must have prepared in the Twin Dragons River. For some reason, he fooled the Truth Cabinet just now and gained your trust. Naturally, he can say whatever he wants now and tell the biggest lies in the world. Li Yao's eyes were deep and dark. Endless fury was brewing inside his eyes, like a seemingly tranquil ocean before a storm. Silently, he unsheathed his saber all of a sudden and slashed at his head. Everybody exclaimed in shock, only to find that Li Yao's messy hair was flying in the wind. He turned bald after a few seconds. Li Yao lowered his head and slapped it, showing it to everybody. He then demanded, "Everybody, Yan Chifeng insisted that I resorted to tricks just now. Please take a look. Do I have anything on my head?" Yan Chifeng sneered, "There is nothing right now, but there might have been. Go to the Truth Cabinet again, I dare you." Li Yao smiled casually. Beyond everyone's expectation, he turned around and sat back to the iron-black chair, before he placed the hat on his bald head quickly. Yan Chifeng was dumbfounded, and so were all the other Qi trainers. Meng was stomping his feet. Sand Scorpion, going to the Truth Cabinet is the biggest insult for a warrior of Iron Plateau. You've proved your innocence. You don't need to do it again. Then, he glared at Yan Chifeng. What's the meaning of this? You cannot stop distrusting him, can you? Do you think you can slur a warrior of the Furious Bears tribe repeatedly? The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe shrieked, "Sand Scorpion, the Truth Cabinet pries into one's soul directly. Continuous usage will deal tremendous damage to your mind. We believe you. Just get down." Looking around, Li Yao shook his head firmly. He said, "Yan Chifeng's suspicions are not entirely groundless. My background is indeed too unbelievable. I know that many people still have doubts. Come on. Prove my innocence with the Truth Cabinet." He's being pretentious. His eyes blood red, Yan Chifeng was like a gambler that had wagered all his chips in a game. He waved his arms crazily and shouted, "He knows full well that you will not run the test on him again. He is just bluffing." Li Yao glared and said, "Come on. Come on. Do you want me to live the rest of my life with other people's doubts?" The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe hesitated for a while. She exchanged a look with the chief of the Giant Axe tribe and glanced at the seething crowd. Finally, she gritted her teeth and commanded, "Activate the Truth Cabinet." Hum. Hum. Overwhelming spiritual energy flooded into the Truth Cabinet. Li Yao was surrounded by mystic rays and white steam, and a dazzling sun rose up on his head again. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe said solemnly, "Sand Scorpion, you may begin. Tell us your background." Trying to hold back the coldness to the bones, Li Yao shouted, "I was an orphan. I did not have parents. I grew up in a cruel, dark world." After a series of mechanical sounds inside the Truth Cabinet, the greenness on the left suddenly bloomed. The word "true" gradually appeared. "It's true. It's true," everybody in the Furious Bears tribe roared. Many other Qi trainers from the Silver Moon tribe and the Heaven Wolves tribe were echoing, too. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao continued. "I was raised by a mysterious man. He was probably from a foreign world. He was definitely not an Iron Plateau native." The word "true" popped up again. People from the Giant Axe tribe and the Feathered Snakes tribe were all cheering for him. "He taught me a lot of knowledge regarding the maintenance and creation of magical equipment, but the knowledge was entirely different from the traditional knowledge of Iron Plateau." True. This time, even some Qi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe were applauding him. "Because of the profound knowledge in my brain that does not belong to Iron Plateau, I don't think I am a proper Iron Plateau native. However, in any case, I am definitely not a space resident." True. Pooh. As if his soul was exhausted, Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold it any longer and fell off from the iron-black chair. "Enough! Stop!" shouted the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe. The Chi trainers were all simmering with joy. It's true. Sand Scorpion was telling the truth. He did not lie to us. On one of his knees, Li Yao threw away the hat on his head. He did not wipe the blood on his lips, and his face was extremely pale. But he still managed to gaze at Yen Chifeng with a vague smile and say, "Now what?" Like a hungry wolf that had fallen into a trap, Yen Chifeng had cold droplets of sweat the size of beans all over his face. Killing intent was blinking inside his eyes, as he couldn't wait to cut Li Yao into thousands of pieces. However, the chief of the Giant Axe tribe and the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe had stopped beside the Truth Cabinet. Their cold eyes were like an iron fence that blocked his route of attack. Yen Chifeng gulped and noticed that there was nothing but dead silence around him. Raising his head, he found that the Chi trainers of the other 5 tribes were all eyeing the Burning Sun tribe coldly and that most of the Chi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe were eyeing himself coldly and expressionlessly. Brother, sitting next to Yen Xibei, Yen Chihua was gloomy. Veins were bulging from his right hand as he clenched his saber hard. He gnashed his teeth and said with suspicion, "Brother, you said that you heard Sand Scorpion admitting that he was a space resident yourself, right?" Even more cold sweat appeared on Yen Chifeng's face. He felt as if somebody had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Looking at Li Yao and then at his brother and uncle, he roared like an animal, "Are you insane? You choose to believe an outsider instead of me? I know it now. You have all been fooled by him. Even I was fooled by him. Back in the tank, he pretended that he had not discovered me and said that lie on purpose to mislead me. Besides, even if he is not a space resident, he can still work as a spy for the space residents. Anyway, a lot of fully armed cultivators are indeed hiding inside the valley. You must trust me. Sand Scorpion. You were not speaking the whole truth, because it was only part of the story. If you are confident, I'll raise questions for you, and you will answer, yes or no. That's the only precise way to determine the validity of your story. Upon hearing his words, the Chi trainers from the other 5 tribes all started booing him. Even his many companions in the Burning Sun tribe were showing despise. Credibility was highly valued on Iron Plateau. Sand Scorpion had proved his identity through the Truth Cabinet many times. Yet, Yen Chifeng was still harassing him. He had clearly crossed the line. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe's eyes shined coldly. She was about to speak when Li Yao interjected in advance and said while coughing, "Yen Chifeng, everything I said is true, and I am not scared of your questions. You can run tests however you want. However, I've passed the test many times in the Truth Cabinet. It's only reasonable that you have your turn now. You say that I'm a spy from space, but I say that you are an agent of the Temple of Immortals. I have done 2 rounds of tests now. Do you dare come here and have a go? As long as you can pass the test of the Truth Cabinet, I'll do 1 more round of tests for you." Well, Yen Chifeng's face was pale, his sweat pouring down. He was shaking his eyes erratically. The Chi trainers of the other 5 tribes, seeing his hesitation, all squinted and whispered to each other more and more loudly. "Ah Feng." Gazing at Yen Chifeng, Yen Xibei sighed and said, "With everything coming this far, for the honor of the Burning Sun tribe, to find out the truth of Xingdong's murder, and for the future of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, just go to the Truth Cabinet and prove your innocence." "Uncle," Yen Chifeng's face twisted. He was about to argue, when he found that, not only were the experts of the other 5 tribes pointing their blades at him, even many people of the Burning Sun tribe, including his own brother, Yen Chihua, were more vigilant than before and seemed to consider him an enemy. Yen Chifeng bit his lips hard, regretting that he couldn't mince the wretched Sand Scorpion into pieces. He calmed himself down and said loudly, "All right. I've done nothing wrong. What harm is there to go to the Truth Cabinet? I am definitely not a member of the Temple of Immortals. The Truth Cabinet can test me however it wants about that. When the Truth Cabinet proves that I am speaking the truth, Sand Scorpion, I will ask you several questions that are going to rip apart your mask. Chifeng sniffed and walked toward the Truth Cabinet with his head held high. Wait. Li Yao suddenly rose up. Wiping the blood on the corner of his lips, he said, Chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe, and everybody else, I know a lot more about the scheme than you do. Chief Xiong has also informed me of his suspicions, too. To ensure the accuracy of the test, can I propose a question and ask Chifeng to answer it? The four chiefs, Xibei, and the elder from the Furious Bears tribe discussed for a while, before the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe replied, Why don't you tell us what your question is first? Chifeng shrieked, he is definitely going to set up a trap in his question. Li Yao sneered, rest assured. The question that I propose will be heard by everybody. They will be able to tell whether or not there are traps in it. Chifeng, you said that you are not a member of the Temple of Immortals. I definitely believe that. Since you knew about the existence of such a tool as marvelous as the Truth Cabinet from the beginning, you must have made thorough plans to cope with it. It's possible that you indeed did not join the Temple of Immortals. You merely contacted each other and made clandestine deals. For example, you would provide cannon fodder for the Temple of Immortals, and the Temple of Immortals would make you king of Iron Plateau, or give you certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could help you break into a higher level. It's also possible that you'd never heard the name of the Temple of Immortals before and you address each other using pseudonyms. For example, Organization A or Temple of the Undying. If you are in fact a member of the Temple of the Undying, it is of course true that you are not a member of the Temple of Immortals. Let's say the Truth Cabinet detects that you've heard of the Temple of Immortals before. You can always argue that certain spies from the Temple of Immortals that infiltrated the Burning Sun tribe mentioned it to you before. You'd completely forgotten it, but the memory had been etched to your soul. It's perfectly reasonable. Chifeng couldn't help but sneer, you are indeed considerate. It appears that, even if the Truth Cabinet proves that I don't belong to the Temple of Immortals, it won't help anything? No, it won't, Li Yao admitted. To prove your innocence, we must get to the bottom of everything, which is the death of your father, Yan Zhengdong. Chifeng burst into fury. What? Are you insinuating that I murdered my own father? That's unreasonable. Too unreasonable. Come on. Let's go to the Truth Cabinet and find out. Why are you so excited? Li Yao replied coldly. At first, I suspected Xibei and Qihua. But on second thought, one of them is old and disabled, and the other is too young and lacks the capability. It wouldn't have been safe to entrust the murder to them. However, you would be different. You were both strong and Yan Zhengdong's trusted son. You were most suitable for the assassination. However, there are many ways to kill someone. For example, you could have beaten Yan Zhengdong until he was heavily wounded and then asked someone else to finish him off. It wouldn't have been false if you claimed that you did not kill anybody. Chifeng was so outraged that he was laughing. Tears were flowing out, as he bellowed, then I will prove through the Truth Cabinet that I did not fight against my father that night. Wait. Li Yao coughed slightly. He rubbed his temples slowly, as if he hadn't recovered from the suffering of his soul being torn apart, before he continued calmly. Such questions are too broad and fuzzy. Maybe there were other experts from the Temple of Immortals, and you did not do it in person. That's also possible. Chifeng was angry. This won't do, and that won't do. What exactly do you want? Seeing that Chifeng was so firm, many people in the Burning Sun tribe were somewhat convinced. They whispered to each other, Chifeng does not seem to be lying. He is not a member of the Temple of Immortals, nor did he kill Chief Yan. Li Yao continued unhurriedly. That day in Furious Bears City, I heard the whole case. It was said that you were training in a quiet place by yourself at dawn and did not know your father was dead until your brother Yan Chihua asked somebody to inform you when he found your father's body. Isn't that right? Yan Chifeng laughed aloud. Everybody in the 6 tribes know that I am a training maniac. I practice in seclusion every night. You are accusing me just based on that? No. You're wrong. Li Yao shook his head and said softly, the point is, if you were speaking the truth, your brother Yan Chihua learned of your father's death earlier than you did, right? Yan Chifeng's eyes shook as he suddenly shuddered, and yet, he failed to come up with any response. Li Yao smiled and gestured toward him. Yan Chifeng, please go to the Truth Cabinet and state, 5 days ago, in Furious Bear City, I did not know that Yan Jingdong was dead until Yan Chihua's envoy found me. That will be enough. If you are not lying, this should be a positive statement, shouldn't it? But if a false pops up on the Truth Cabinet after you make the statement, then it will be kind of weird. If you were training in seclusion all night, how come you knew of your father's death before your brother told you? This is the question I want to ask. You can analyze carefully if there's any trap in it. Is there a possible scenario where Yan Chifeng is innocent and he could learn of his father's death earlier than his brother Yan Chihua? Murmurs broke out among the Qi trainers, too. Everybody frowned, deep in thought. 5 minutes later, Yan Xibei gradually floated out on his jet wheelchair. In misery, he shook his head slowly. There are no traps. If Yan Chifeng had nothing to do with the incident, it is simply impossible for him to have found out that Yan Jingdong was dead before Yan Chihua. His declaration was like a death sentence for Yan Chihua, whose face had turned from red to purple and from purple to black and eventually ended up pure white. Brother! After a clang, Yan Chihua unsheathed his saber and roared, hot tears running out, Brother, are you related to our father's death? Yan Chifeng held his heart and replied resolutely, of course not. Yan Chihua waved his saber, a scorching aura darted out, while he said, if not, go to the Truth Cabinet and say the words. Yan Chifeng rolled his eyes and glared at Li Yao in hatred. He gnashed his teeth, all right. If you don't believe me, I might as well prove my innocence through the Truth Cabinet. He spat and strode toward the Truth Cabinet, while he announced, Sand Scorpion, after I prove my innocence, I'll ask you one last question, and your true face will. Halfway through his speech, Yan Chifeng suddenly stomped on the ground. His spiritual gas surged out and raised a sandstorm that blocked everybody's vision. Then, he leapt up like a viper and charged back at Yan Xibei, who was still floating in midair. Yan Chihua was caught unprepared. He roared and lunged at his brother, only to be kicked right in the chest by Yan Chifeng's unpredictable and almost invisible attack. Under the bombardment of the spiritual gas, he was blown away immediately while he was vomiting blood. When the dust settled, Yan Xibei had fallen under Yan Chifeng's control. A dagger was pierced deeply into the old man's neck. With a tiny bit of spiritual gas, his veins and spines would be cut in half. Yan Chifeng's hair was messy because of the wind, and his eyes seemed to be bleeding. His face was so hideous that he barely looked like a human. He yelled to all the Qi trainers, don't come here. I'll kill him if anyone comes close. Yan Chihua was at a loss. It was more like his brother had stabbed him instead of kicking him. He shouted, Brother, you are mad. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe and the chief of the Giant Axe tribe were dumbfounded, too. They both bellowed, Yan Chifeng, put down Master Yan now. The Qi trainers of the other 5 tribes all crowded close, their weapons shining coldly. The Qi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe, on the other hand, were too stunned to believe what was happening. Although Yan Xibei had been the best warrior of the 6 tribes when he was young, the lower half of his body from his pelvis had been amputated due to the heavy wounds he suffered. He had to move about on his wheelchair every day. There was still spiritual gas flowing inside his body, but it was absolutely no match for the young and strong Yan Chifeng, who was an expert above the 80th level of the refinement stage. Chifeng had stabbed the dagger into his neck. Held captive by his nephew, the old man was blushing due to shortness of breath and could barely talk. However, he was a tough man, and there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face, only sorrow and desperation. He shouted, "Warriors of the Burning Sun tribe, don't care about me. Slay the insane insurgent immediately." Chifeng smiled hideously. He span his dagger and locked Xibei's throat with spiritual gas, making him unable to even scream. The old man looked both angry and pitiful. He seemed to be willing to perish together with Chifeng. Chifeng crouched in Xibei's shadow and glared at Liao with the utmost resentment. "Sand Scorpion, you've suspected me since the beginning?" Liao answered coldly, "Make no mistake. This is not personal. I was doubting many of you, or more exactly, everyone except me. The development of the situation has deviated from the Temple of Immortals plan. To rectify the situation, I knew they would have to make a move promptly. So, the first to come to me was most likely with the Temple of Immortals, isn't that so?" Chifeng was rendered speechless. He was dazed for a long time before he burst into laughter. "Good. Good. I did not expect that such a thorough plan had been sabotaged by you. But just you wait. We have many other arrangements on Iron Plateau. The game is not over yet. Brother." Tears in eyes, Chihua shouted desperately, "Is father's death really related to you? Why did you do it? How could you do it?" Chifeng. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe and the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe also declared sharply, "Thousands of people have surrounded you. There's no way that you can escape. What benefits has the Temple of Immortals offered you, and what else has been arranged on Iron Plateau? Speak now." He. Chifeng's hair was spluttering in the wind, and his face was full of resolution. He smiled coldly. "Do you think that I cooperated with the Temple of Immortals for my own benefit? Then you are very wrong. Just wake up already, frogs in the well. Iron Plateau natives have been separated from space residents for 5,000 years, and they were much luckier than us. Other than the strike of Apocalypse 5,000 years ago, they have enjoyed a peaceful development all this time. Today, their civilization level and war potential far exceed ours. Space residents boast powerful warships, advanced crystal suits, a territory of dozens of space zones, and countless asteroids with abundant resources. In the meantime, we can only lay low on Iron Plateau and fight desperately against the apocalyptic beasts in the harsh environment. As the situation continues, the gap in capability between the two parties will only get larger. Are we even qualified to compete against space residents? It's true that the space residents' invasion is fake news this time, but who can guarantee that space residents will not invade Iron Plateau and annihilate every one of us someday in the future when they are far stronger than us? Speak. Who is confident to say that? Anyone? You attack, or you get attacked. Now is our best opportunity. While the gap between the two parties is not too huge, with the Temple of Immortals as a strong ally, we will march out into space, plunder their techniques, conquer their towns, enslave all the space residents, and become the real dominator of the Flying Star sector again. This is my only purpose. I have really been considering the future of Iron Plateau. Wake up, compatriots of Iron Plateau. We cannot wait on Iron Plateau to be slaughtered. Let's work together with the Temple of Immortals and slay those damn space residents so that we can be the real kings of the world. Brother, you are really mad. Chihua roared. If you've been considering Iron Plateau, why didn't you propose your plan openly instead of killing father just like that? Chifeng sneered, you think I didn't hint to him? Too bad that his cowardice grew with his age. He always spouted bullsh*t like, we are all human beings anyway and, we should not fight each other unless it is absolutely necessary. He didn't understand the cruelty of the universe at all. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. If you don't kill them now, what can you do when they come to kill you after they grow strong enough? If space residents invade Iron Plateau on a large scale in the future, millions or even tens of millions of people might die. I chose to trade my father's life for the most brilliant future for the Iron Plateau natives. What's wrong with that? Little brother, warriors of the Burning Sun tribe, the Giant Axe tribe, and the Feathered Snakes tribe, do you not hate space residents as much as I do? Now is our best shot. If we miss out the opportunity, we will only be butchered when thousands of warships of the space residents gather on Iron Plateau. Shut up. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. He pointed at Chifeng and shouted, the grudge between us and the space residents is none of the Temple of Immortals' business. Even if we have to wage a war against the space residents, we will never cooperate with such an evil, surreptitious organization. For their so-called cooperation, they've even fooled you into killing your own father. The chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe shrieked, too, are we hoping to get ourselves killed by working with such an organization? Brother, turn back now. Chihua begged, crying. The Temple of Immortals must be fooling you. How can they cooperate with you so easily? You have nowhere to go now. Just reveal all their arrangements on Iron Plateau as atonement. Ha! Ha ha ha! Chifeng burst into laughter. Of course, the Temple of Immortals is not that kind-hearted. However, I didn't treat them honestly, either. Anyways, I have received a lot of secrets arts from the Temple of Immortals that can potentially increase the longevity of Chi trainers by decades. Why could all the Chi trainers from history to today only reach the 99th level of the refinement stage? Because our training methods and our living environment are too rough. Our life is too short, and our prime years are even shorter. Let's take this former best warrior for example. Chifeng shook Xibei roughly and laughed in derision. How magnificent and dominating he was years ago. But now that he is old, he is purely at my mercy like a dog. With the profound secret arts of the Temple of Immortals, our lives can be lengthened, and we can keep ourselves in our best state. It is very likely that we will break the ceiling and enter the legendary 100th level of the refinement stage. Come here and stand on my side. I'll share the secret arts with all of you. We'll rush out of Iron Plateau and rain the flying Euro. The more he talked, the more excited he got. He completely overlooked the old man under his control. Before he could finish his last word, Xibei, who had been suppressed by him, suddenly bulged his eyes and bellowed. Simultaneously, his elbow flew backward with all the spiritual gas that he could muster. The attack condensed all the strength inside his body. He was not preparing to defend at all. Chifeng did not foresee that the old man still had the ability to counterattack. His chest was smashed heavily, and his ribs were immediately broken, almost piercing into his heart. He screamed and cut his dagger deep into Xibei's neck. A terrifying arrow of blood darted out. But the two of them were separated because of the attack. Master Yen. Countless Chi trainers who had been helped by Xibei before lunged forward in anxiety and fury. Boom! 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 The Heaven Wolves tribe was best at shooting. Countless guns had been locked onto Chifeng since long ago. Without Xibei as his shield, countless crystal bombs and bullets immediately rained upon him and raised dozens of orange fireballs near him. Chifeng truly deserved to be a young expert above the 80th level of the refinement stage. Even under the barrage of so many people, he still concentrated his spiritual gas and lunged back toward at the Truth Cabinet. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe and the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe tried to block him, but Chifeng dodged both of them and landed on the Truth Cabinet. Come here. Yan Chifeng grinned hideously. On the truth cabinet, Li Yao was still in a trance, his face pale, suggesting that he had not recovered from the pain of his soul being tormented yet. He was clearly the best hostage on the spot. However, the moment he landed on the truth cabinet, Yan Chifeng sensed a sharp killing intent from Li Yao's seemingly dumb eyes. For a moment, all the pores on Yan Chifeng's body constricted. Who? Two streams of surging spiritual gas collided abruptly on the truth cabinet. The sandstorm they raised wreathed the truth cabinet as if it were a stage concealed by curtains. There was no telling what was going on. A feeble sound of blades colliding spread out. Then it was absolutely silence. The wind on the desert blew by coldly, pulling open the curtains of the stage. On the truth cabinet, Li Yao and Yan Chifeng were frozen, like two statues, with their backs against each other. Yan Chifeng's long sword pointed at the air behind Li Yao, while Li Yao's saber was aimed to the sky behind Yan Chifeng. Everyone below held their breath. A drop of blood slowly rolled from the tip of Li Yao's saber. It was shivering and about to drop to the ground. Yan Chifeng tried to move his eyes, but he couldn't even complete such a simple movement. Li Yao retracted his saber and drew close to Yan Chifeng, almost kissing his earlobe, while he said in a barely audible voice, "Are you curious where I hid my magical equipment that I claimed could fool the truth cabinet? Idiot. There's no such magical equipment at all. It was merely an offcut when I practiced my micro-craving skills. The truth cabinet is a marvelous tool from 10,000 years ago. I hadn't even seen it before today, so how could I figure out its mechanism and create a corresponding gadget to fool it? I was just lying to you so that you would underestimate me in our final battle that would definitely take place on the truth cabinet. Why could I pass the test of the truth cabinet, you ask? It's a long story. I can see that you are in a hurry. Why don't we talk about it later?" Yan Chifeng's eyes remained frozen, but the hatred in them grew more and more intense. He stared at Li Yao, and his lips trembled. However, nothing except hisses escaped his mouth. Pooh! A horrifying wound appeared on Yan Chifeng's neck. Almost half of his neck had been chopped off. A cluster of bloody mist suddenly blossomed like a red lotus and dyed the truth cabinet as if it were in a feverish dream. Clang! His long sword falling to the ground, Yan Chifeng kneeled down slowly before Li Yao, resentment written all over his face. His head fell aside, and he stopped moving. Chapter 618 Thunderous roars. Li Yao shook off the last drop of blood on the tip of his saber and returned the blade to its sheath as he secretly sighed. If possible, he didn't want to kill Yan Chifeng. The scheme of the Temple of Immortals on Iron Plateau was too complicated for a maniac of training such as Yan Chifeng to be the supervisor. If he was killed, all the leads would disappear. However, Yan Chifeng was also an expert above the 80th level of the refinement stage. Li Yao only pretended that he was still in the agony of his soul being torn apart so that the man would draw close to him incautiously. His execution of Yan Chifeng had been extremely lucky but also dangerous. Li Yao was not confident at all that he could capture such an expert alive. Below the truth cabinet, when the warriors of the 6 tribes saw that Yan Chifeng, one of the few top experts in his generation, kneeled down and died, they all exclaimed in shock. Those of the Burning Sun tribe were wearing complicated expressions, not knowing what they should do with the situation. Many other people, in the meantime, went to Xibei. The previous best warrior of Iron Plateau was no longer the hero he used to be. A terrible wound had been left on his neck. Although it had been blocked by herbs and stopped bleeding, Xibei looked terribly weak. He couldn't even talk because of his injured throat. Tears of regret and embarrassment flowed out of his brown eyes. There was no telling whether he was feeling sorry that the Burning Sun tribe had been fooled by the schemer or that he had been so humiliated by his nephew in public. Li Yao leapt down and said to the 4 chiefs on the spot, "Now that the truth is out, Why don't I invite a representative of the cultivators in the valley out so that we can figure out the details together? Cultivators will be carrying first aid kits. The medicine in them should be enough to seal Master Yan's wound for now. We'll make further PL. Before Li Yao could finish, a quake suddenly shook the ground beneath them. The ground seemed to become a surging ocean, and rumbling noises echoed underground. The earth broke apart, and many true Qi tanks fell into the newly opened ravines. Qi! 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 Dozens of horrifying cracks appeared near the valley, from which dense mist spurted out. The gray mist seemed to be alive and continued spreading and dispersing, soon enshrouding the entire valley area. It surrounded everybody on the spot like a circular great wall, reaching high into the sky. Hiss! 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 Creepy shrieks came over from the gray mist. Countless black shadows were hovering at a low altitude. Shwa! One of the black shadows suddenly dashed out of the gray mist toward the single tank closest to the mist. In the blink of an eye, the knight on the tank had been snatched into the mist. The sound of bones being broken and flesh tearing apart immediately echoed inside the gray mist, accompanied by screams and laughter of demon beasts. The gray mist had come too quickly for anybody to realize that they were being surrounded. The chief of the giant axe tribe and the chief of the feathered snakes tribe looked at each other and said, their faces pale, an egg of apocalypse has exploded. Li Yao gasped in shock. How is this possible? Didn't one of them just explode? Some bizarre-shaped shadows could be vaguely seen inside the gray mist. They were like giant fetuses that were still stained with wet, thick amniotic fluid. Looking like half-melted apocalyptic beasts, they were even more disgusting than the fully grown ones. Many apocalyptic beasts were dragging tubes that looked like bloody vines that extended toward the depths of the gray mist. The tubes were expanding and shrinking non-stop, sending energy into their bodies. The chief of the giant axe tribe smiled bitterly. It's true that the eggs of apocalypse in our place have just broken out. But this is the Dark Continent, far away from the territory of the 6 tribes. The eggs of apocalypse here have absorbed the resources hundreds of kilometers nearby. They do not belong to the system of the eggs of apocalypse in our territory. Besides, there are many circumstances that can lead to the explosion of an apocalyptic egg in advance. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Xiong Wuji had told him why the eggs of apocalypse should not be detonated. It was because explosions tended to stimulate the eggs of apocalypse to release the beasts earlier. Damn! Li Yao gnashed his teeth and thought through many things. He finally understood why Yen Chifeng had lured him to this valley. As it turned out, the Temple of Immortals still had backup plans here. A maturing egg of apocalypse must have been somewhere below the valley. When the Temple of Immortals discovered it, they planted a lot of bombs near the egg. If everything went smoothly, then all was good. But if their plan did not go well and their scheme was revealed, just like what had happened just now, they would detonate the egg of apocalypse and release the beasts in advance to slay everyone on the spot. In such a case, the elite warriors of Iron Plateau would all be killed. It was against the purpose of the Temple of Immortals, which was to diminish the strength of both sides. A lot of excellent cannon fodder would be wasted, too. However, the Temple of Immortals plan could proceed again anyway. Seeing more and more shadows popping up inside the gray mist and hearing the shrieks around becoming louder and louder, Li Yao squinted and asked in a low voice, "Can we reach out to the outside world?" The chief of the giant axe tribe shook his head. "We can't. Tremendous magnetic minerals are contained inside the hills and block all our signals. We cannot communicate with our home." Li Yao took a deep breath and touched the grip of Thunderous Roar. As the number of the apocalyptic beasts in the gray mist increased, so did his own fighting will. "Chief." Li Yao asked another question. Since the egg of apocalyptic was detonated in advance, it did not ripen, so the apocalyptic beasts inside won't be as strong as those in the previous battle of the apocalypse, right? Of course. When an egg of apocalypse is triggered prematurely, most apocalyptic beasts inside will be killed instantly because they are still merely in the embryo state. Those lucky enough to survive will have no more than 1/10 of their capability left. The chief of the giant axe tribe smiled bitterly. But we are seriously short of hands, too. Although the best warriors of Iron Plateau have been gathered here, there are only several thousand of us, and we don't have any reinforcements. Let us prepare to fight. Li Yao remarked, we might have reinforcements. After that, Li Yao turned around and rushed toward the valley. The cultivators from the Great Horn Exo Society, to avoid a misunderstanding, had been hiding inside the valley. They had talked with the hostages and learned what had happened to them. However, the suddenly appearance of the grey mist had surprised all the Exos. Lei Dalu strode forward and asked, what's going on? The misunderstanding has been cleared for now, but we've got a new situation. Li Yao quickly explained everything that happened and the eggs of apocalypse to them. He glanced at the cultivators and then stared Lei Dalu in the eye. He said one word after another, right now, you have two options. The first option, go back. Your crystal suits all boast amazing short-distance flight abilities. With the Iron Plateau natives fighting ahead, it won't be difficult for you to escape the siege of the apocalyptic beasts. The second option, go forward. You will fight side by side with the Iron Plateau natives and slay all the pests until we march out from the front. I appreciate that so many people who barely know me risked coming such a long way here to rescue me. So, I don't want you to die for nothing. The situation is unclear now. Both directions entail dangers. But to be honest, I think it is more dangerous to stay and fight. To retreat or to fight, it's your call. Finishing his speech, Li Yao closed his facial cover and turned around. Wait! Lei Dalu shouted silently, are you staying to fight with the Iron Plateau natives? Li Yao replied without looking back, I promised an Iron Plateau native that I would show him what a real cultivator should be like. Carrying Thunderous roar on his shoulder, he strode out of the valley. Lei Dalu opened his mouth and cursed silently. He returned to the company of the Great Horn Exo Society. Captain, what is going on? What did the barbarian of Iron Plateau say? What's happening outside? Where did so many demon beasts come from? They seem very strong. Captain, the hostages have been saved. What do we do now? Lei Dalu was silent for a moment. He then rubbed his face hard and said seriously, stop yelling. We are going to make a choice now. When Li Yao returned to the outskirts of the valley, the grey mist was much thinner. The grinning, weirdly shaped apocalyptic beasts were much clearer than before. Ear-splitting roars burst out in the battle formation of the Chi trainers, which even eclipsed the shrieks of the apocalyptic beasts. Everyone's fighting will was soaring higher than ever. However, there was a hint of grief inside the fighting will. Li Yao asked around and learned that, when he went to contact the cultivators inside the valley, Xibei had dashed into the mist on his wheelchair while the other Chi trainers were gathering their tanks and preparing for the battle. Master Yan must have found the insult unbearable. His eyes red, Ximeng sighed. He couldn't bear to see the Burning Sun tribe as it is now and decided to wash away the dishonor of his tribe with his own death. Li Yao opened his mouth but didn't say anything. There were still a lot of questions that were bothering him, but Xibei's sudden death cast him into confusion again. He felt that one of his feet had already stepped into an abyss, and it was quite awful. However, all the questions could only be answered after the pests in front were cleared. Click. Li Yao set Thunderous roar to burst mode and loaded the explosive bullets the size of a baby's fist made of the cores of apocalyptic beasts. Ho! Ho! Finally, enough apocalyptic beasts were gathered inside the mist. Uttering soul-stirring shrieks, they marched toward the Chi trainers' battle formation. However, their shrieks were soon suppressed by ear-splitting explosions. Li Yao pulled the trigger brutally, and Thunderous Roar roared. Thunderous Roar had been designed to launch wolf fangs. But after Li Yao's modification, it was now able to launch super explosive bullets made of apocalyptic beasts' cores continuously. The super explosive bullets were all refined out of the cores of the dragon-level apocalyptic beasts. Every darting bullet was roaring crazily like a dragon-level apocalyptic beast. In a moment, the hundreds of square meters in front of Li Yao were enveloped by the blast. Countless enormous tides made of lights and flames overlapped and swept the battlefield, each higher than the previous one. These apocalyptic beasts were all semi-finished products that had been released prematurely. How could they resist the explosion of the cores of the real dragon-level apocalyptic beasts? In the earth-breaking explosions, countless apocalyptic beasts had been ripped apart into pieces by the unstoppable furious power before they had the chance to stretch their claws. Boom! 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 Thunderous Roar seemed to be alive when it was firing in burst mode. The recoil was so huge that it was struggling hard in Li Yao's arms as it roared ear-splittingly like an infuriated primordial animal. Li Yao's head seemed to have turned into a volcano. His soul was burning so intensely that invisible flames were popping up from his head. The spiritual gas of the 80th level of the refinement stage was full unleashed, and he turned into a mobile human-shaped artillery. Something seemed to be spurting out of Li Yao's body together with each bullet. When the super-explosive bullets exploded where the apocalyptic beasts were densest, the pictures of flying flesh and savaging flames made his fighting will soar and his blood simmer. He felt that the deepest part of his soul was tremoring beyond his control. Every attack of Thunderous Roar would make the weapon bash Li Yao's chest like a giant hammer because of the recoil. Although he was struck heavily, Li Yao sensed that the black spider death curse around his heart was showing signs of loosening. This is, with the profound spiritual gas of the 80th level of the refinement stage and my seething fighting will, I can finally try to break the black spider death curse right now. Li Yao was overjoyed by his finding. He further immersed himself in the pleasure of destruction. He controlled his heartbeat consciously. With every heartbeat, a super-explosive bullet would rush out, and he would make a step forward. One shot, one step, and one heartbeat. The immense spiritual gas of the 80th level of the refinement stage bombarded the black spider death curse crazily. His heart seemed to have turned into scorching iron, while the 9 streams of evil black gas turned into earthworms screaming miserably as they were being burnt. Excruciating pain caught him like vipers, but the tide-like ecstasies greater and greater swallowed all the discomfort. Li Yao completely forgot where he was. Scarlet brightness blinking inside his eyes, he marched forward accompanied by blood and blasts. It was not until Thunderous Roar emitted a click sound that he discovered that one of the bullet belts had run out and regained part of his consciousness. Li Yao grunted. He finally sensed the agony as if his heart were being torn apart. His hands were also burningly hot like they had been soaked in magma. He lowered his head and looked. Thunderous Roar was bright red, like a piece of steel that just got out of the furnace. The plate on his hands had been shattered by the recoil, and his fingertips were chafing. Cracks resembling spider nets had appeared on his breastplate because of the continuous strikes of Thunderous Roar. In front of him, dozens of shooting stars seemed to have passed by from a low altitude, leaving trenches more than half a meter deep in the ground. Every trench seemed to be on fire. White steam was popping out of them non-stop. Centered at Li Yao, the area of hundreds of square meters was caught in a weird silence. No apocalyptic beasts survived. There was not even one intact corpse. The broken limbs and the scorching rocks were mixed. Some of the rocks were melted into what seemed to be colorful glass. Deep inside the gray mists, countless apocalyptic beasts were shuddering. Awed by Li Yao's unstoppable aura and the remaining scent of dragon-level apocalyptic beasts inside the super-explosive bullets, they were silent for half a minute before they attacked again. Li Yao groped for bullets, only to find nothing. The super-explosive bullets that Thunderous Roar used were all made of the cores of the dragon-level apocalyptic beasts. He had only refined 2 bullet belts in total. Right now, one of them had already been used up. Besides, the weapon was too hot right now, and its barrels wouldn't be able to resist the enormous force. If he continued shooting in burst mode, it was quite likely that the gun would break apart on the spot. Li Yao spat and put away Thunderous Roar. He unsheathed his saber, staring at the seemingly endless apocalyptic beasts inside the grey mists coldly. Right then, he heard the sound of ocean. An ocean made of machines and spiritual gas behind him was raging forward. The elite warriors of the 6 tribes condensed into waves of iron and copper. They shouted and yelled and charged into the grey mists along with the drumming passing by Li Yao. In the moment, Li Yao was like a drop of water that flowed into a rampant ocean and a burning torch that joined boiling magma. The fighting will of thousands of people burnt furiously. Ripples as if real things were spreading out, influencing and enhancing each other. Reverberation of fighting will. Sand Scorpion. Xibei suddenly appeared in his back and supported him, while he shouted, "Are you all right? You were mad enough to clear almost half of the battlefield alone just now." We were completely dumbfounded. What is that gun exactly? Truly unbelievable. Li Yao managed a smile, but his heart was still beating fast. His brain was in a mess, and he couldn't speak anything. The only sounds that he could utter were the roars of the primordial animals. Xibei shook him hard for a while. Seeing that he was not heavily wounded but only exhausted, Xibei was greatly relieved. He raised his saber high and picked up his wolf fangs before he bellowed, "Iron Bear's detonation team, strike." Dozens of iron giants in super heavy armor charged at where the grey mist was densest. Soon, the sound of explosions and battle drifted over. Roars and yells were echoing non-stop throughout the entire battlefield. This battle of the apocalypse was much smaller in scale than the previous one. However, the 2 parties had met and engaged in a head-on battle from the beginning. Li Yao took a long breath. His heart almost burst out of his chest. Most of the warriors were blocked by the grey mist, but he could sense everyone's whereabouts precisely. Their fighting willing was burning so furiously that they were the brightest beacons in the mist. Break! Break! The enormous spiritual gas of the 80th level of the refinement stage attacked the Black Spider Death Curse without bothering about anything. The Black Spider Death Curse, realizing that its doom was drawing close, stuck to his heart and wouldn't let go. It even condensed into needle-like bugs, trying to slither deeper into his heart. Just when Li Yao's spiritual gas and the Black Spider Death Curse were in a deadlock, he suddenly sensed the arrival of new fighting will that was completely different from that of the Qi trainers but was equally strong. Exos of the Great Horn Exo Society were standing on the hill like 100 rocks while they observed the battlefield. The endless apocalyptic beasts and the Qi trainers of Iron Plateau even tougher than them left a deep impression on the space residents. This is all due to the schemes of the Temple of Immortals. Lei Dalu shouted at the loudest of his voice, "If all the Iron Plateau natives below us are slain, the Temple of Immortals might still be able to get their way and raise a war between Iron Plateau natives and space residents. Our starship has been seriously damaged. Even if we run out of this place right now, it will take us quite a few days to fix it. If the Temple of Immortals has other arrangements on Iron Plateau, we won't be able to leave the planet on our own. So, the only solution right now is to fight side by side with the Iron Plateau natives below us and annihilate all the pests so that we can win their trust and get their help. Prepare to fight, Great Horn Exo Society." The right flank of the apocalyptic beasts seems to be made up by those better at remote attacks. Their melee combat ability must be very weak. Let's stab into their right flank. Go now. Show the Iron Plateau natives how real cultivators fight. thousands of power rune arrays were activated. The fulmination suppressed all the other noises in the battlefield for a moment. When the Great Horn Exo Society started charging, many Chi trainers were dazed for a moment. They were even somewhat vigilant when they saw the cultivators in eccentric armor waving weird magical equipment. However, when the Great Horn Exo Society turned into a shining blade and pierced into the right flank of the apocalyptic beasts, all the vigilance and misunderstanding was gone. The Chi trainers saw clearly that, no matter whether they came from Iron Plateau or the space, no matter what environment they had been raised in, and no matter how different their understanding about the utilization of spiritual energy was, their blades were equally sharp, and their blood was equally red and hot. Sensing the two enormous clusters of fighting will gradually joining together, Li Yao laughed out and lunged at the beasts. A translucent mantis-like apocalyptic beast came at him, shrieking. Li Yao roared and slashed his saber, which seemed to have turned into a furious bolt of lightning. Walla! A thunderbolt broke out in front of Li Yao, inside his brain, and in his heart at the same time. While the mantis-like beast was chopped in half, a stream of black gas darted out of his chest and shrieked in the air before it turned into vague smoke and disappeared. One of the 9 streams of black gas formed by the Black Spider death curse had finally been broken by him. Li Yao couldn't have felt more satisfied at that moment. He felt that a shackle that had confined him for a long time had shattered. A familiar strength returned to his body. The range of his surging spiritual gas further expanded, too. Excellent. This is the way. With the reverberation of fighting will, thousands of people's strength can be gathered and help me break the Black Spider death curse. Li Yao waved his saber. Spiritual gas surged out, and the aura of the blade was extended to more than 10 meters away with sawtooth-like edges as if it had grown tusks. After breaking part of the curse, Li Yao's control over his spiritual energy was even more skillful. His capability was instantly higher than a moment ago. Kill them all. Li Yao charged to where there were the most apocalyptic beasts. Chapter 620 The Real Player. The battle lasted 3 hours, and by the time it was over, night had fallen. There was so much blood in the air that the sky seemed to be full of holes. Even the stars were dyed a queer crimson color. With a crack, the saber in Li Yao's hand finally couldn't resist his surging spiritual gas anymore and broke into pieces the size of fingernails. But they managed to maintain the shape of a saber, enhanced by Li Yao's spiritual gas, and did not explode until the saber was pierced deep into a behemothtic apocalyptic beast's internal organs, which were immediately minced into a pulp. The apocalypse beast collapsed and stiffened. However, Li Yao stopped looking at it and picked up a dented saber from the ground. His spiritual gas surged out and decorated the common saber glitteringly as if it were the most marvelous blade in the world. Li Yao couldn't remember how many sabers he had broken. He only knew that the blades and weapons he carried with himself had been used up an hour ago. Even the sky scorpion armor crafted out of the shells of apocalyptic beasts was riddled with holes and cracks. However, his fighting will did not perish with his weapons. Instead, it was even higher than before as the slaughter continued. For 3 hours, he had attacked the death curse with the reverberating fighting will and broken 6 shackles. With each shackle broken, his control over spiritual energy grew more delicate, and the range of his surging spiritual gas expanded even further. Just when he was going to summon his spiritual gas and blow up the last 3 shackles, he suddenly felt empty, and he could see the mountains and crags thousands of meters away. However, there were no more apocalyptic beasts in between. Li Yao was at a loss, not knowing where he should go to. Xibei and another member of the Iron Bear's detonation team, on the other hand, hurried to drag him and shouted into his ears, "Sand Scorpion, wake up. Stop fighting. You are going to be mentally deranged." As it turned out, when they saw that Li Yao was fighting more and more bravely like a crazy devil, they thought that he had become addicted to the pleasure of killing and was about to become a monster who knew nothing but slaughtering. Xibei clicked his tongue and shouted, "Sand Scorpion, what drugs did you take today to make you so insane? Do you know how many dragon-level apocalyptic beasts you've slain? The Chi trainers of the other 5 tribes did not even dare to come close to you and fight by your side. They feared that you wouldn't recognize who they were and kill them in your delirium. I thought you were tough enough in the previous battle of Apocalypse, but I didn't expect that you would be 10 times fiercer today. Li Yao licked his dry lips. The last 3 shackles still confined his heart and made him unable to condense his spiritual gas and advance into the building foundation stage. He was quite upset. He was hoping to continue slaughtering the apocalyptic beasts, but all he could see in the grey mist were his companions. The roars of the apocalyptic beasts were replaced by cheers of joy. We've won. Xibei listened attentively for a while, before he raised his saber and said merrily, we've annihilated all the apocalyptic beasts. So easy? Li Yao took a rest. The previous prolonged battle of the apocalypse was still as fresh as yesterday in his mind. How come this outbreak was so lethargic? Although the warriors present were all elites of the 6 tribes and cultivators who had offered their help, Li Yao still felt that the ending had been too abrupt and something was wrong. Last time, it was a fully mature egg of apocalypse, but this time, it's only a hasty outbreak. Chances are that the egg of apocalypse only just started brewing the beasts. It goes without saying that their intensities are different. Xibei grinned. Anyway, there are no apocalyptic beasts anywhere close. The grey mist is dispersing, too. This must be all of them. Several true Chi tanks turned on their headlights and patrolled the battlefield, picking up the injured and the deceased. When everybody gathered in the entrance of the valley and did a head count, they discovered that approximately 200 people had passed away and all the rest were seriously wounded and exhausted. Their ammunition and true Chi containers were running low, and their weapons and blades were all severely damaged. Many Chi trainers were so exhausted that they did not have any strength left. They couldn't even stand on their feet. Some other people had even passed out now that the battle was over. Everybody was stained with dust and blood. Iron Plateau natives and space residents were no longer distinguishable. True Chi armor and crystal suits were all wasted iron and copper when they were broken. Cultivators of the Great Horn Exo Society and Chi trainers of the 6 tribes leaned against each other and breathed heavily on the ground. For a battle of apocalypse, it was already an unbelievably small loss. Be cautious, everybody. Brace for the second wave of apocalyptic beasts. Turn on all the tanks. We will march out of the grey mist in 10 minutes, the chief of the giant axe tribe shouted on a drumming tank. He was the commander-in-chief of the battle. After all, the place was full of peril. It would be the best if they left the place as soon as they found all the injured warriors. But Li Yao's heart was pounding, and he frowned deeply because he thought that the victory had come too easily. Suddenly, he remembered Xiong Wuji's words. One egg of apocalypse could only absorb limited resources from underground. If the small fries that it produced were too weak, it was a sign that most of the resources had been dedicated to an extremely strong apocalyptic beast. Li Yao swallowed and said, his voice tremoring, Xibei, did you kill any calamity-level apocalyptic beasts? It is my understanding that one calamity-level apocalyptic beast comes with every outbreak of eggs of apocalypse. Xibei was dazed. He shuddered, too, and replied, I didn't seem to run into any strong beings close to the calamity level. However, since the egg of apocalypse was detonated by force, maybe the calamity level beast was still too young and was killed in the explosion. It is not unlikely. Li Yao didn't believe that the Temple of Immortals arrangements would be so simple. He suddenly jumped to his feet and shouted excitedly, waving his arms, don't relax. Stay alarmed. The battle is not over yet. The warriors of the 6 tribes had seen his insane bravery just now and more or less considered him to be the strongest expert in the younger generation. They were not unwilling to listen to his warning, but the fierce combat in the last 3 hours had drained everyone's spiritual gas. They were merely fighting with the support of their fighting will. But right now, all the apocalyptic beasts they could see had been cleared. Their stress had been removed. Many of them couldn't even move their fingers while they were sitting on the ground, let alone standing up and holding their weapons. Right then, the gray mist in front of everyone became hazy again, while heavy footsteps in a fixed rhythm came over from the depths of the gray mist. An enormous apocalyptic beast was walking toward everybody unhurriedly. Before the apocalyptic beast showed itself, the air was already frozen. An invisible mountain seemed to have fallen from the sky and buried everyone. Such an intimidating aura only suggested one thing: a calamity-level apocalyptic beast was coming. Li Yao could feel his heart palpitating as he gazed at the gray mist with his eyes wide open. The gray mist gradually split like a curtain being pulled, revealing a brand new apocalyptic beast. The apocalyptic beast was rather skinny for a calamity-level apocalyptic beast, and it was no more than 5 meters tall. It was like a combination of the forelegs of a mantis, the body of a tarantula, and the tail of a scorpion. However, it didn't give any sense of ugliness typical of the jumbled demon beasts or carry any hideousness that belonged to insects. Surrounded by a thin, bright aura, it was weirdly graceful and majestic. It was like a tyrant standing in its own palace. Ah! Many Chi trainers gasped and screamed in disbelief. The front end of the insect body was connected by countless purple gold veins and nerves to the upper body of a human being. If the lower half body that looked like an insect was ignored, the upper half body of the human would have looked immaculate. Every muscle was shining in glamorous colors. Magnificent blood stripes identical to the tattoos on the Titan warriors were flowing on the skin slowly as if they were alive. But that was not the reason everyone was so shocked. What appalled them was that the queer, calamity-level apocalyptic beast, which was a combination of a human and various insects, had a face that was exactly the same as Xibei's. However, the face was much younger than the old man's face, which had been full of wrinkles and looked like dry rind. For a moment, many of them seemed to see Xibei when he was the best warrior of Iron Plateau in his prime years. However, his white hair did not turn black, and bloody brightness was blinking at the end of his white hair. Xibei was wearing a weird expression. There was no telling whether he was sad or sorry. He simply eyed everyone emotionlessly, while he drove his 6 limbs to crawl over slowly, the greasy scorpion tail glittering. All the Chi trainers seemed to be stunned by the nightmare-like scene and were utterly quiet. Suddenly, a man leapt out of the crowd with a broken saber on his back. He charged to the front of Xibei unstoppably and waved his blade, before he bellowed, What the F***ck are you exactly? What did you do to my uncle? Xibei smiled and said, Ah hua, it's me. His voice came both from his chest and from a certain organ in the insect body. It was mixed with the human voice and hums of insects. Everybody felt goosebumps rising up just listening to him. Xibei was about to go crazy. He held his head and shouted, What is going on? Uncle, weren't you killed in the gray mist? How did you end up like this? Don't you see? Gazing at Xibei, Li Yao said coldly, Xibei, your big brother was a training maniac. Strong as he might have been, he did not have the connections and resources to carry out the scheme of the Temple of Immortals. Your big brother was merely a chess piece under someone else's control. Our master Xibei, the well-respected previous best warrior of Iron Plateau, was the real player of the chess game. As if hit by a bolt of lightning, Xibei was barely able to hold his broken saber. He was so shocked that he stepped back and mumbled, his face pale, Uncle, is this true? Did you murder my father, your own brother? Deep in thought, Xibei glanced at Li Yao casually and sighed. Ah hua, believe me, I gave Zhengdong opportunities. If he were less stubborn, the two of us would have worked together for the future of Iron Plateau. If possible, I definitely wouldn't let a single drop of Iron Plateau blood be shed for nothing, nor would I show up in front of you in such an appearance. I've been restraining myself just now and controlling the apocalyptic beasts to launch as few fatal attacks as possible. They were merely consuming your strength and your spiritual gas. If I didn't, do you think that only 200 people would have been killed? Yan Qihua had always greatly admired his uncle. He had respected his uncle even more than his own father. Right now, when he heard Yan Xibei admitting that Yan Jingdong had been murdered by him, he was grasped by desperation and shouted, why are you doing this? What do you want exactly? Yan Xibei seemed to suddenly fall into a trance. He replied, there are many things that I need to do. It is a long road that I'm walking on. Not everyone has the chance to finish the journey with me. If everything had gone smoothly, the smallest sacrifice could have earned the best results. Many people, including Ah Feng, wouldn't have died. It's a pity that Sand Scorpion was clever enough to see through my plan. But his cleverness is merely a petty trick. In the end, he can't stop me after all. All those lives have been lost for nothing. Li Yao sniffed and thought quickly. White steam was popping up from his forehead. Sand Scorpion, I didn't know that you noticed Yan Xibei's anomalies long ago. Shi Meng patted his shoulder hard and asked hopefully, you must be waiting patiently for him to reveal his true face before you blow him up with your trump cards, mustn't you? Li Yao glanced at him and replied, you are thinking too much, brother. I only thought through everything a moment ago, and I certainly don't have any trump cards with me. He. Yan Xibei chuckled, the shell on his insect body shivering slightly. The 3 hours of fierce battle have drained most people's spiritual gas. The more capable you are, the more exhausted you will be. Right now, there are less than 20 of you who can still fight, and even those 20 are on the verge of passing out, too. Where are your trump cards? Besides, this apocalyptic body that I carefully refined, although still immature, can still wield the combat ability of a calamity-level apocalyptic beast. Let's say you still have your trump cards. So what? They will only be torn apart by me easily. Yan Xibei paused and smiled weirdly. He then shouted, Xie Hong, Yi Jun, Wei Honghu, Mu Jianyuan, Zhang Chengfei, you can come out now. While talking, 5 glittering threads suddenly spurted out of Yan Xibei's insect body and darted toward the Qi trainers like sharp arrows. They tied up the thighs of 5 Qi trainers, before Yan Xibei exerted some strength and pulled them over to him. Of the 5 Qi trainers, 3 were wearing the armor of the Burning Sun tribe, while battle emblems of the Feathered Snakes tribe and the Giant Axe tribe could be found on the other 2 Qi trainers. They were all lightheaded because of the sudden movement, and their eyes were all shaking fast, indicating that they had something they would rather other people not know. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they seemed to realize something. Yan Xibei smiled. With everything reaching this point, the 5 of you can stop hiding and declare openly that you belong to the Temple of Immortals now. The 5 of them blinked and looked at Yan Xibei unconfidently. Yan Xibei's throat suddenly trembled, and a completely different voice that was as dull as colliding rocks came out. I am the Mountain King. The 5 of them gasped and finally shouted ecstatically, Master Yan, you are the Mountain King? What a sir, when we saw you diving into the grey mist, we thought you were dead and the Temple of Immortals plan had come to an end. We didn't know that everything was within your control. How marvelous. Your new body is truly startling. The warriors of the 6 tribes finally realized what was going on. The chief of the Giant Axe tribe and the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe looked awful, as they did not expect that somebody in their own tribe had been transformed into the Temple of Immortals spy. Yan Xibei smiled and replied casually, sorry that I kept it a secret for so long. However, the apocalyptic body is my biggest secret. If I told you about it and you told the Lotus King, your real master, the entire Temple of Immortals would have known that my capability was much higher than their evaluation. If so, how could people like the Lotus King take advantage of me without any doubts? The 5 of them were shuddering with pale faces when they heard Lotus King, their exultation from a moment ago all gone. One of them managed a smile and said, Master Yen. You must be joking. We have always been the Mountain King's subordinates. You are our leader. What does the Lotus King have to do with anything? The legs of another Chi trainer were shaking hard, and he lost control over his tongue. Mountain King, it's true that we talked to the Lotus King several times, but it is you who we've pledged our loyalty to. Another 2 Chi trainers had sensed the subtle killing intent and looked around for a way of escape. There was pity in Yen Xibei's eyes, as he remarked, there's no personal grudge between the Lotus King and me. You are all my compatriots, and I find it hard to kill you. However, what I'm about to say is best not heard by you. Do excuse me, everyone. Hardly had he concluded his speech when the threads suddenly tightened as if they had become thin blades. 3 spies who had joined the Temple of Immortals were minced into multiple parts before they had the chance to scream. The remaining 2 spies, on the other hand, had chopped off the threads in advance. They roared and fled in 2 different directions, one going east and the other going west. In the blink of an eye, they had dashed almost 30 meters away. Yen Xibei grinned hideously. He extended his arms and opened his palms. 2 weird waves immediately appeared in the air and condensed into 2 translucent hands, which moved forward and snatched the 2 running Chi trainers. Yen Xibei clenched his fists, and the 2 giant translucent hands collapsed toward the center like iron walls. 2 clusters of blood exploded in midair, and the muscular men were crushed into 2 indistinguishable meatballs. The cruel picture rendered everyone on the spot dumbfounded. Those familiar with the 5 Chi trainers all knew that the 2 who ran away in the end were both experts above the 50th level of the refinement stage. Yet, they did not have the slight chance to counterattack when faced with Yen Xibei. The apocalyptic body was truly terrifying. Yen Xibei rubbed his hands and said, all right. All the irrelevant people have been cleared, and you've seen my real capability. Now, let's get down to business. Sand Scorpion said that the Temple of Immortals has a scheme on Iron Plateau. I don't deny that. However, as you have seen just now, I, Yen Xibei, am different from the other people of the Temple of Immortals. I am, and always will be, an Iron Plateau native no matter what. How could I jeopardize my own homeland and my compatriots? There are 2 paths in front of you. You can choose the one that you prefer. Firstly, stand on my side and help me become the master of the Temple of Immortals. We will transform the Temple of Immortals with our strength and turn the organization into a tool of Iron Plateau natives that carries out our will. Secondly, if you are unwilling to stand on my side, then you can go to hell. Don't be hasty. I know warriors of Iron Plateau better than anyone else. I'm aware that you are fearless of death. However, you must think about your family and compatriots in your hometown. Think about your parents, your brothers, your wives, and your children. You are all the best warriors on Iron Plateau. What can the rest of Iron Plateau natives do if you are all dead? By then, it is very possible that they will really become the cannon fodder of the Temple of Immortals. Yen Xibei's short speech cast the spot into silence. Everyone's face was pale. Ah Hua, why don't you make a choice first? Yen Xibei looked at his nephew with a smile. Every muscle on Yen Chihua's face was twitching violently. He suddenly took a deep breath and spat hard, damn you. Old fart, I will choose a 3rd path. I will blow you, half-human half-devil monster, up into pieces. Emotionlessly, Yen Xibei formed a spiritual shield in front of him that blocked Yen Chihua's saliva, while 5 spider threads pierced through Yen Chihua's thighs and picked him up shakily. Ah! Yen Chihua's entire weight was lifted by a few extremely thin threads that were hooked into his flesh. He was screaming in the excruciating pain, F***CKU, you old fart. You are not my uncle. My uncle died a hero's death. You are a monster. You are AF * king monster. I will not stand on your side even if I'm to be killed. Ah Hua, you are too rash and useless compared to your brother. Xibei manipulated another coldly shining thread, which slithered toward Qihua's neck. There was still blood on this particular thread. It was the one used to kill one of the spy of the Temple of Immortals just now. My own brother has been killed by me. One of my nephews, too. What's wrong with killing the other one? Since you are not willing to stand on my side, Ahua, your uncle will grant you a quick death. Right then, abrupt changes took place. Xibei's pupils constricted violently, while the mantis forelegs blurred into dozens of shadows and blocked more than 10 invisible bullets. Who's there? Xibei narrowed his eyes and glared at the Qi trainers with his sharp eyes. A tall man in a ragged crystal suit slowly made his way to the front of the crowd. Half of his facial cover had been knocked off, revealing a bristly, unshaven chin. He grinned and said, "My name is Lei Dalu. I am just an ordinary core formation stage cultivator." Chapter 622 Best vs. Best. And me, I am Zhua Xiaohu, nominated as the strongest young man of the East Continent Space Zone 3 times and known as the future star in the Great Horn Exo Society. This is Lu Dian, the white-haired gun king, who is the best shooter of the Wild Goose Academy. The previous bullets were gentle only because his hair hasn't turned white yet. When it does in a moment, one shot will be enough to blow up your head. To tell you the truth, we saw through your plot at the very beginning, and we reserved our strength a while ago, waiting for the moment to come. Our captain is a legendary core formation stage cultivator. Together with the 2 young tigers that are us, we will definitely beat you up to the point that your parents will not recognize you if we are pissed off. So, you'd better stay where you are. Lei Dalu, Zhua Xiaohu, and Lu Dian were standing proudly, their spiritual energy soaring into the sky like a torch that was burning through the heavens. All the Qi trainers were dumbfounded. They looked at the 3 of them in disbelief. Xibei was dazed, but then he suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. How interesting. Core formation stage cultivator. It's a pity that the Lotus King has already sent your files to me. Are you Lei Dalu? You were in the core formation stage before, but due to the heavy wounds you suffered in the battle in the Iron Plateau space zone a few months ago, I'm afraid that you are not even close to your peak state yet. As for Lu Dian and Zhua Xiaohu? I've never heard the 2 names before. Shrimps in the building foundation stage, tops. You have used up your spiritual energy in the previous battle. You are merely bluffing. Besides, Xibei suddenly laughed crazily. Suppose you are indeed a real core formation stage cultivator, so what? This apocalyptic body of mine boasts combat ability far higher than that of the core formation stage. Xibei roared and opened his arms again. His hands changed into various shapes in midair, while 3 enormous hands appeared and snatched at Lei Dalu and the other 2 cultivators. Zhua Xiaohu suddenly changed his face color. He shouted, "Crap! Captain, he saw through us." Lei Dalu cursed. One of his wounds opened up again as he summoned the blood on the tip of his heart that was critical for a cultivator in order to make use the last bit of his spiritual energy. A giant axe full of dents whose edge was gone struck forward like a hammer and crashed into the enormous hand heavily. Zhua Xiaohu crossed his arms. 2 streaks of cold brightness blinked on the end of his elbows as he knocked the invisible waves in the air, too. Lu Dian's body suddenly shook, and he picked 2 silver pistols from who knew where. Dozens of bullets rushed out and formed a blinking shield in front of him. Xibei's enormous hands, however, was much faster and more agile than they had thought. Like 3 mountains that had fallen from the sky, instead of clenching them, they smashed at the 3 cultivators like rocks weighing thousands of tons. Crack! Crack! Suppressed by the unbelievable force, the crystal suits of the 3 cultivators all exploded. Blood was spurting out all over their body. I have to go now. Li Yao's eyes were blood red. His spiritual gas surged out again even though his heart was still aching, as he was preparing to release the apocalyptic extension, the strengthening plugins, and had the last try. Let's go. When the Chi trainers saw that the cultivators who they had always despised were so tough and brave, their fighting will was ignited, too. All of them managed to stand on their feet and unsheath their broken blades, before they gritted their teeth and moved forward. Xibei was trying to crush the three cultivators' crystal suits by brute force with his enormous spiritual gas. He was also doing his best. His face was so twisted that it barely belonged to a human being. The blood stripes all over his body bulged and expanded like thick veins in which spiritual energy in clusters the size of fists were transmitted. Crack! 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 The three cultivators had been too weakened because of their heavy wounds and insufficient spiritual energy to fight against Xibei's carefully made, apocalyptic body. More and more cracks appeared on their crystal suits, which gradually overlapped with scaring noises. It sounded that the three crystal suits would explode in the next second, and the three cultivators inside would be ground to a pulp. Xibei roared crazily, "Do you see? This is my strength. The strength of blood stripes. It is too much for you." While his roar was still echoing in the sky, an ear-splitting fulmination suddenly broke out in the hazy air. Two gold pillars of light slashed open the darkness of night like sabers and paved a brilliant and splendid path over everyone's head. A monolithic iron beast suddenly dashed out of the mist and crashed at Xibei. Xibei's face immediately paled. The enormous hands suppressing the three cultivators were quickly retracted and formed into two new hands in bloody brightness slapping the iron beast, one from the left and one from the right, as if they were trying to flatten it. Boom! The two enormous hands kissed each other like two walls. The iron beast immediately moaned because of the metal being crushed. It was not until this moment that everybody saw that it was actually a damaged heavy tank. However, the tank was surrounded by immense spiritual gas, too. Instead of being flattened by Xibei's enormous hands, it continued rushing at him despite the spluttering sparks. There was a deafening explosion when they collided. The heavy tank was naturally a total loss now, but Xibei was knocked back almost 50 meters and rolled on the ground, too. Everybody was bewildered and stared at the heavy tank, which was beyond recognition now. Dozens of meters away, Xibei had regained his balance. The crash did not hurt him. He gazed at the remains of the heavy tank gloomily and furiously. Voila! Above the heavy tank, the door was kicked open. Enshrouded by the surging white steam, a muscular man not very impressive in height, who was wearing the armor of the Furious Bears tribe and carrying two sabers on his back, crawled out of the cockpit. Ah! Hundreds of Chi trainers exclaimed in shock. Xiong Wuji, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, was standing between them and Xibei like a fortress. "And you said that you didn't have any trump cards." Shi Meng was practically crying in joy. "You must have made a deal with the chief that he would come to save the day when the truth is revealed." Well, Li Yao scratched his head and replied honestly, "That was not in my plan." Coincidence. It's purely a coincidence. Xibei narrowed his eyes. Blood stripes crawled over his skin and covered his face as if they were living creatures. He was now wearing a hideous, bloody mask. Waving the 6 insect limbs, Xibei crept close again and said indifferently, "Xiong Wuji." "And me." Roaring echoed again in the hazy mist, before a single tank suddenly appeared in midair and landed before the Chi trainers' battle formation with thousands of sparks. Wu Mian and Sha Yulan were on the vehicle. The 3 space residents living in the Furious Bears tribe had all arrived. Li Yao was dazed and said hurriedly, "What are you doing here?" Wu Mian waved his saber and replied, "To fight, of course." "Wow! How did Xibei become that?" Li Yao was angry. You can come if you insist. But what is Dr. Sha doing here? She won't help the battle at all. Sha Yulan combed her hair calmly and smiled. As I said in the dungeon a few days ago, whoever wants to hurt my husband and my son, I can only fight them until one of us survives. Besides, if the Temple of Immortals plot succeeds, the entire Iron Plateau will be mired in the flames of war. I can hide myself right now, but where can I hide myself when all my family members are killed in the war? After saying that, Sha Yulan leapt off the single tank. She then took 2 heavy medication cases out of the tank, while she eyed around and asked, "Where are the heavily wounded?" Many Qi trainers finally came back to themselves at this moment. They realized that they'd wronged Xiong Wuji a few days ago. Seeing that he had come to their rescue without caring about the past and that Sha Yulan, a strengthless doctor, had come to the battlefield in person, the warriors of the 6 tribes all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Xiong Wuji took a few steps back to Li Yao's side. He gazed at Yen Xibei and asked solemnly, "What is going on? How did Master Yen Xibei end like this?" Long story short. Li Yao took a deep breath and said quickly, "We are the good guys. Yen Xibei is the bad guy. If you take care of him, you take care of everything." Understood. Xiong Wuji clenched his fists. "Little Xiong, it's useless. Give up and stand on my side." Yen Xibei rubbed dust off his body with his insect limbs and said casually, "You were in the 99th level of the refinement stage in your best state, which only equals to the peak of the building foundation stage. Besides, you were seriously wounded a few days ago, and your right arm was chopped off. Although you have an artificial arm right now, it remains unknown whether or not you can perform the best of your combat skills. After I meld with the apocalyptic body, the top of my combat ability far exceeds the core formation stage. My strength is not something you can resist. You are only increasing the number of casualties by fighting against me. Just surrender and stand on my side. Master Yen." Xiong Wuji stepped forward and opened his arms. His spiritual gas circled him like a translucent dragon and gradually spread out. His face tranquil, he said determinedly, "Born in Iron Plateau, die in Iron Plateau." I've heard the 8 words more times than I can count since childhood. I even heard them many times from your mouth, too. Although I was not born in Iron Plateau, I can always die in Iron Plateau. The cold wind was blowing hard on the desert. The best warriors of Iron Plateau of 2 different generations confronted each other in the devastating sound of storm. Li Yao gritted his teeth and snuck back to Sha Yulan. "Sister Sha, I still have several cores of apocalyptic beasts. But there are too many impurities in them, and they are not suitable to be made into bombs. If I swallow all of them, can you dissolve the spiritual energy contained in the cores with your massage skills and transmit most of it to my heart?" Sha Yulan was dazed and exclaimed in shock, "What are you trying to do? Unrefined cores of apocalyptic beasts are more volatile than gunpowder. Your body is likely to explode after you swallow them." Li Yao grinned. "I will die either when my body explodes or when Yen Xibei crushes me. Just tell me if you can guide the spiritual energy into my heart." Sha Yulan hesitated. Maybe, when she said maybe, a few bizarre-shaped, fragrant cores of apocalyptic beasts appeared in Li Yao's palm. Then he craned his neck and devoured all of them. The art of the swallowing whale was activated. Hiss! Li Yao's eyes bulged instantly. He felt that his stomach had become a monster paradise where thousands of apocalyptic beasts were galloping on a rampage. Li Yao was cramping in pain. His eyes seemed to have become rockets that would rush out of his head at any moment. Hot streams were flooding from his internal organs to his limbs. Such furious spiritual energy was far beyond his soul's control. It was simply impossible to guide the spiritual energy to his heart. Who? Li Yao breathed heavily, only to discover that the air he exhaled was now a weird color. I've made it big this time. Back on Boneyard, to make a quick breakthrough, Li Yao had swallowed tremendous flowing brightness crystals. However, the flowing brightness crystal was one of the most mild and steady heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was not harmful to take them orally without refining. The cores of the apocalyptic beasts, in comparison, contained a lot of impurities whose components were unclear. The cores with the fewest impurities had been swallowed by Li Yao long ago and helped him improve from the 77th level of the refinement stage to above the 80th. The cores with more impurities had been refined into super explosive bullets and crystal bombs. What remained were the few cores that had the most impurities. They were so volatile that they were not suitable to be made into bombs because there was no telling when they would suddenly explode. Despite his sturdy body built up by the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique and his digestive ability based on the art of the swallowing whale, he found the cores unbearable. In less than a moment, his abdomen had protruded out. Various forces were raging inside, as if many monsters were about to break out of his body. At the critical moment, Sha Yulan cast spells silently while she drew different shapes with her hands. Her spiritual energy consolidated into more than 10 long needles that were almost transparent and pierced into Li Yao's abdomen softly. When the long needles entered his body, Li Yao felt that a huge amount of ice had been poured on the volcano inside his stomach. The irritating spiritual energy suddenly calmed down. Sweat was pouring off Sha Yulan's forehead as she was clearly making the best use of her soul power. She changed the shapes of her hands, while the needles of spiritual energy shivered and eased Li Yao's stomach, glowing brilliantly. Li Yao felt that a pair of warm hands were rubbing his chest gently and dissolving the spiritual energy bit by bit. However, the furious spiritual energy was too enormous after all. How much time it would take to fully thaw the cores at such a low speed? Li Yao's eyes were shaking in pain, while he shouted in his mind, "Chief Xiong, buy me some time. Try to buy me some more time. Chat with the old monster." Make small talk and discuss what his feelings were when he set off on the unreturnable path. The two best warriors of Iron Plateau confronted for a long time, before Xiong Wuji asked solemnly, "Master Yen, I don't understand. With your integrity and your love for Iron Plateau, how did you become a dog of the Temple of Immortals? What benefits did the Temple of Immortals offer you that made you betray your compatriots and your homeland?" Hooray! Li Yao was almost crying with joy. He wanted to jump up and give Xiong Wuji a big hug. Yen Xibei sniffed. The interconnecting blood stripes on his face somehow faded. He replied casually, "Little Xiong, you should know what kind of person I am better than anybody else. Is the Temple of Immortals even qualified to make me their dog? All right. If I don't explain everything to you today, it seems that you won't choose to stand on my side at all. I might as well tell you the story as it is. When you saw my appearance just now, you must have felt that I was no better looking than a monster. You were probably also baffled as to why I could control the egg of apocalypse and turn myself into a calamity-level apocalyptic beast, weren't you? Let me ask you first. Do you know what the apocalypse actually is? I'm afraid that none of you know the answer." Xiong Wuji replied coldly, "The apocalypse that happened on Iron Plateau is probably a possession that a civilization implemented on another civilization. The Titan warriors are trying to reincarnate themselves inside the human beings' bodies." At this moment, Yen Xibei was truly stunned. He stared at Xiong Wuji for a long time and nodded in approval. "Excellent. Excellent, little Xiong. I didn't know that I still underestimated you. I thought through the whole thing because I had the heritage of the blood stripes. It is quite impressive that you made the conclusion just based on the traces you found in the battles of the apocalypse. Really impressive. Possession. Reincarnation. The two words are very precise. In fact, there are probably no words that are more fitting than them. Since you already know the truth, a lot of my time can be saved. Xiong Wuji clenched his fists and raised his voice. Master Yen, I'm more confused now. If you knew the truth of the apocalypse to be a war that another civilization waged against mankind, why were you involved in such a scheme to make human beings attack each other? Except for Li Yao and Sha Yulan, everybody else was perplexed, not knowing what riddles the two of them were speaking. Yen Xibei smiled and didn't answer immediately. You were wrong about one thing. It is not the Titan warriors that are trying to possess us, but the blood-striped virus. The so-called Titan warriors are merely their puppets. Xiong Wuji's eyes widened in shock. Blood-striped virus? What is that? Yen Xibei pointed at the twisting, erratic stripes that looked like veins on his body and said, in the Titan illusionary land, every Titan warrior has such continuously changing bloody tattoos. Red moss has appeared on the wildlings in the Dark Continent, too. After thousands of years of evolution, they will turn into blood stripes that are much clearer. When we studied the Titan warriors before, we thought that the blood stripes were just a unique organ that was used to absorb spiritual energy and communicate with each other. We were terribly mistaken. Such blood stripes, blood speckles, and blood moss are themselves a life form, a parasite, a highly developed, intelligent, and yet amorphous species that can only live on other living creatures. The Titan warriors are but their puppets. They are the real planners of the apocalyptic strikes. I call such parasites the blood-striped virus. But calling them blood spirit or blood demon is equally appropriate. His words rendered everyone on the spot dumbfounded as if they'd been hit by a lightning. Even Li Yao and Xiong Wuji had never heard of the blood-striped virus before. They looked at each other and swallowed hard. The dense blood stripes all over Yen Xibei's body appeared queerer and eviler now. Touching the blood stripes on his chest that were protruding like vines, Yen Xibei mumbled, in the battle of the apocalypse 30 years ago, although I managed to reverse the situation on my own, I was seriously wounded and my cultivation plunged. I tried many methods, but the recovery of my cultivation was still extremely slow. Eventually, I made up my mind and went to the Dark Continent by myself, hoping to challenge my limits in the harshest environment. I would either die in a battle or make a breakthrough in it. After traveling for a year in the Dark Continent, I slew countless demon beasts and fought many times against the wildlings. My cultivation gradually recovered, too. However, after one battle, a weird-looking deadly beast, which had blood speckles all over its body, got its eyes on me. The capability, intelligence, and cunningness of the demon beast were far beyond my expectation. It was indeed the most perilous battle of my life. I only killed the beast after a whole night of fighting. However, the moment the deadly beast died, the weird blood speckles on its body suddenly flew to my legs as if they were alive and dyed my lower body crimson. I sensed an extremely uncanny strength inside the blood speckles, which were not only taking over my body but also invading my soul. With no other options, I had to grit my teeth and chop off my lower half body. Then I burnt it to ash with the fuel that I carried with me. It was not until the blood speckles screamed for more than an hour in the flames that they were completely gone. Gasps echoed among the Qi trainers. Many Qi trainers only knew that Yen Xibei had gone to train in the Dark Continent for several years and came back heavily wounded. Although the wounds were healed, his cultivation had hit rock bottom, and he was barely capable of anything later. They hadn't known that he had experienced something so shocking. Yen Xibei's face was utterly tranquil, as if he was telling a story irrelevant to himself. I lost my legs, and my cultivation plummeted. After I returned to the Burning Sun tribe, I was so frustrated that I abandoned the thought of picking up my cultivation again. I planned to teach my compatriots and disseminate my knowledge for the rest of my life. But I didn't know that my previous slash had not eliminated all the eccentric blood. One drop of the blood moved to my upper half body before I chopped off my legs and had been hiding there ever since. It lurked in darkness and waited for its opportunity. Finally, one day, 2 years later, it started attacking my brain and tried to turn me into its puppet. Thankfully, most of the blood had been attached to my legs, which had been separated from me. The remaining strength of the blood was less than 1% of what it should have been. When I discovered it, naturally, I spared no soul power to fight against it. I don't need to elaborate on the dangers of the battle. Anyways, after struggling on the sickbed for 3 days and 3 nights, I finally defeated the drop of blood, or rather, the blood-striped virus. Hee. It planned to invade my brain and turn me into its puppet. But on the contrary, it was swallowed by me, and I received the essence of its life, which was the knowledge of the blood-striped virus. Blood-striped virus is a very ancient life form that originated from a faraway foreign constellation billions of years ago. As parasites, their bodies are thick fluids that look like drops of blood. They hide themselves in meteoroids and float purposelessly in the sea of stars as they look for potential hosts that they can live on. The Titan warriors we saw were initially ancient apes. But they contracted the blood-striped virus and became the best puppets. The symbiosis lasted tens of thousands of years. Chapter 624 Bloody Evolution. The blood-striped virus stimulated the brains of the ancient apes and induced the formation of basic intelligence. Then, after thousands of years' guidance, they gradually endowed the apes with the techniques of absorbing and utilizing spiritual energy. As a result, the Titan warriors became the best bodies and arms for the blood-striped virus to build the civilization that they craved for. Other than living on animals, the blood-striped virus can also attach themselves to plants and germs. By transforming rocks with special plants and fungi, they can turn the rocks into the eggs of apocalypse that we've seen. After the modification of the plants and the germs, eggs of apocalypse will grow roots that can extend to thousands of meters below the ground where they can absorb the resources from the mother lodes. Countless vesicles will be formed inside the rocks, too, where the resources will be dedicated to transforming the ordinary animals into apocalyptic beasts. Apocalyptic beasts are livestock for the blood-striped virus. When a batch of livestock grows mature, they will all be released as an egg of apocalypse outbreak. Then, the Titan warriors would be summoned to fight against the apocalyptic beasts. Such battles give the blood-striped virus tremendous precious resources from underground. But more importantly, the endless fierce battles between the Titan warriors and the apocalyptic beasts would result in unparalleled fighting will and killing intent. Such sense of slaughtering is mandatory for the survival of the blood-striped virus. The blood-striped virus is an extremely weird life form. As parasites that boast enormous mental power, they do not have a high materialistic demand, but they need a sense of slaughtering. It is their food. The blood-striped virus needs killing just as we need air and water. Without death, destruction, and devastation, the blood-striped virus will gradually wither and perish. Therefore, the more brutal the battles between the Titan warriors and the apocalyptic beasts were and the more creatures were killed, the more gratification of demolition and annihilation the blood-striped virus would be able to devour, and the stronger and happier they would be. This is the reason for the bloodthirst of the Titan warriors. The symbiosis between the blood-striped virus and the Titan warriors lasted tens of thousands of years. They swept countless constellations and had a territory that was far larger than the star-ocean imperiums in their prime years. However, one day, billions of years ago, their worlds suddenly experienced a destructive strike. Many constellations were wiped out instantly. Both the blood-striped virus and the Titan warriors could do nothing about it. The remaining blood-striped virus could only board their star ships, or in our eyes, the bizarre-shaped meteoroids, and flee in a hurry. The blood-striped virus could live in the vacuum for a long time, and they did not need many resources for their survival. However, the journey in the cosmos was long and dark, and they couldn't find a new species to provide killing intent for them. The surviving blood-striped virus soon realized that they were about to wither. They could only seal the essential knowledge of their race with secret arts before they entered a certain hibernation state on different meteoroids that were running toward different directions of the universe, hoping to find another world suitable for them and another species that could be lived on. I don't know anything about the rest of the blood-striped virus. However, I do know that part of the race discovered the flying star sector and human beings after floating in the universe for billions of years. Therefore, the blood-striped virus in the hibernation state was awakened. That is what happened 5,000 years ago. The Chi trainers listened to the story in confusion and finally associated it with the arrival of Apocalypse in the flying star sector 5,000 years ago. They were all stunned and exclaimed in shock. Xibei said peacefully, "The rest is history." A large number of meteoroids inhabited by the blood-striped virus marched into the flying star sector and nearly destroyed Iron Plateau, because the blood-striped virus meant to build Iron Plateau into an environment favorable for them and transform human beings into their puppets, the new Titan warriors. However, the possession between civilizations could not be finished in a day. After tens of thousands of years of symbiosis, while the Titan warriors were modified into the best puppets, the blood-striped virus had evolved, too, in order to live more comfortably inside the Titan warriors' bodies. The human beings of 5,000 years ago were not the best candidate puppets for the blood-striped virus. The most critical problem was that the intelligence of human beings was too high. It was quite possible that they would be swallowed by human beings when the infection process failed, just like what has happened to me. Therefore, the blood-striped virus has been consuming our resources through the outbreaks of the eggs of Apocalypse and strengthening our bodies without us knowing. In the meantime, we released endless fighting will in the fierce battles, which was the best nutrition for the blood-striped virus, which has just woken up from the hibernation state. Our civilization would be less and less developed, but our skills of killing would be more and more proficient and our bodies stronger and stronger. We would become bloodthirsty, aggressive, primitive. Everything that the blood-striped virus hoped us to be. Today, the most crucial turning point has come. We have basically used up the most fundamental resources to sustain a civilization. In the future, we will be more dependent on our flesh, blood, and most primitive fighting instincts. Finally, we will grow into the new Titan warriors and the best puppets for the blood-striped virus. Xibei fell into silence after his speech. During the silence, the only sound was the blowing cold wind on the desert. No one opened their mouth. Many quick-minded people had already envisioned the future of Iron Plateau from Xibei's brief introduction. They were all awed by the dark, disheartening scenes. Even the bravest warriors found it hard to breathe and were tremoring uncontrollably. Little Xiong, I don't know how you felt when you found out the truth of possession between civilizations. Xibei's eyes shook, and there was a hint of fear in them. He murmured, "When I finally sorted out the puzzle based on the heritage of the blood-striped virus, my very first feeling was horror. Endless horror. The universe is too vast, too cold, and too dark. Mankind calls itself the strongest fighting species in the sea of stars. We've defeated countless unknown species while we were expanding our territory. Conquering nature, slaying demons, building new worlds, defeating foreign species. How powerful and dominating. However, we are still merely frogs in a well when faced with the boundless universe." Deep within the heritage of the blood-striped virus, a lot of modeled pictures were hidden. I saw a spacious universe and countless unknown species in them. Some of the species were without entities. They were formless like devils, and yet they could take away the lives of thousands of creatures instantly. Some species were made of flesh and blood, but they could live and fight effortlessly in a vacuum and even feast upon meteorites. Some other species were like lifeless soil and rocks, but they boasted extremely uncanny techniques, too. Such unknown species are like deities in myths. Even the human beings of the Star Ocean Imperium, the well-acknowledged summit of humanity, might not have been able to defeat them. When I figured out the truth, I was like a water snake that had suddenly discovered a boundless ocean next to the pond which it had always considered to be its own kingdom. Living in the ocean were all ferocious animals such as sharks and dragons. The desperation caused by a whole new world suddenly unfolding itself in front of me explosively is beyond the description of any words. However, I was never a man who would be beaten by desperation. When my panic and desperation gradually faded, I immediately started pondering our future path. The destination of mankind and the ruthless universe was too complicated a problem for me to solve. But at the very least, I should alter the fate of Iron Plateau and free my compatriots and descendants from the miserable future of being enslaved by the blood-stripe virus. Over that year, the metaphysical and yet urgent questions such as how to make Iron Plateau natives stronger and how to stop the tragedy that was bound to occur thousands of years later had been troubling me. I was barely able to breathe. But my compatriots and my family knew nothing about anything. It's just like an army of soldiers that had been born blind, were striding toward a cliff, and were about to fall into the abyss. I was also a member of the blind army, but somehow, I was suddenly granted sight. I saw brightness as well as the cliff in front of us. But I could not shout or change anything, because the army was too huge and the path we were standing on was too shallow. If I suddenly burst out a cry, it was very possible that everyone would fall off from the two sides of the path and still end up in the abyss. We had no other options except to move forward until we reached the destination of destruction. I struggled for a whole year in pain and devastation. Many times, I thought about sharing my assumptions with everyone. But what could they do even if they learned the truth? Without resources, we would not be able to fight against the eggs of apocalypse. When the towns were destroyed and our civilization collapsed, we would still become the blood-stripe virus slaves just like the wildlings on the Dark Continent. While I was seized by desperation, however, I gradually discovered that unexpected changes were happening to my body. After I fully absorbed the drop of eccentric blood, my own blood as well my nerves and flesh were gradually becoming different. Not only did my capability slowly recover, my senses and control over spiritual energy also increased significantly. Besides, I seem to have been granted the ability to modify animals and communicate with the eggs of apocalypse. After many tests, I finally concluded that, after I swallowed the blood-stripe virus, I had combined the strength of mankind and that of the blood-stripe virus. I had evolved in a brand new way. The discovery made me overjoyed. It also opened a new window for me. The strong prey on the weak in the ruthless universe. Tigers eat men, but men can eat tigers, too. Attack or be attacked. Instead of waiting to be controlled by the blood-stripe virus thousands of years later, we might as well swallow the blood-stripe virus first while we still have the ability to fight. After we absorb the blood-stripe virus and grasp their techniques, naturally, we won't be scared that they will come to manipulate us in thousands of years' time. Besides, after assimilating the blood-stripe virus into our bodies, we will all evolve into newer, stronger human beings. It's very possible that we can march out of Iron Plateau and rule the entire Flying Star sector. This is not only the only destiny of Iron Plateau but also the brightest future for the Flying Star sector. It is even a brand new path for mankind in general. The more Xibei talked, the more excited and crazier he became. The blood stripes all over his body were glittering and fluctuating. Creepy noises were also echoing from the shell on his insect body like metal rubbing together. Bulls asterisk it. This is Bulls asterisk it. Unable to stand on his feet, Xihua sat on the ground before Xibei. His thighs were full of blood, and his face was pale, but he still shouted, "If you are really considering for the future of Iron Plateau, why didn't you put forward your proposal openly instead of cooperating with the Temple of Immortals and killing so many people?" Xibei sighed and replied, not without regret, "You think I never thought that? When I made up my mind, my very first thought was to share it with the public and ask everyone else to study the blood-stripe virus together with me in order to scrutinize and make the best use of it. However, 3 unresolvable problems immediately occurred to me. Firstly, look at me. Do you want to be like this? Xibei pointed at the blood stripes on his body, which were twisting like vipers, vines, and veins and releasing eccentric redness, with a self-mocking smile. Or this? He then pointed at his extremely hideous body that was made up by multiple giant insects. Not waiting for a reply, he shook his head and said, "It's impossible. You would definitely be unwilling to be changed into such appearances unless it was absolutely necessary. My plan would meet countless obstacles. I assumed that you would rather cooperate with the space residents than meld with the blood-striped virus. No. You wouldn't agree to my plan. If anything, you would even think that I had been controlled by the blood-striped virus, and that my soul and brain were no longer my own. Everything I did was actually the blood-striped virus will so that it could bloom and spread to every corner of Iron Plateau, if not the Flying Star sector. You would think that way, right? Correct. Xiong Wuji said coldly, Master Yen, after listening to your theory, I have every reason to believe that the blood-striped virus has conquered your brain. Or in other words, you've been possessed by the blood demon. Xibei was not angry. He smiled and replied peacefully, yes. That is a very reasonable doubt. If I were you and I saw such an ugly monster showing up, would naturally speculate that he was possessed by a demon and would never believe anything coming out of his mouth. I pondered for a long time, but I failed to find an undeniable method to prove that I was not possessed by the blood-striped virus. Therefore, I could not tell the secret, because nobody was going to believe me even if I did. Like I said just now, you are like people who are born blind. You don't know what brightness is. Even if I tell you that I see the cliff ahead of us and a bright path beyond it, you will not believe me but simply think that I've been bewildered by a devil. But I am well aware that I am not controlled by the blood-striped virus. My head is as clear and sharp as ever, and I am nothing but rational. Ha ha ha. Since it is inexplicable, I might as well not explain it at all. The whole world may misunderstand me, but so what? Just allow me to save Iron Plateau on my own. However, since I was on my own, the next crucial issue immediately emerged, which was that I didn't have enough resources to study the blood-striped virus and perform the necessary experiments. I'd been struggling against the blood-striped virus for years and stopped taking care of the affairs of my tribe long ago. My younger brother, Yan Zhengdong, had become the chief. I was never a man fond of power. If I suddenly meddled in the tribe's affairs and demanded a lot of resources, I was bound to be suspected. Although I had a lot of connections in all of the 6 tribes, they could not be translated into the enormous resources that I was in dire need of. Even if many people in the 6 tribes were willing to listen to my command and provide the resources for me, they would inevitably know that I was preparing for a groundbreaking discovery. Thirdly, and lastly, let's say that I could collect resources and carry out my plan in secret. There was still a fatal problem that I could not bypass. The space residents. I had profound understanding about the capability gap between Iron Plateau natives and space residents. I was well aware that, after thousands of years of separation, the overall combat ability of Iron Plateau natives is much lower than that of space residents. At the moment, since we are all human beings, the ostensible peace is still maintained. However, if my plan is carried out on a large scale, and Iron Plateau natives start evolving into a whole new life form by absorbing the blood-striped virus, will space residents idle by and watch? They won't. When they discover Iron Plateau natives in our new forms, they will definitely regard us as terrible monsters and destroy us mercilessly. We do not have the ability to cruise in the universe and would only be able to take their blow. The war could never be won. If any of the 3 problems remained unresolved, my plan would be just an unreachable dream. However, Iron Plateau natives were not doomed. While I was troubled by the 3 problems, I accidentally discovered that a mysterious organization was active on Iron Plateau. They were looking for a cooperator, or rather, a puppet, on Iron Plateau. Xiong Wuji narrowed his eyes and remarked coldly, "The Temple of Immortals?" Xibei nodded with a smile. "Yes. The Temple of Immortals. We all know the purpose of the Temple of Immortals. This organization of the so-called immortal cultivators has been conspiring against cultivators and infiltrating them for many years. But they were in lack of ordinary soldiers, or cannon fodder, if you will. The tricks, plots, and harassment of space pirates were far from enough to overturn the world of cultivators. Iron Plateau natives, who boast countless excellent warriors and have a long grudge with cultivators, naturally caught their attention. Iron Plateau natives are too untamable to be directly commanded by them. So, they could only look for a puppet on Iron Plateau and raise a war between Iron Plateau natives and space residents through the puppet. That was the easiest choice. The puppet had to enjoy certain prestige in the 6 tribes and be familiar with their situation in order to supervise the plan of the Temple of Immortals. Also, the puppet could not be very strong. He had to be at their mercy and be able to be wiped out easily when necessary. Lastly, the puppet had to have a fatal weakness or a very urgent demand that they could lure him with. Ha! Ha ha ha! Who else on the entire Iron Plateau could meet all the 3 conditions except for me? Therefore, a leader of the Temple of Immortals who called himself Lotus King soon found me and tried to talk me into their plan. They threw out 2 baits. The first bait was that the cooperation between the Temple of Immortals and Iron Plateau natives was equal. When the plan succeeded, the Flying Star sector would be evenly divided between us. As for the other hook, they claimed that they had methods to treat my legs and restore my capability. My longevity could also be lengthened so that I would be able to explore the summit of Chi training. In order to convince me and show their respect for Iron Plateau natives, they even invited me to be one of the 4 leaders of the Temple of Immortals. 4 kings of immortality, Mountain Sea Black Lotus. Ridiculous. It was too ridiculous. Those ugly, cowardly immortal cultivators who wouldn't hesitate to sell their mothers for their own benefits were too naive and hilarious. What kind of person did they think I, Xibei, was? Immortality? Recovery of capability? A useless title? Honor or disgrace, gains or losses, strong or weak, and even life or death were as meaningless as the clouds in the sky for me. They were not worth mentioning at all. Besides, I had just experienced a perilous battle against the blood-stripe virus and grasped the virus knowledge. The struggles that I had passed were too harsh for me to be fooled by petty benefits. They thought that an empty title, Mountain King, was enough to buy me and ease my vigilance so that they would take advantage of me however they wanted. But they did not know that it was exactly the reason I became wary of them. 4 kings of immortality, Mountain Sea Black Lotus. The Sea King, the Black King, and the Lotus King are all super experts above the nascent soul stage. I appeared to be in the building foundation stage even after I was partly recovered by the secret arts of the Temple of Immortals. What qualifications did I have to be on par with them? The higher they raised me, the clearer I was of their ill intentions. The immortal cultivators were trying to trade an empty title for the future of Iron Plateau. When all the cannon fodder ran out, they could do whatever they wanted to the Mountain King, who could not even defeat a core formation stage cultivator, couldn't they? Excellent plan. It was indeed an excellent plan. It's a pity that, if the blood-stripe virus had failed to transform me into its puppet, what made the Temple of Immortals think that they could manipulate me? On the surface, I pretended that I was fascinated by the Temple of Immortals' offer and joined the organization to become the Mountain King. But under the table, I demanded a lot of resources, including the state-of-the-art research facilities and secret arts, from the Temple of Immortals under the pretext that I was making preparations for their plan. With the resources, I completed the Temple of Immortals scheme while I conducted my own research. With the wildlings on the Dark Continent as experiment subjects, I tested the best methods to swallow the blood-stripe virus without being corrupted on them. In the meantime, I communicated with a meteorite with the foreign blood inside my body and turned it into my own egg of apocalypse. Don't think that you are in a random valley. This particular valley was carefully chosen after years of prospecting. Several rarely seen mother lodes are buried deep below the ground of the valley where countless precious minerals were condensed. But they were too deeply concealed for Iron Plateau natives to explore and excavate. However, the eggs of Apocalypse can absorb all of the underground resources. In short, this valley is my personal natural paradise. I planted an egg of Apocalypse in the depths of the natural paradise. In the center of the egg of Apocalypse, I grew the strongest calamity-level apocalyptic beast in history, which I carefully refined after gathering the essences of countless apocalyptic beasts. However, the calamity-level apocalyptic beast does not have a brain or thinking ability. It is just a body, an unfathomably strong apocalyptic body. Hee. The other three kings of the Temple of Immortals thought me an ignorant barbarian and an old fart that they could make use of as they saw fit. But they did not know that, once the apocalyptic body grew mature and I was fully melded with it through the blood stripes, I would be able to wield a terrifying combat ability far beyond that of the nascent soul stage cultivators. When that day comes, what can the Lotus King, the Sea King, and the Black King do with me? Master Yen. Xiong Wuji stepped forward, leaving cracks on the ground. He raised his voice. If you did not mean to help the Temple of Immortals, why did you kill your own brother and incite a war between Iron Plateau natives and space residents? Do you know how many people will die, how many towns will be destroyed, and how many refugees will have to flee and live in underground shelters for the rest of their lives once the war begins? Of course, I do. However, as long as my plan is carried out, a war against the space residents is inevitable. Yen Xibei smiled casually. Since the war will break out sooner or later, we might just as well fight it in the name of the Temple of Immortals and make everyone else believe that we are cannon fodder that has been fooled. The thing about cannon fodder is that nobody will pay attention to it despite the scale, isn't it? Cultivators will be focused on the real schemer behind everything, the Temple of Immortals, won't they? It is also needless to say that we will be granted the ability to enter space during the war. We might even have chances to maneuver several starships of the space pirates or build some of our own. However, none of the factors were the main reasons for me to start the war. The most critical reason is that you will never agree to meld yourselves with the bloodstripe virus while at peace no matter what. But everything would change when a cruel war begins and Iron Plateau is in perils. Think about it. After the war begins, Iron Plateau will be bombarded into a wasteland by the space residents, and the surviving Iron Plateau natives will only be able to hide themselves in the underground shelters, shuddering in fear. Countless Chi trainers will suffer heavy wounds in the battles against cultivators and will be on the brink of death. Right then, I will announce that I've developed a method that can recover the heavily wounded and increase their combat ability quickly. Even though the side effect of the method is that the patients will look quite ugly, it is utterly insignificant when they are motivated by hatred and threats that are suffocating Iron Plateau natives. When a large batch of Chi trainers accept the foreign blood and meld with the blood stripe virus, there won't be too many obstacles to further promote the method. Hee. Before long, we will raise a terrifying army with blood stripes below the ground of Iron Plateau. At that time, we will be able to counterattack and take over the Temple of Immortals as well as the space pirates under their control. We will sweep the Flying Star sector and implement our will in every corner of the Sea of Stars. This is my whole plan, which is devoid of any selfish reasons. Everything is for the consideration of the future of Iron Plateau natives. Xiong Wuji felt creepy and gnashed his teeth. It's a pity that your plan won't work out now. Yen Xibei sighed. There are always unexpected factors. Over the past 10 years, I've been working and hiding myself in secret all the time. On one hand, I could not let you see any anomalies. On the other hand, I had to deal with the cunning leaders of the Temple of Immortals. They thought that I was too old and stupid. I was ostensibly the supervisor of all the arrangements on Iron Plateau as the Mountain King, but they had been infiltrating the 6 tribes all the time. They were even bold enough to send a few spies to the Burning Sun tribe. However, I pretended that I didn't know anything. All my patience was meant to buy me more time for the apocalyptic body to grow mature so that the war fire can be ignited. But I didn't expect that, although my decade-long plan was not seen through by the Lotus King, not by the elders of the 6 tribes, and not by the experts among the cultivators, it was sabotaged by a wildling who jumped out of nowhere. I blame the Lotus King for my mistake. He told me that a space resident named Li Yao had snuck into Iron Plateau. The man was cunning and full of dirty tricks. He was quite cruel and resolute, too. The Lotus King asked me to be very cautious of him. Sand Scorpion, when I learned your existence, and especially after you and Xiong Wuji fled together, I assumed that you are the space resident Li Yao. All my arrangements were based on that assumption. If you were indeed the space resident named Li Yao, you shouldn't have been able to pass the test of the Truth Cabinet, and the following changes wouldn't have happened at all. But I didn't expect that you would pass the test of the Truth Cabinet and prove that you are not a space resident. Since you have nothing to do with that Li Yao, a deadly loophole appeared in my plan. Xiong Wuji shouted angrily, therefore, you killed your own nephew? Yan Xibei shook his head in regret. Ah, Feng was a good kid. He had been in touch with the Mountain King the whole time, but he didn't know that the Mountain King was actually me. The situation at that time had already gone out of control. In order to refine the egg of apocalypse, and to fool the immortal cultivators such as the Lotus King as well as the experts of the 6 tribes, I'd already poured 99% of the foreign blood in my body into the egg of apocalypse to produce the apocalyptic body. I only kept a tiny bit of the foreign blood to maintain the connection. Before I joined with the apocalyptic body, I had not been strong enough to deal with the new changes. Therefore, when I discovered that things were getting out of my control, I commanded Ah Feng, under the name of the Mountain King, to lead you all into the valley at any cost. My original thought was that, if everything went well on the Truth Cabinet, then it would be all good. But if anything went wrong, I could interrupt the development of the apocalyptic body and meld with it ahead of schedule. However, I didn't anticipate that Ah Feng would kidnap me at the crucial moment in the end. I could only sacrifice him in order to free myself. Who? Li Yao had been holding his breath and listening. He finally took a long breath in relief now that a few important questions that had been bothering him were resolved. Sha Yulan's hands were moving faster and faster. Hundreds of stars seemed to be emerging among her fingers and blinking above Li Yao's abdomen. A moment later, she exclaimed, "We made it. I've finally dissolved all the spiritual energy contained inside the cores and sorted them through. Right now, as long as I guide all the spiritual energy into your heart and limbs with the secret massage arts, you will be able to absorb all of it." Li Yao beamed with joy. He couldn't help but grin. Great. With so much spiritual energy, I will definitely be able to break the last 3 shackles of the Black Spider Death Curse. Yan Xibei, you think that you are a sure winner right now, but you don't know that a lot of unexpected factors are still here. After I break the Black Spider Death Curse, I will be able to advance into the peak of the building foundation stage at the very least. Together with Xiong Wuji, who is in the 99th level of the refinement stage, and Lei Dalu, who is in the beginning level of the core formation stage, as well as so many other Qi trainers, you will not remain invincible as long as we work together. It's only because you are too chatty. Why do bad guys like you always keep talking and wasting your time when your evil plan is about to work out? That is so idiotic. Sister Sha, how long do you expect it will take to guide all the spiritual energy into my heart? Sha Yulan calculated quickly and replied, very soon. 30 hours, tops. Li Yao was rendered speechless. Sister, now is not the time for jokes. Sha Yulan frowned, who's joking? You only managed to survive the digestive process with my secret arts of the Sha family and your monster-like body. If it were a different person who had swallowed so many cores of apocalyptic beasts that had so many impurities, they would have been killed a long time ago. If the cores of apocalyptic beasts can be taken orally like tonics, wouldn't any random guy be able to become an expert after swallowing several of them? Li Yao smiled bitterly. Fair enough, sister. But according to my observation, Xibei is not likely to talk for another day and night however loquacious he seems. In the front, Xiong Wuji looked Xibei in the eye and shouted excitedly, wait. Xibei tilted his head. He was wearing a relieved smile as if he had finished a prolonged wait for something. He burst into laughter. Little Xiong. We'll talk later if you have anything else you want to say. But right now. Ho! Xibei's eyes suddenly bulged, and he roared without a warning. An intense, bloody aura spurted out of the pores all over his body and formed a crimson apocalypse cloud in the sky. Surrounded by a thin layer of blood mist, he was 10 times more intimidating than before. Everybody was dumbfounded, including Li Yao. I'm sorry. There's something that I forgot to tell you, Xibei said in a smile. Since the apocalyptic body was dismembered from the egg of apocalypse in advance, it has been quite difficult for me to meld with it by force. In fact, the melding process was not completed until just now. My nerves and veins had all been growing and docking to my new body. If everybody had attacked without thinking the moment I showed up, there was a 20 or 30% likelihood that you might have been able to kill me. Therefore, I had to pick some topics that you were all interested in to buy me more time. Right now, the apocalyptic body has melded successfully. Although it is just a semi-product, it can still wield combat ability close to the nascent soul stage. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Ha. Ha ha ha. Sha Yulan looked at Li Yao emotionlessly. Li Yao scratched his head. All right. It seems that Xibei's wisdom is slightly higher than I thought. Waving his enormous scorpion tail, Xibei crawled close to everyone and grinned hideously. I know that you still have a lot of questions, but it doesn't matter. I don't intend to kill you. I merely mean to beat you until you're heavily wounded, drag you underground, and transform all of you with the blood-stripe virus. When you are fully melded with the blood-stripe virus and evolve into a new life form, you will understand my efforts and realize that the path I am walking on is the only option to protect our home and create the brightest future. Xibei, you've been beguiled. Xiong Wuji bellowed. The black hide armor covering his upper body was broken into pieces, revealing a brawny body with overlapping scars. He opened his arms. His spiritual gas surged out like an iron wall that stood in Xibei's way. Chapter 627 Great Path of Immortality. You claim that you are creating the brightest future, but isn't the future of Iron Plateau made of every Iron Plateau native's future? Xiong Wuji crossed his hands. 2 thick-backed, broad-edged sabers appeared in his hands. The auras of his blades extended out into a burning crosshair. He said, when a war between Iron Plateau natives and space residents breaks out, with the immortal cultivators stirring trouble, even if the experts can be melded with the blood-stripe virus, what are the ordinary people going to do? From Iron Plateau to the space, billions of ordinary people will die. They do not even have a present, and you are talking about future. What kind of bullsh*t future is that? Xibei burst into laughter. His 6 insect limbs moved forward like paddles as he accelerated. The spreading bloody brightness around him condensed into 2 sharp claws again, which snatched at Xiong Wuji from both sides. Boom! Their spiritual gas collided heavily. As if a crystal bomb weighing 100,000 tons had been detonated, quite a few true chi tanks nearby were knocked into the air and smashed the ground, turning into wasted iron and copper. All the chi trainers and cultivators found it hard to keep their eyes open against the blast. The sweeping dust blocked everything. They could only hear Xibei scream in the center of the sandstorm, "For the succession of our civilization, some people must be sacrificed. Too many of our ancestors have sacrificed themselves while we struggle to survive in the desolate planet for thousands of years. What's wrong with sacrificing more right now? All the deaths will be worthwhile as long as our civilization proceeds." Boom. 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 Two true chi trains seemed to be crashing continuously inside the sandstorm, or maybe they were two hungry tyrannosaurs that were mauling each other. Not only was the earth shaking, even the stars in the sky seemed to be unable to withstand the summit confrontation of the two best warriors of Iron Plateau. The rays from the sky were feeble and shivering. Xiong Wuji roared, "Didn't our ancestors choose to stay on Iron Plateau in order to protect our home and the ordinary people living on it? Our ancestors worked hard for 5,000 years so that the wasteland could finally be revived. But right now, you are going to set it in war flames again and kill so many ordinary people. A civilization that passes on in such a way is definitely not the civilization that our ancestors wanted. Definitely not. There are clearly many other ways to solve the problem of being possessed by an alien civilization. We can cooperate with the space residents. All the human beings can work together and crack the mysteries of the blood-striped virus." "You've been bewildered, Xibei. No. You are not Xibei at all. The Xibei I knew was willing to fight for every Iron Plateau native, no matter whether they were strong or weak, chi trainers or ordinary people, old or young, and from the Burning Sun tribe or the Furious Bears tribe. When they were in danger, the real Xibei would show up and fight for them at any cost. If sacrifices were unavoidable, he would only sacrifice himself. He would definitely not let someone else die and shamelessly call that sacrifice. Xibei is dead. You are only the blood-striped virus, the blood demon, taking his body as your shell. When your plan succeeds, the Iron Plateau natives and the space residents will all be destroyed and turned into a species entirely different from human beings. That is your real plan. Your plan of possession. I, Xiong Wuji, might not be a real Iron Plateau native, but regardless of whether I am an Iron Plateau native or a space resident, I won't let things go your way." Boom. As Xiong Wuji roared, an unparalleled blast spread out crazily and blew away the dust around the two of them. A picture of two statues was revealed. Xiong Wuji's dual sabers were pushed against the two mantis forelegs on Xibei's insect body. Although they were absolutely still, dazzling sparks were bursting out from where the blades kissed each other. Xiong Wuji's immense spiritual gas of the 99th level of the refinement stage condensed incessantly around him like an unyielding torch that was burning crazily with his life as its fuel. Xibei's bloody aura, on the other hand, had turned into two enormous hands and pressed Xiong Wuji's flames of spiritual gas. Ear-splitting thunders were breaking out where the two streams of spiritual energy clashed. The two parties seemed to be in an impasse. However, Xibei was smiling and showing no signs of trouble, while Xiong Wuji's face was red, and the veins on his neck were twice as swollen as before. Boom! Xibei pressed downward. Xiong Wuji finally couldn't bear it any longer. He grunted, the skin all over his body fracturing with blood jetting out. He fell to one knee. Centered at him, the earth 10 square meters nearby collapsed for half a meter. Chief Xiong. Although Xiong Wuji had resigned as the chief of the Furious Bears tribe in front of all the chi trainers, many of them forgot to change their way of addressing him in the time of urgency. Pa! Xibei's scorpion tail turned into a streak of blackness and whipped Xiong Wuji hard. Xiong Wuji could not dodge and had to take the blow the hard way, only to be slapped almost 50 meters away and crash into two rocks before he finally fell to the ground. A shocking purple bruise appeared before his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Did you see that? This is the formidability of the apocalyptic body. The 99th level of the refinement stage is but the strength of an ant in front of me. Taking a deep breath, Xibei was fascinated by the unprecedentedly strong body, with joy beaming out of his face. He rubbed his mantis forelegs and crawled towards Xiong slowly, while he remarked coldly, "Do you think that everything will be fixed after you finish the blood-stripe virus? Na square root of. The human civilization has been too fortunate. Unbelievably fortunate. In the hundreds of thousands of years while we evolved from monkeys into human beings and built up a civilization with a territory beyond one planet, we were never once discovered by any strong unknown species. We lived our lives like babies in cradles, safely and happily. In our childhood, when we explored the sea of stars, the constellations around us were all inhabited by creatures far weaker than us. We could conquer them, enslave them, and plunder their resources at our will. Finally, we built a powerful nation called the Star Ocean Imperium in our peak. However, luck is not going to be on our side forever. If the blood-stripe virus could discover us, why can't the deity-like civilizations that I saw in the heritage of the blood-stripe virus? Or rather, in the depths of the endless cosmos, will there be a super-civilization that is stronger than any alien species that the blood-stripe virus has seen? Maybe human beings are but ants for them. Even if we fixed the problem of the blood-stripe virus today, what if a stronger civilization invades us tomorrow? What if another apocalypse breaks out, this time, not about passing on knowledge and possessing our civilization but about pure destruction? What are we going to do if a deity-like civilization yawns and stomps on an ant accidentally? Just wake up. The carefree childhood is long over. We are surrounded by a perilous sea of stars and a dark forest where countless ferocious animals and birds are lurking. If they so much as sense our existence, they will jump out and swallow us for dinner. Be stronger. We have no other options except to become stronger. Become stronger through whatever methods at whatever cost. Tigers eat men, but men can eat tigers, too. Our only path is to get stronger and be men who eat tigers and dinosaurs. If deities do exist, we will eat all of them someday. Melding with the blood-stripe virus and evolving into stronger, more excellent human beings is the first step. After that, we will continue evolving. Eliminate the weak and become even stronger. Only by doing so can we expect to compete with the invincible deities and survive in the dark forest for all eternity. Standing in front of Xiong, Xibei looked down at him. While vomiting blood, Xiong smiled miserably. Eliminate the weak? The deaths of billions of ordinary people are nothing but elimination for you? I don't like the immortal cultivators, but they're right about one thing. The bloody brightness around Xibei was still condensing. It was even darker and denser, making him look like a devil being born from blood. He said, "The evolution has long begun. Cultivators, immortal cultivators, and chi trainers are all new human beings who have made a step forward in the path of evolution. Stronger, smarter, better human beings are the only hope for mankind. From the perspective of the civilization as a whole, ordinary people who cannot evolve are utterly useless. Their only value is to serve as soil and provide nutrition and resources for us. If the conditions allow, I am not a man who hungers for blood. But right now, the environment we are faced with is too harsh. The useless ordinary people have already become burdens and nuisances. Put down the burdens and cut off the nuisances so that we can march into the battlefield with a light pack. Concentrate all our resources on evolution. That is the only way of survival in the dark forest." He. The selfish members of the Temple of Immortals are too scared of death and only pursue their own longevity. They are shameless enough to call themselves immortal cultivators. Maybe, the new human beings who pursue the immortality of the human civilization with every method possible, such as myself, are the real immortal cultivators. What I am cultivating is the real great path of immortality. Evolve. continue evolving. One day in the future, the human civilization will evolve into a celestial civilization, and we will be the strongest hunter in the dark forest. Pa! Wu Mayan dashed to Xiong Wuji's back without anybody knowing and dragged him back quickly, while he shouted at Xibei, "Look at yourself. Celestial civilization? I call it a cockroach civilization." Xibei was dazed for a moment and smiled without being bothered. Celestials or cockroaches, the critical thing is that we are alive. Survival is everything. There are endless possibilities as long as we are alive. Live. Live on. Live on like insects, swine, tigers, wolves, dragons, snakes, gods, or devils. This is my path and the path leading to the immortality of the human civilization. This is the only real path of immortality. Boom! Xibei was talking so excitedly that the bloody aura around him was all dancing as if it were alive. However, a fireball suddenly exploded in front of him, and the brightness around Xibei was shrieking in pain. As it turned out, Wu Mayan had shot out a crystal bomb brutally with a thick true chi gun. Huh! Ruthlessness suddenly blinked in Xibei's eyes, and he grinned hideously. Those who are too stubborn to embrace evolution shall all be eliminated. A bloody claw was suddenly condensed in midair and snatched at Wu Mayan's head, producing ear-splitting noises. Fearlessly, Wu Mayan grabbed a saber that was even longer than himself and jumped up into the sky, slashing the bloody claw. However, he was too young and only in the 13th level of the refinement stage after all. After the clash, the bloody claws remained harmless, but his own saber was broken in half after a clang from the middle. Wu Mayan grunted. His fingers bleeding, he fell down from the sky. The bloody claw was much faster than him and went directly for his skull. If they snatched his head, it would definitely be crumbled in the next second. In the time of urgency, Xiong Wuji suddenly rose up. He picked up his foster son and put him on his back, while he crossed his arms and summoned his spiritual gas to block the bloody claws. "Do not touch my son." Xibei smiled casually. He suddenly exerted his strength. The blood claw seemed to have turned into a red shooting star and blew Xiong Wuji and Wu Mayan hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep ravine in the ground. The two of them span wildly in midair and crashed into the Chi trainers. The Chi trainers hurried to help Xiong Wuji get on his feet, only to discover that his chest was bloody and hot steam was popping out non-stop, as if he had really just been hit by a meteorite. The Chi trainers of the Furious Bears tribe and the other 5 tribes as well as cultivators from the Great Horn Exo Society were all greatly awed. Tiny fighting wool was hovering and consolidating above the exhausted warriors' heads. Most of them were using their sabers and flags as clubs and managed to stand on their feet by supporting each other. Motivated by invisible strength, their fighting wool reverberated, and their spiritual gas surged out. Fight! Let's fight! Chief Xiong was right. He is not Xibei. He is not a human being. He is the blood-striped virus. A blood demon. Sha Yulan gritted her teeth, with hot tears rolling inside her eyes. She forced herself to not look at Xiong Wuji and continued guiding the spiritual energy to attack Li Yao's heart wholeheartedly. Sensing the reverberating fighting wool that was even more emotive than before, Li Yao felt like he was in the middle of a raging ocean and could not hold it any longer. He jumped up and grabbed a broken saber. A bloody aura immediately sprayed out of his blade. Sha Yulan exclaimed in a low voice, "The guidance has not been completed yet. The immense spiritual energy is still on a rampage inside your veins, nerves, and internal organs. If it is not completely dissolved and digested, you may die in body explosion at any moment. There's no time to bother about that." Li Yao spat, only to discover that his saliva raised a tiny flame when it hit the ground. Licking his lips, he couldn't tell what the simmering situation inside his body really was. He simply said, let me just slash him and enjoy myself for a moment. Kill him. Chiefs of the Giant Axe tribe, the Feathered Snakes tribe, the Heaven Wolves tribe, and the Silver Moon tribe, as well as the dozens of Chi trainers who still had the ability to fight, roared and rushed forward. Kill him. Lei Dalu, Zhuoxiaohu, Lu Dian, and the other cultivators of the Great Horn Exo Society who could still stand also charged at the enemy without thinking about anything else. Kill him. Li Yao felt that his body was on fire. The broken saber in his hand had joined with him and became an unquenchable torch. It was not spiritual gas that was spurting out of the back of his armor, but orange exhaust flames. Accelerating himself to the maximum speed, Li Yao turned into a brilliant star and darted at Yen Xibei. Ants are just ants. What can you do even if your number is impressive? Yen Xibei suddenly roared. The bloody flames hundreds of square meters around him suddenly exploded. 100 bloody claws extended from the ocean of blood and snatched at everybody on the spot. Pooh! Li Yao felt that his chest had been bashed hundreds of times within the moment. The spiritual gas that he had just summoned all collapsed, while he was blown hundreds of meters away and crashed into a heavy tank. There was nothing but blood red in front of his eyes. 2 honeycombs seemed to have been stuffed into his ears, because he could hear nothing except an incessant humming. It was not until almost 20 seconds later that he regained his sight and hearing. He discovered that the hundreds of people who had charged forward had all been blown back by the storm and were scattered on the battlefield. Most of them were unconscious. There was no telling whether they were alive or dead. Those who were conscious had also been heavily wounded and were bleeding profusely, unable to stand up again. Yen Xibei sneered, the fierce battle over the previous 3 hours drained your spiritual gas. Even though you were above the 70th level of the refinement stage, your combat ability is below the 20th level of the refinement stage now that your spiritual gas had run dry and you are exhausted. In comparison, this apocalyptic body of mine boasts combat ability close to the nascent soul stage. On what grounds do you think you can fight against me? Before Yen Xibei finished his sentence, his pupils shrank violently as he looked to his left in surprise. To his left, a man soaked in blood, with no skin still intact, managed to stumble to his feet. The best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, Xiong Wuji. Yen Xibei squinted, crawled over, and shook his head. It's useless. Little Xiong, give up. Xiong Wuji stood stably and took a deep breath. Still in a trance, he looked around for anything that could serve as a weapon near him. He smiled miserably and said, "That's why I say that you are not Master Yen at all. When I was the most confused, the most desperate, and the most frustrated, it was Master Yen who told me that strength and victory did not matter for an Iron Plateau Chi trainer. What matters is to fight and never to give up as long as you are still breathing." Yen Xibei narrowed his eyes. His scorpion tail was raised high again. "Father Xiong, you've been injured. Let me." Protected by Xiong Wuji just now, Wu Mian only rolled tumble a few times on the ground and was not wounded. He tore off 2 strips of cloth from his coat with his teeth and bound his hands with the broken saber. Then he dashed to Xiong Wuji and glared at the scorpion tail that was even thicker than his waist. He raised his saber high and gnashed his teeth. "Come on, you monster. I am Wu Mian, Xiong Wuji's son and the future best warrior of Iron Plateau." What a touching father-son relationship. Yen Xibei smiled. The scorpion tail turned into a streak of brightness again, this time, not whipping but piercing. The sharp venomous sting was aimed at Wu Mian's thin chest. Wu Mian shouted desperately. The surging spiritual gas around the young man was definitely much more than 15 square meters. His soaring fighting will seem to have repaired the broken saber and made it even sharper than when it was intact. He slashed it down brutally. Chi! The scorpion tail penetrated flesh. The venomous pierced through the body out of the back. Ah! Sha Yulan cried, her tears flowing out. But a moment later, she suddenly found that her son had been kicked away when the sting arrived, and it was actually Xiong Wuji who had been pierced through. The sting had penetrated into Xiong Wuji's left shoulder blade, but he clutched the thick scorpion tail, and his leg stabbed into the earth like two giant trees. Xibei found it impossible to retract the tail however hard he tried. "Do not touch my son." With every word Xiong Wuji roared, the earth below him would quake. His dispersed spiritual gas was concentrated again and raged out like a tsunami. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. The range of Xiong Wuji's surging spiritual gas continued expanding. "Little Xiong, you are truly unsuitable to be a leader. Too emotional. It was only your foster son whom you don't have any blood relationship with." Xibei slowly wriggled his scorpion tail and enlarged the wound on Xiong Wuji's left shoulder. The dense thorns on the scorpion tail almost shattered Xiong Wuji's left shoulder. Xibei declared gloomily, "Not just a foster son, even a true-born son must be sacrificed for the continuity of the civilization when necessary. In the dark universe, everything must be calculated precisely for survival. Emotions are the most useless things of all. The new human beings after evolution should retain none of them." Father Xiong. Wu Mian was somewhat light-headed. He tried to stand up with his broken saber as a club but failed after multiple attempts. "Big Xiong." Sha Yulan rushed toward the two most important men in her life without caring about anything. Xibei raised his eyebrow. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Yet, before he launched the fatal attacks toward the two, he suddenly felt an enormous, uncanny force coming from his scorpion tail. Xiong Wuji had pushed him 3 meters backwards against his scorpion tail with a body of flesh and blood. The range of Xiong Wuji's surging spiritual gas was still expanding. 70 square meters. 80. 90. Without emotions, what is the difference between humans and rocks? Every muscle on Xiong Wuji's body was cramping because of the excruciating pain. Blood was flowing out of the gaps in his broken armor like rivers. 2 bloody footprints were left behind as he stepped forward. Even so, he was still pushing Xibei back. The range of his surging spiritual gas was still growing. 93 square meters. 94. 95. Chief Xiong. Countless Qi trainers who had fallen to the ground, unable to stand up, were clenching their fists and cheering for him. Even Li Yao was gritting his teeth, as if it were a way to transfer the remaining fighting will inside his soul into Xiong Wuji's body. We are, of course, evolving continuously, to be smarter, stronger, and more excellent. But the purpose of our evolution is to protect more people and let more people live a better life. I've been training crazily and making myself stronger all the time because I want to protect my homeland, my compatriots, and the very planet below our feet. If I have to sacrifice my home, my family, and everything that I swore to protect in order to be mightier, such strength is definitely not what I want. 97 square meters. 98 square meters. 99 square meters. Amidst the endless, reverberating fighting will from countless Qi trainers, Xiong Wuji improved himself, reaching the 99th level of the refinement stage, the highest state for the Qi trainers of Iron Plateau over the past 5,000 years. Boom! 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 Xibei's bloody aura formed another 100 claws and bashed Xiong Wuji's spiritual gas. Every blow made Xiong Wuji's body tremble and his wounds bleed fast. Even if the universe is as dark as you described, we will not abandon our emotions or the things that we swore to protect. As if pressed by a pair of invisible, giant hands, Xiong Wuji bent, and his knees fell to the ground beyond his control. However, no matter how many new wounds were added to his body, no matter how many bones were broken, and no matter how badly his internal organs were torn apart, he gritted his teeth through the agony and even stood straight again without giving in. Xiong Wuji laughed aloud. What you see as burdens and nuisances are the only motivation for us to stride forward in my eyes. We will carry everything on our back and walk forth until we get out of the dark forest. Just wake up. There are no roads in the dark forest. We will never walk out of it. Xibei roared. The veins on the apocalyptic body became as thick as boas. A boundless ocean of blood swept at Xiong. If there are no roads, we will make one. If we can't walk out, we will set the dark forest on fire and burn it to the ground. Xiong uttered a deafening roar. The range of his spiritual gas was supposed to have reached its limits, but it continued magnifying, despite the suppression of Xibei's blood ocean. Finally, the range of his surging spiritual gas reached 100 square meters. The Qi trainers were very sensitive about the range of spiritual gas. With their bare eyes, they could easily measure that Xiong's surging spiritual gas had reached 100 square meters, which meant that he was in the 100th level of the refinement stage, an accomplishment that no expert in the 5,000 years of history of Iron Plateau had ever achieved. What was the difference between 99 and 100? The difference seemed as insignificant as 1 square meter, but a change in quantity always led to a change of quality eventually. The last 1 square meter was the critical threshold. Hot water at 99 degrees Celsius would boil if it was heated 1 degree higher. Xiong's spiritual gas was boiling. For a moment, everyone felt that Xiong's spiritual gas had experienced a drastic change. It had nothing to do with the coverage. His spiritual gas was now granted with something entirely new, as if it boasted an independent will. It was expanding and constricting uncontrollably like everybody's heart that was beating faster and faster. Xibei sensed that a strong force was spurting out despite the suppression of his bloody mist, like a patch of grass that was crawling out of the crevices and growing stubbornly despite the heavy rock above its head. Confusion appeared in his blood-red eyes for the first time, but it was soon replaced by endless brutality. The scorpion tail was spinning at an even larger angle, while the 2 mantis forelegs were raised high. Streams of spiritual gas jetted out from Xiong's eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, and the pores all over his body. They interweaved and melded with each other, forming a raging, dominating cloud of spiritual gas above his head that was confronting Xibei's apocalypse cloud not far away. He suddenly bellowed and exerted his strength. His countless veins immediately bulged wide and exploded below his skin. Xiong's hands clutched Xibei's scorpion tail like 2 pincers. He then pulled it so hard that Xibei almost fell over. Shaking the scorpion tail crazily, Xiong was swinging Xibei, who was unable to stand on his feet steadily. Xiong was only slightly more than 2 meters tall, but he was like a hammer-throw athlete. Standing in the center firmly, he used Xibei's tail as his chain and swung Xibei, who was almost 5 meters tall, around almost 100 times. Dust was raging out around the two of them, as if a tornado was soaring and charging at the sky. The 2 streams of immense spiritual energy disturbed the balance of nature. Dark clouds crowded close from various directions and swept across the night sky like a black tide. Bolts of lightning were swimming in the ocean of blackness like dragons extending their sharp claws. The ear-splitting thunder seemed to be competing with the roars of the 2 experts on the ground. The cold raindrops were smacking every Qi trainer's face hard. A storm was coming. Boom! After the 100th swing, a deafening explosion burst out in the middle of the tornado. Cracks immediately spread out on the ground. A spider net hundreds of meters in diameter emerged. Xiong had bashed Xibei to the ground hard. The sand was flying about them, and the spiritual gas was on a rampage. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and yet they could only see a mist of blood. Even if they perceived the battlefield with their spiritual energy, they could only sense a raging ocean of blood and a torch that was burning through the heavens. In the sky, the cloud of spiritual gas formed by Xiong Wuji and Xibei's apocalypse cloud were still crashing and mauling each other like two ferocious animals. The cracks on the ground, which were getting denser and denser, were also demonstrating the intensity of their fierce battle. Everyone, including Li Yao, could do nothing except watch. The formidability of either Xiong Wuji, who had reached the 100th level of the refinement stage, or Xibei, who boasted the apocalyptic body, was much higher than themselves. Even if they managed to stand up and join the fight, they would merely be distractions to Xiong Wuji. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and clench their fists while they released their fighting will and reverberated with Xiong Wuji, who was becoming more and more determined. Boom! 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 In the end, nobody was able to tell whether the sounds were the noises resulting from the combat of the two experts in the mist or the thunder that was breaking out in the sky. Boom! Crack! An extremely thick lightning hit the mist brutally like an upside-down gold tree. A muscular man was blown backward from the mist and crashed into a true chi tank, which led to an explosion. He then stood firmly in the flames. Li Yao blinked his eyes hard and looked. It was Xiong Wuji. Xiong Wuji seemed to have just returned from the bottom level of hell after slaying some crazy devils on his way. He couldn't have appeared more wretched. The scorpion tail that had been stabbed into his left shoulder had been torn off from Xibei's body by brute force and was dangling softly from his shoulder. But the tail had pierced so deeply that his left shoulder blade had been entirely broken. His left arm was swinging beside his body, apparently crippled. As for his right arm, Xiong Wuji had lost his right arm in the previous battle against the Apocalypse. Li Yao made an iron artificial arm for him later. The very artificial arm had been twisted into a cluster of wasted copper and iron in the fierce fight. It was even blown away in the end. What was left was a bare elbow on his right shoulder. Since only several days had passed after the Battle of the Apocalypse, the wound on his elbow had not fully recovered yet. During the fierce battle, it had torn apart and was bleeding again, making Xiong Wuji look as miserable as anyone could. Xiong Wuji's two arms had both been broken. Deep laughter came from within the bloody mist. No words could describe Xiong Wuji's eyes. The fury in the eyes of all the Qi trainers on the spot seemed to have been condensed in the depths of his. He waved his broken arms, the aura around him increasing instead of diminishing. The tremendous spiritual gas of the 100th level of the refinement stage was consolidated and further consolidated in front of his broken arm in helical forms. He seemed to have grown two thick arms of spiritual energy. His new hands that were condensed by his fighting will and fury were clenched, and his fists became a bright ball that was even more dazzling than the sun. As the bright ball continued expanding, Xiong Wuji was withering at a visible speed. His brawny and healthy body was becoming dry, as if the bright ball had drained all of his vitality. In a moment, Li Yao realized what Xiong Wuji was doing. He was burning his life and soul. He was going to let out all of his spiritual gas in the purest, most violent, and most direct way. Once the attack was released, Xiong Wuji's veins and nerves would all be destroyed, and he would become useless, if not killed on the spot. He would be even weaker than those in the first level of the refinement stage. Li Yao's eyes bulged, and he held his breath. He was not able to utter anything, but his heart was beating faster and faster at the same pace with the hearts of Xiong Wuji and all the other Qi trainers and cultivators in the battlefield. There were no shocked exclamations at this moment. There was no useless crap such as, "No, Chief Xiong, don't." Everybody simply gritted their teeth and tightened their muscles, while they stared at the strongest man on Iron Plateau launching the strongest strike of his life. Ho! There was no telling whether it was thunder in the sky or the roars from Xiong Wuji's chest, or maybe it was the sound of Xiong Wuji's blast blowing into the bloody mist. The chuckles inside the bloody mist came to an abrupt stop, replaced by an exclamation of disbelief. However, the exclamation only lasted half a second, because it was soon buried by an ear-splitting explosion. The bloody mist turned into shields, trying to block the blast that had been condensed out of Xiong Wuji's lifelong spiritual gas. The entanglement of the two clusters of immense spiritual energy attracted the thunderbolts in the sky like two super magnets. Lightning fell into the bloody mist non-stop, dyeing it dazzling white and making everybody unable to keep their eyes open. Hot tears and cold rainwater mixed and covered their face. Blood and sweat, a bitter and salty combination, flowed in their mouths. The explosion continued for another 10 seconds. A storm finally embraced the earth. Everybody raised their head and found that the place where Xibei and Xiong Wuji fought had become a deep crater from which crimson steam was popping out non-stop. There was no sign of Xibei at first glance at all. Big Xiong. Father Xiong. Wu Mayan and Sha Yulan rushed toward Xiong Wuji. Xiong Wuji's short hair had turned purely white. His muscular body was now as skinny as a skeleton. He shivered and slowly turned around, opening his broken arms with a big smile, before he finally collapsed to the ground. The moment he collapsed, Wu Mayan and Sha Yulan reached him. The three of them held each other in the pouring rain. Is Xibei dead? Li Yao's heart was still beating fast, not because of the influence of Xiong Wuji's fighting will anymore, but because he vaguely sensed that danger was not gone yet. The crimson steam from the crater was darker and more furious. Soon, before the smile on the Qi trainers' faces vanished, their uneasy eyes were focused on the crater again. Even Xiong Wuji, who had only closed his eyes in Sha Yulan's arms for half a second, suddenly gawked wide-eyed at the crater in disbelief. Desperation appeared on the face of the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau for the first time. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Coarse laughter came over from the crater, as an extremely ugly thing slowly crept out. Xibei's upper body was tilted to a weird angle. A shockingly giant hole appeared on the right part of his chest. Half of his body had almost been blown off. The right side of his face had been affected, too, where his many body parts, including his right eye and right ear, were gone. It seemed that a meteorite had just pierced through his body. However, the blood stripes tangling him were wriggling and repairing his body crazily. Granulated tissue covered the wounds, which were being healed at a visible speed. But he was even more hideous than before. A cluster of bloody mist enshrouded the right side of his face and quickly fixed his right eye. However, when the bloody mist faded, what took its place was a crimson compound eye that made everybody feel chilly. Xiong Wuji, I didn't expect that the 100th level of the refinement stage, the ultimate level that the Qi trainers of Iron Plateau had been dreaming for 5,000 years, should be first broken into by a space resident. I feel very happy as your teacher. However, as I said, the apocalyptic body boasts a combat ability close to the nascent soul stage. No matter how many breakthroughs you make, whatever mutations you experience, you think you can defeat me with only the 100th level of the refinement stage? How about a second strike exactly like the previous one? Maybe I will be defeated by you if so. Ha. Ha ha ha. Instead of waiting for his body to be fully recovered, Xibei waved his broken forelegs and crawled toward everyone. Desperation. Everybody was grasped by endless desperation. How could Xiong Wuji possibly perform the strongest strike that he had just unleashed by burning his life and soul at the cost of his lifelong cultivation a second time? Would any of the remaining warriors be able to take Xibei's one attack, if they could stand up at all? Walla! Walla! The heavy rain poured on Li Yao's head as well as into his heart, drowning all his messy feelings. All the methods had been tried. But he still needed a day and a night to dissolve all the spiritual energy and break the remaining 3 shackles of the black spider death. Li Yao's eyes suddenly widened. To his surprise, he found that the black spider death curse, which had been confining his heart, had only 2 shackles left. One of them had vanished into thin air. He squinted and thought carefully, recalling that Xibei had bashed his chest precisely where his heart was when he charged at the monster. Could it be that Xibei blew up a shackle of the black spider death curse when he was trying to blow up my heart? Seeing that Xibei was crawling closer and closer and his veins were becoming thicker and thicker, making his face so twisted that it could barely be called human, Li Yao gritted his teeth, picked up a broken saber, and charged at Xibei, while he roared, "Don't be fooled, everybody. This old fart is bluffing. How can he be unharmed after enduring a full-strength strike from Chief Xiong? His capability must be at the rock bottom right now. Let's kill him while he's injured." Li Yao bellowed and jumped up. The very next second, he was already slapped away by the enormous hand formed by Xibei's bloody mist, as if he were but a fly. After waving his hands and legs crazily in the air, he crashed into a hill heavily and cracked many rocks. His head dizzy, Li Yao felt that every bone in his chest had been fractured into multiple pieces. A mouthful of blood was stuck inside his throat, neither going up or going down. He couldn't have felt more uncomfortable. Yet, a smile of relief beamed on Li Yao's face, because, when he sensed his body carefully, he found that there were still 2 shackles of black spider death curse. "You've got to be kidding me." Li Yao was dumbfounded. His eyelids were jumping crazily while he remembered the previous blow. It seemed that he had failed to adjust his body to the perfect angle at the last moment. Therefore, Xibei's strike did not hit his heart precisely, veering a little bit to the right. Li Yao spat the blood in his mouth out. Looking at the lightning flashing in the sky, he was of a mind to roar to cheer everybody up. However, he finally gave up after 3 seconds of preparation due to lack of strength. He gnashed his teeth. "You've seen it, everybody. Xibei has been heavily wounded and is weaker than ever. The blow is soft and entirely strengthless, pooh." A mouthful of blood was finally thrown out. Illuminated by the lightning, Li Yao's face was paler than that of a corpse. The Qi trainers and the cultivators, on the other hand, realized that it was true. After Xiong Wuji broke into the 100th level of the refinement stage, he was at least equal to a core formation stage cultivator. The strongest strike at the cost of his life and all his cultivation wouldn't be harmless for Xibei at all. Flesh and blood could be repaired quickly. However, the combat ability could not be recovered so fast. Right now, Xibei was at his weakest. But his capability was recovering quickly with every passing second. "Let's go. This is our last chance." With a roar, the dozens of Qi trainers and cultivators all burnt their life and soul while they staggered and lunged at Xibei for their last strike. Xibei's face was extremely gloomy under the bloody aura. He glared at Li Yao with the utmost hatred. He had suffered heavy wounds when he had just melded with the apocalyptic body that was not even mature yet. Li Yao was quite right that he could not have recovered instantly. He had planned to bluff to buy himself more time just as he did in the beginning. But the wretched, sand scorpion saw through him this time. Of course, Xibei was not in the least bothered by the flies that were coming at him. But many of his veins and organs had just been reborn and were not suitable for a fierce fight yet. "You are seeking your own death." Gnashing his teeth, Xibei clutched a random Qi trainer with his bloody claw. The newborn mantis foreleg slashed brutally, and the Qi trainer's head immediately left his body. He had no time to care about his plan now, he was merely venting his anger by slaughtering. However, the miserable death of a Qi trainer made the other Qi trainers even more unbendable. They all charged at him in no fear of death at all. Li Yao gritted his teeth and sprinted again. This time, his computational ability soared while he calculated the trajectories and strength of Xibei's attacks accurately so that he could set himself in the most appropriate position. When his saber slashed into Xibei's insect body, the bloody claw snatched his heart precisely. The attack almost pierced through his heart. The second-to-last shackle of black spider death curse that had been hiding inside his heart disappeared after a weak scream. "This is the way." Li Yao was overjoyed. He vomited blood but laughed as he guided his spiritual energy to repair the damaged heart and calculated the second chance. Now is the time. While Xibei was holding one Qi trainer in each of his hands, Li Yao charged at Xibei's face, his eyes shining coldly. As he expected, Xibei had been prepared for the potential attacks at his chest. The blood-stained spider threads interweaved into the sharpest net of defense, and a cluster of bloody mist rushed out at Li Yao's own chest. In the depths of Li Yao's heart, a cluster of spiritual energy was long ready, too. It almost spurted out of his chest at the same time. When the two streams of spiritual energy collided heavily, the last shackle in the middle was immediately burnt to ashes. Boom! Li Yao was blown backward again, this time crashing into a drumming tank of the giant axe tribe by accident. A dull noise echoed inside the big drum. Lum-dum. Lum-dum lum-dum lum-dum. Li Yao could hear nothing in the darkness except his own heartbeat, which was clearer and heavier than ever and sounded like blood-boiling drumming that was faster and faster. The 9 shackles of the black spider death curse had all been destroyed. He had regained the ability to liquefy his spiritual gas and advance into the building foundation stage. Li Yao grinned and laughed crazily and silently in the darkness. He summoned all his soul power and spread out all the spiritual gas inside his body. The range of his surging spiritual gas was 30 square meters, 40 square meters, 50 square meters. 70, 80. Harassed by the many Qi trainers, Xibei was feeling upset when he suddenly sensed that a cluster of spiritual gas was expanding beyond his expectation. The other Qi trainers also gazed at where Li Yao was in bewilderment. They discovered that the cluster of spiritual gas did not stop expanding when it reached 80 square meters but continued spreading out. Everybody gasped. A tiny spark was kindled in the bottom of their hearts. There was hope again. Xibei grinned hideously. Xiong Wuji was in the 100th level of the refinement stage, but he had to kneel down before me, too. Even if there is another one in the 100th level of the refinement stage, so what? Even though he was saying that, he still crawled toward Li Yao despite the collective attack of dozens of Qi trainers. Li Yao gritted his teeth and expanded the range of his spiritual gas without caring about anything else. 86 square meters, 87, 88. 88 square meters, however, seemed to be his limits. After his range expanded to 88 square meters, it was not able to move forward 1 inch, although the edge of his spiritual domain was quivering. Xibei burst into laughter. Just the 88th level of the refinement stage. In his laughter, Li Yao took a deep, deep breath. He meditated on the hundreds of structures of the spiritual liquid, while he compressed, consolidated, and liquefied the enormous spiritual gas of the 88th level of the refinement stage with his burning fighting will. For common cultivators, the 14th level of the refinement state, or rather, the peak of the refinement stage, was the threshold where they could compress their spiritual gas into spiritual liquid, thereby advancing into the building foundation stage. Then, what would happen if the tremendous spiritual gas of the 88th level of the refinement stage was all condensed into spiritual liquid? Dum. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. There were no drummers on the tank, and yet it was drumming soul-stirringly, motivated by Li Yao's strength. Li Yao's body seemed to have turned into an enormous swirl that absorbed all the spiritual gas nearby, and he condensed all of it into spiritual liquid through the high-speed revolutions. Unstoppably, he broke through the low level, the middle level, and the high level of the building foundation stage without any hindrance and advanced into the peak of the building foundation stage effortlessly. Boom! Boom boom! Quite a few drums couldn't help it any longer and exploded after echoing their highest note. But Li Yao's outburst had not stopped yet. He sensed that there was boundless spiritual gas near him that he could continue compressing after he reached the peak of the building foundation stage. He was still far away from his limits. Li Yao was both surprised and overjoyed. He made up his mind and continued compressing crazily. The spiritual gas was compressed into spiritual liquid, and the spiritual liquid was showing the sign of consolidation under the high pressure. When the spiritual liquid solidified, it would mean that he had arrived in the core formation stage. I'm going to break into the core formation stage and slay this mother *Ker. Li Yao's eyes were crimson, and the skin all over his body was breaking apart. However, it was not blood that was seeping out of his wounds, but red brightness mixed with spiritual energy. He decided to take his chances without caring about anything. For common cultivators, entering the core formation stage was 100 times more difficult than entering the building foundation stage. Not only did they need to refill countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures before their attempt, they would also have to be guided with secret arts in the deep meditation state during the process, not to mention that they had to find a unique opportunity or timing. Even so, the chances of success were still slim. Breaking into the core formation stage in the middle of a fierce battle in high spirits after a vehement speech was almost something that would only appear in legends. However, today, Li Yao was making a legend. Consolidate. Consolidate. All the spiritual liquid, solidify now. As more and more spiritual liquid flooded into his body, the swirl in the center of his abdomen was showing traces of solidification. His spine was numb and itching. Coldness was brushing the two ends of his spine like tides. However, Li Yao's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was unable to move. He was not prepared for the core formation stage after all. Maybe, the tremendous spiritual gas of the 88th level of the refinement stage far exceeded the need to form the core. However, his brain was not developed enough to fully control the spiritual gas to transform it from the gas form into the liquid form bit by bit, and then from the liquid form into the solid form drop by drop until the spiritual liquid was melded together perfectly. He was more like a dinosaur among the cultivators. His strength was enormous, but his brain was too small to make the best use of his strength. Cr*P. I'm going to be mentally deranged. Li Yao grunted. His computational ability surpassed his limits, and countless cerebral vessels immediately exploded. His brain went blank, and he completely lost control over the spiritual energy in his abdomen. Boosted by the inertia of the revolution, spiritual liquid was still flooding into his chest and consolidating, but in a weird structure that looked extremely ugly. It did not seem to be a core, but more like a lump of spiritual energy beyond Li Yao's control that could potentially get him killed at any moment. However, none of the outsiders knew anything about it. They could only feel that Li Yao's aura continued improving inside the drumming tank until it reached a level that they couldn't comprehend at all. The things happening to Li Yao were too extraordinary. Although Xibei had learned a thing or two about the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, and the nascent soul stage after he joined the Temple of Immortals, he could barely understand Li Yao's current uncanny status. But he did vaguely feel that Sand Scorpion was about to form the core. In cold sweat, Xibei roared and summoned countless bloody claws to drive away the Qi trainers near him despite his unrecovered wounds. Then, he charged at the drumming tank in a streak of redness. You want to form the core? Not so fast. Xibei grinned hideously. The newborn scorpion tail, endowed with all the strength in the apocalyptic body, pierced at Li Yao's swollen abdomen. On the verge of mental derangement, Li Yao was quite befuddled. But he sensed the incoming danger out of instinct and crossed his arms to block the scorpion tail. However, the enormous, apocalyptic strength inside the scorpion tail pierced into his abdomen, like a bolt of lightning, aimed right at the lump of spiritual energy that he had just condensed. Boom! For a moment, Li Yao felt that a volcano was erupting inside his abdomen. The overwhelming spiritual energy spurted out like magma. All the disordered strength finally found a leak and escaped out of his body in a hurry. Li Yao was finally back to himself. He was no longer in danger of mental derangement, but he had also come to the painful understanding that his core formation had failed. Xibei did not expect that such enormous and chaotic spiritual energy was concentrated in Li Yao's abdomen. Although his previous attack had pierced Li Yao's abdomen, the counterforce resulting from the outburst of spiritual energy had blown him away brutally. The newborn veins and nerves were a mess again. Expanding his senses, Xibei found Li Yao lying in the drumming like a balloon that had lost all the air. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without caring about his wounds, he spread out his arms. Bloody mists stayed on his arms for a while, before they flew into the sky and condensed into two giant bloody hands. Ho! Xibei bellowed and slapped his hands brutally. The two giant hands smashed Li Yao like two mountains. Boom! Boom! After two ear-splitting explosions, two giant handprints more than half a meter deep appeared on the more than 10 square meters of ground around the drumming tank, which had been crushed into a cluster of wasted iron. Li Yao did not have the opportunity to jump out of the tank. He fell to one knee, with metal parts smothering him from various directions. The bones throughout his body were emitting cracking noises. Even breathing became very difficult for him. I failed. Li Yao smiled miserably. Blackness blinked in front of his eyes. Out of his expectation, it was not very painful. He only felt extremely fatigued. He felt that it was not cold metal that were pressing him but a warm swamp whose black, thick mud was surrounding and swallowing him bit by bit. Gradually, he could no longer sense his limbs and his facial organs. Even his breathing and heartbeat became slow. Like an insect that was mired in amber, he slowly gave up struggling. However, stinging feelings were still stimulating the deepest part of his brain. They were fighting will that looked like sparks, the last fighting will from all the Qi trainers nearby in the state of reverberation. When the Qi trainers saw that the drumming tank Li Yao was in had been completely crushed, they thought that Li Yao had been killed and simply lunged at the enemy with no consideration for their own safety. Their capability had hit rock bottom, but their fighting will had bounced to the peak when they were hopeless. Born in Iron Plateau, die in Iron Plateau. There was no telling who uttered the 8 words first, but they were like a spell that made the exhausted warriors, whose spiritual gas had run dry and who were supposed to never stand up again, manage to struggle to their feet and support each other. They stared at Xibei and moved inch by inch toward him as if their eyes were their crutches. You truly have no fear of death. Then you might as well die now. Xibei manipulated the bloody hands and waved the scorpion tails and mantis forelegs to continue the slaughter while he shouted loud. Motivated by such intense fighting willing, Li Yao's withered heart expanded again. His fighting will extended out like hundreds of tentacles and sensed every other Qi trainer's fighting will. Whenever he touched the burning fighting will of a Qi trainer, his own fighting will would increase a little bit, and when his fighting will had been expanded to the limits, he suddenly discovered something. The chaotic spiritual energy spurting out of his abdomen was still spinning around him slowly. It was fluctuating at the same frequency as the vibration of his soul, and it was even under his control. Li Yao's nearly pure black eyes constricted violently. 2 stars seemed to have exploded in the center of his pupils. His fighting will continued soaring and broke the limit of all limits. He gritted his teeth and stood on his feet silently against the steel that was pressing his head. The eyes of everyone present bulged as they gawked at the scrapped tank in disbelief. They all sensed that a tremendous force was slowly rising from the remains of the tank. What? Xibei burst into fury. He took a deep breath and spat a mouthful of blood and sprayed the blood evenly on his 2 hands. His hands, which were now mixed with purple auras, slapped again heavily. With a long screeching noise, the remains of the tank were crumbled into an iron ball by him. However, spiritual energy was still spreading out of the gaps of the iron ball like tides. Although it was in the liquid form, it seemed to be in an extremely high temperature and was boiling. The boiling spiritual liquid turned into spiritual gas and expanded. When the spiritual gas reached a certain boundary, it cooled down and consolidated into spiritual liquid again. The process was repeated incessantly, and a great circulation was formed. No Chi trainer knew what was going on. Most of the cultivators of the Great Horn Exo Society were unconscious. Only a few of them vaguely sensed an enormous strength as if a storm was brewing. Lei Dalu, as the cultivator at the highest level involved in the battle, was the only one who could feel the entire process of the formal changes and the circulation of spiritual energy. However, even Lei Dalu had never seen such a weird phenomenon. The building foundation stage cultivators could liquefy their spiritual energy, and when the liquefied spiritual energy was compressed to the minimum into the solid state, they would enter the core formation stage. However, nobody had ever thought what would happen if the spiritual liquid was boiled instead of being solidified. Boom! Crack! Dozens of bolts of lightning illuminated the sky at the same time as if they sensed that a strong being had appeared on the ground. With the lightning as the background, the iron ball exploded like a crystal bomb, revealing a shining figure in the center. It was exactly Li Yao. He was still wearing the ragged sky scorpion armor. But every plate was now entangled by spiritual energy and emitting flowing brightness as if they were made of translucent jade. Stirred by the spiritual energy, his hair seemed to have grown significantly. It had been a mess on his head before, but right now, it was erect like swords, with gold brightness rooted at the end. Purple electric arcs were dancing around him, overlapping and colliding now and then. Dazzling brilliance was released. Xibei was more than angry. His scorpion tail shook violently in a pa sound, sending a cluster of weird redness out toward Li Yao's face, surpassing the speed of sound instantly. But Li Yao snatched it at the last moment and crushed it to pieces. It was a crimson venomous sting. That's impossible. Xibei lost his calmness. What level is this? Even peak of the building foundation stage should be no match for me. Li Yao took a deep breath and looked at his hands in confusion. He warmed up his fingers, sensing the new changes that had happened to his body. It was quite weird that, although he had failed to form the core and a large hole was left in his abdomen, resulting in a huge mess within his body, he was now able to manipulate the dispersing spiritual energy with his immense fighting will. He could even boil the spiritual liquid escaping from his body into the gas form and absorb it again. As the circulation went on faster and faster, his strength became higher and higher. This is not the peak of the building foundation stage. Li Yao's eyes were shining brighter and brighter, as he mumbled to himself, I have surpassed the peak of the building foundation stage. Just like the predecessors of Iron Plateau who broke the limits and created the superlative height of the refinement stage beyond the peak of it. Old monster. Li Yao stood in midair and slowly flew toward Xibei, his lips curling into a hideous smile. Don't be scared. This is not the core formation stage, but it is not the peak of the building foundation stage either. This is the superlative height of the building foundation stage. Superlative height of the building foundation stage? Xibei was dumbfounded. He immediately burst into fury. What kind of bullsh** T level is that? There isn't such a thing. Boom! Li Yao suddenly accelerated to the maximum speed and crashed into Xibei, while he shouted, Chief Xiong was right. Roads are made by people. Every level is created by people, too. This is the level that I have created, the superlative height of the building foundation stage. Whatever level you are in, you can go to hell. Xibei bellowed. The bloody aura around his body was all turned into the most powerful blast and brutally blew Li Yao hundreds of meters away into a rock. The bystanders were all stunned, not sure how they should react. When they saw that Li Yao was so confident in such a glamorous appearance, they had thought that he would be able to fight Xibei for a long time and did not expect that he would be blown back so easily. However, weird clicking sounds echoed in the rock that Li Yao had crashed into. His dominating aura was not in the least diminished, either. Soon, even the hill could not bear it any longer, and overlapping cracks appeared on its surface. Voila! The rock exploded in raging dust, and a magnificent shadow suddenly leapt up from the broken stones. The glittering black armor was painted with gold rings. 2 crossed sabers were attached to its back, and a giant spear pointed at the sky from its helmet as if it were trying to cut a hole in the sky. Everybody gasped. In their trance, many people thought that they were looking at yet another calamity-level apocalyptic beast. But when they looked carefully, they found that it was a set of plugins refined out of the bones and shells of the calamity-level apocalyptic beasts as well as materials from other demon beasts. Do forgive me, everybody. I have just grasped a new way to utilize my strength, and I'm still familiarizing myself with it. Li Yao warmed up his 4 limbs. The spluttering electric arcs attached the strengthening plugins to the Sky Scorpion armor perfectly. It was agiler, swifter, and stronger than he had anticipated. Apocalyptic extension versus apocalyptic body. Calamity versus calamity. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao, wearing the apocalyptic extension, was already gone. The rock that he had been in exploded, revealing a giant hole almost 5 meters deep where hot steam was popping up non-stop as if it had been hit by a falling star. Xibei, on the other hand, screamed miserably. Chapter 632 Underground Changes. After putting on the apocalyptic extension, Li Yao was more than 5 meters tall, too, and on par with Xibei. They collided like 2 calamity-level apocalyptic beasts. The sabers on Li Yao's back pierced deep into Xibei's body, while Xibei's scorpion tail dug into the stomach of the apocalyptic extension, and his mantis forelegs left 2 deep traces on the plugins. However, the apocalyptic extension was merely Li Yao's strengthening components and had no senses at all. Li Yao wouldn't be harmed even if it was shattered. Xibei's apocalyptic body, on the other hand, was made of flesh and blood and was connected to his own body. The result of the hundreds of high-speed collisions in that moment was that Li Yao tore off plenty of meat and shells from Xibei's body while Xibei failed to hurt Li Yao, although he had almost wrecked the apocalyptic extension. Even the apocalypse cloud condensed by Xibei's bloody mist in the sky was scattering apart under the blast of Li Yao's surging spiritual energy. It's impossible. Xibei was both grieving his loss and screaming miserably. His calmness from a moment earlier was entirely gone. He tried his best to summon the foreign blood inside his body. The veins covering his body were getting thicker and thicker. Many overlapping spots bugled high as if they were ugly hearts while the foreign blood inside them accrued. Bo! Bo 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 bo! Dozens of hearts broke apart instantly. Boundless bloody mists flooded out and blew Li Yao away brutally. Li Yao rolled in midair to ease the blast and was barely hurt from the explosion as he landed on the ground. The aura around him continued on the rise. Hum. Hum 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 hum. The broken sabers and swords in the surrounding area were all trembling violently as if they were being controlled by a storm. They soared into the sky after a while and, spinning in midair, gathered in front of Li Yao. The blades were broken, dented, and rusty because of the acid from Xibei's apocalyptic body. Many of them were stained with the Qi trainer's blood, which started running again, spurred by the pouring rain and Li Yao's surging spiritual energy, even though it had dried previously. The 100 blood-stained sabers were revolving in front of Li Yao at an extremely high speed like a tornado. After Xibei detonated the blood on his body, an unparalleled, intense bloody mist was condensed. It was so red that the color was bordering on purple and black. Countless patterns in the shape of apocalyptic beasts protruded out of the surface of the bloody mist. They were roaring, raging, and making the bloody mist look like a devil that had grown countless heads of other apocalyptic beasts. The strength of both parties had been increased to the maximum. Their spiritual gas formed an absolute domain that the wind and rain could not enter. The storm was smashing their heads like a waterfall, smashing giant stones and forming a hazy fog. Lightning was attracted by the dominating force field between them and hit the center while spluttering crazily. Shua! Li Yao and Xibei surpassed the speed of sound simultaneously. When the collision took place, even the lightning bypassed them as if they were in fear of the intense blast. Everyone could only see a cluster of brightness 10 times more dazzling than the lightning spreading out quickly from the point of collision. The light ball was soon blown away by an immeasurable blast. Affected by the blast, the pouring rain started moving parallel to the ground instead of vertically. A moment later, the sound of the tide-like collisions finally reached everyone's eardrums. Blood splashed out from their ears, and they could not hear anything for a while. They could only see that, against the flashing lightning, the two tall shadows were confronting each other like two magnificent statues. Crack! 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 Weird noises were echoing inside the apocalyptic extension. As it turned out, Xibei had won the round and suppressed Li Yao. Is this the superlative height of the building foundation stage? You were merely bluffing. Xibei burst into laughter. He suddenly exerted his strength and crushed the apocalyptic extension. Then, it exploded. Before everyone had the chance to exclaim, a streak of black brightness had dashed out of the dazzling fireball and appeared behind Xibei as if it had passed through him. Xibei's smile immediately froze. Li Yao was on one of his knees, with a sharp knife extending toward his back from the elbow of his sky scorpion armor. The rainwater had wiped the last bit of blood on the blade away, making it as clear as a mirror. Li Yao naturally had known that the apocalyptic extension that he had refined in a hurry was no match for Xibei's apocalyptic body, which the guy had worked on cautiously for more than 10 years. However, the thing about Eerie's extensions was that they were all expendable. With his apocalyptic extension as bait, he launched the fatal attack. Xibei's eyes bulged, and he looked at his abdomen in disbelief. His waist used to be connected to the insect body, but right now, a black wound was slowly expanding on his waist until it penetrated all the way through his body. As black blood and white bodily fluids seeped out, he gradually lost control of his lower half. The apocalyptic body had been cut off from Xibei by Li Yao. Without the apocalyptic body, Xibei was merely an ordinary Qi trainer. The thick veins bound to his upper body were withering at a visible speed, leaving black scars behind like vines that had been consumed by flames. He screamed and fell to the ground. 2 streams of spiritual gas spurted out of his palms, and he fled away with the counterforce. But how could Li Yao allow him to run away? He turned into a streak of brightness again as he stretched out his right arm and picked a random weapon from the battlefield with his spiritual gas. When the weapon reached his hand, Li Yao noticed that it was actually a flagpole, with the flag of the Furious Bears tribe that was riddled with blood stains and holes, big and small, flapping in the wind on the top. Xibei was rushing at an amazingly high speed. He had already run almost 1,000 meters away in that moment. But Li Yao was even faster. He appeared behind Xibei after only a few leaps. The flagpole in his hand was humming and entangled by purple-gold electric arcs, turning into an unstoppable spear. Just when Li Yao was about to thrust the spear, Xibei suddenly grinned. An ear-splitting explosion burst out deep under the ground, and bloody mist soared to the sky like a volcano erupting. The earth collapsed, revealing a spacious and bottomless cave. Xibei accelerated again and threw himself into the cave like a weight. Li Yao followed him without any hesitation. He tightened his body as if it were a bow, and the flagpole in his hand became the sharpest arrow. With an outburst of spiritual energy, the flagpole was thrown out with dazzling electric arcs. Boom! Boom! The two of them hit the bottom after falling down hundreds of meters, one after the other. The place had originally been a natural limestone cave. But when Xibei discovered it, he had transformed the cave into a secret base where he experimented on his apocalyptic body. On the walls of the cave, dense weird plants that looked like vipers and vines were wriggling frantically. Many spots where the veins overlapped bulged high, resulting in translucent vesicles in which countless apocalyptic beasts were being brewed. Behind Xibei, in the center of the darkness, a giant object more than 10 meters in diameter that looked like an enormous heart was fluctuating and trembling. This object was perhaps the nest where he had bred the apocalyptic body. His eyes wide open, Xibei straightened his arms and tried to crawl to the bloody heart. However, the flagpole of the furious bear's tribe had pierced through his heart from his back. Almost half of the flagpole had disappeared into the ground of the cave and made him unable to move. The surging spiritual gas on the flagpole had blown Xibei's heart into pieces a long time ago. He was merely enjoying his last breath. Liao walked to Xibei and stared down at him coldly. Below Xibei, blood was spreading out and bubbling with foam while it screamed feebly as if it were alive. Xibei raised his head with the last bit of his strength, so forcefully that his spine was emitting cracking noises. He smiled miserably at Liao. You all think that I was possessed by the blood demon and everything I did was for the blood-stripe virus, don't you? You think you are doing good by eliminating the evilness. But have you ever considered the possibility that I was never possessed by the blood demon and everything I said was true? What are you going to do then? Ha. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. You will know the answer soon. Inside the blood pool is the foreign blood that I carefully refined for the warriors of the 6 tribes. I plan to invite everybody here so that the success rate could be higher. But right now, at such a short distance, with a telepathic thought of mine, the blood pool can be detonated immediately, and the foreign blood will be vaporized and escape to the earth. Several of them are bound to be touched by the blood. You will know then whether or not I was lying. Ha. Ha ha ha. The killing intent in Liao's eyes was immediately maximized. Xibei grinned hideously. Don't be silly. You wouldn't be so naive as to think that I didn't trigger my telepathic thought until I explained everything to you in great detail, would you? I activated the self-detonation neuron of the blood pool before I said the first word. The blood pool will explode in exactly 3 seconds. Let's see how you rescue all the people above us. Or, will you simply consider all the people who have breathed the bloody mist to be possessed by the blood demon and kill every one of them? Is that what you're going to do? Liao gasped and gazed at the blood pool, which was constricting and expanding at a higher and higher speed. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The enormous heart slowly calmed down after trembling violently for a while. The deep red color gradually became gray, as if it were turning into a giant rock. After that, nothing else happened at all. Liao blinked and looked at Xibei with interest. Xibei's eyes were even wider than Liao's, and he looked at the blood pool in disbelief. He mumbled, "How could it be? How could it be?" Liao's brain suddenly shivered as he sensed a very familiar spiritual wave from the depths of the blood pool, which had become completely motionless. He thought of something and was stunned. His heart beating fast, Liao sent a telepathic thought into the blood pool. Sparkle? There was no response from the gray blood pool at first. But very soon, an airy spiritual wave came over. Liao. Boom. A drill of mystic rays pierced through the half-dead blood pool from inside, and a dragon-like warship covered in armor that looked like scales leapt out of the ground. The drill of mystic rays was bouncing like unpredictable flames in Xibei's pupils, burning the last bit of his consciousness into oblivion. The best warrior of Iron Plateau in the old days took a long breath, before he gradually froze, withered, and died with an indescribable expression on his face. Liao didn't know what to say. He scratched his helmet for a long time before he asked, "How did you end up here?" We came to Iron Plateau to look for you and did not know it was so weird until we arrived. Without your specific coordinates, we could only wander aimlessly, Mo Xian explained. Later, we noticed that an Exo society had landed on Iron Plateau. We had been following them secretly, but we lost them half a day ago. We detected that spiritual waves of this area were extremely intense, so we drew close below the ground. We did not anticipate that so many eccentric demon beasts were lurking here. To avoid them, we increased the speed of the drill, but we accidentally dug into a cluster of extremely strange mucus. The mucus seemed to be a living thing and attacked us, even trying to infiltrate Sparkle. But you also know that the 5 spectral cultivators including me are all the crew members on board. Our bodies are made of nanotechnology-based alloys that were impenetrable for the mucus. Of course, we launched a counterattack mercilessly. The moment after we destroyed the central nerves of the mucus, we sensed your telepathic thoughts and drilled our way out. Li Yao realized that he had truly been lucky. Although the blood-stripe virus could corrupt living creatures and even germs, the bodies of Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators were liquid metal, a kind of powerful magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. It was definitely not something that the blood-stripe virus could conquer. The crew members of Sparkle were the natural enemy for the blood-stripe virus. "What's the situation right now?" asked Mo Xian. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao replied quickly, "The situation is rather complicated. You'd better keep lying low below the ground. Set the communication channel to number 9, I'll reach out to you later." Since they were on the same planet, communication was a lot easier. Although Iron Plateau was not covered in the spiritual nexus, Li Yao could contact Sparkle through telepathic thoughts enhanced by crystal processors at the agreed frequency. It was essentially a point-to-point super mini-network. The electromagnetic environment on Iron Plateau was quite erratic, but Li Yao's capability had soared, too. The power of his soul was 10 times stronger than in the past. Simple communication at a distance of several hundred kilometers wouldn't be a problem. Looking at Xibei's body one more time, Li Yao sighed with mixed thoughts. Xibei was truly the most formidable enemy he had ever met on his path of cultivation. Although Skeleton Dragon, the ancient deadly demon from 40,000 years ago that he had encountered on Boneyard, was much more impressive than Xibei in terms of absolute strength, the demon's scheme, arrangement, and response to changes were far from the previous best warrior of Iron Plateau. Manipulating Iron Plateau natives, space residents, and immortal cultivators at the same time purely on his own, and trying to twist the course of development of a planet and even a constellation in the next thousands of years. How ambitious and bold that was. Also, the man had been so close to victory at the end. Although it was Xibei who had died in the end, Li Yao did not think that he had defeated him. Maybe, the man had been just short of some luck. If Xibei were not possessed by the blood demon, and the future that he described was a plausible possibility, then, Li Yao shook his head and tossed the philosophical problems away. For some reason, he found it hard to hate Xibei. Righteous or evil, Xibei deserved to be the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau in the past. Li Yao sighed. He then retrieved some crystal bombs that he had dismantled from the tank of the Burning Sun tribe and placed them on Xibei's body solemnly. Mo Xian was dazed. "What are you doing?" Li Yao replied, "Every living creature here, including the smallest insects, might have already been corrupted. Naturally, I'm going to bombard everything to the ground. As it happens, this very bomb contains fatal neurotoxins. I don't know if they work on the foreign blood, but they should be better than nothing. I've set the bomb to explode in half a minute. You go back to where you came for now. I'll send the map of the Furious Bears tribe to you shortly. We'll meet again later near the Furious Bears tribe." "All right." Mo Xian also knew that Li Yao must have experienced a lot of adventures on Iron Plateau, but now was not a good time to talk yet. He maneuvered Sparkle and disappeared in the hole he had come from. Li Yao looked at Xibei's body for the last time. Spiritual gas spurted out from the sky scorpion armor as he flew off. Just when his feet left the ground, weird redness suddenly leapt out of Xibei's body and pierced at Li Yao's back like a lightning. Just as I expected. Li Yao had been waiting for it. He had condensed dozens of purple-gold electric arcs inside his right palm. He opened his right hand, and the purple electric-blue Hellfire Claw art was activated to the maximum. The electric arcs were all released and hit the bloody redness precisely. Hiss! 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 The electric arcs locked the bloody brightness like a cage. It was screaming miserably and trying to rush out of the cage, only to be burnt into black stinky smoke when it reached the boundary. After 10 seconds, its struggle became feebler and feebler, and it turned into ash in the end. Who? Li Yao took a long breath in relief. A bloody streak suddenly blinked in the depths of his left eye, but he didn't realize it and dashed to the earth without looking back. On the earth, the heavy storm continued unabated. The weird gray mist flooding out of the cave made everybody wary of getting too close. They could only hold their breath and gaze at the entrance of the cave. Xiong Wuji managed to sit straight with the support of Wu Mian and Sha Yulan. He gritted his teeth and stared with hope. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions from underground seemed to indicate that a great earthquake had happened. Before everybody had the chance to exclaim, a shadow dashed out of the cave. It was Li Yao. In that moment, the valley was seething with cheers and applause that even eclipsed the sound of the storm. In the planetary ring outside Iron Plateau, the fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City had already gathered. Countless exos and armed shuttles were sent out to perform directional blasting jobs. Although they could not destroy the whole defense array, they were capable of digging a hole through it. Inside the Bridge of Proud Sun, the flagship, Captain Wan Liyun was eyeing the space steels about to be detonated one after another coldly. By controlling the direction, angle, and intensity of the explosions and deploying a huge number of magnetic devices, the soldiers were creating a channel in the dense array of meteoroids. On the light beam, a cultivator wearing the badge of the Burning Sun Alliance reported, in 24 hours, a channel that assault warships can pass through will be completed. Very good. These are the last 24 hours. If we don't receive a signal from the Great Horn Exo Society, we'll send our main troops down. Remember, it is very possible that Iron Plateau has become a base of the Temple of Immortals. All the Chi trainers are our potential enemies. So, don't consider this operation a simple rescue mission. This is war. A real war. Wan Liyun smashed the control panel and gnashed his teeth in fury. If the rescue mission fails, or the hostages are confirmed dead, retaliation is to be put into action immediately. I want Iron Plateau to be buried in flames. Next to Wan Liyun, a cultivator wearing the emblem of the Furious Bears Union observed gravely, Captain Wan, we have always believed that there is much more to the incident. Should we act more judiciously until we have solid evidence proving that Iron Plateau natives were involved in the kidnapping? Judiciously? Taking a deep breath, Wan Liyun replied coldly, Brother Su, you must think that the Burning Sun Alliance has gone mad because our disciples were captured and even murdered, right? This is the latest news sent from the Heavenly Saints Space Zone. Brother Su, and everyone else, please take a look. Up until now, the Heavenly Saints Composite Index has dropped by more than 40% compared to 3 months ago. The average share price of the major groups under the name of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City has plunged by 50%. The transportation sector suffered the heaviest losses. More than 70% of the share price has been vaporized. This is an out-and-out stock market crash. Right now, the financial market is in chaos. A lot of transportation companies are dying under the threat of the space pirates. The cargo passing through Heavenly Saints City this month was only 60% what it was during the same period last year. Don't forget that Heavenly Saint City is the most heavily guarded metropolis in space. Some smaller space towns have shut their doors to the outside world in fear of the assault of space pirates. Their cargo throughput was only 20 to 30% of last year's. You still think that the so-called space residents and the Temple of Immortals are merely skin diseases? They are most definitely not. The civilization of the Flying Star sector is founded on the smooth, secure lines of transportation. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City are acknowledged by most ordinary people because we can protect the traffic lines and ensure the communication of people and goods in the bleak, dark universe. Transportation lines are the foundation of our civilization. Without transportation lines, we are but lone islands scattered in the sea of stars. Before long, our entire civilization will collapse. After the several months of rioting from the space pirates, all the people of the Flying Star sector are hiding in their towns and fortresses, shuddering in fright. They are losing confidence in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. If a rumor that we cannot even protect our family and disciple breaks out right now and that they were ruthlessly murdered by immortal cultivators whom we can only sit and watch to run away, how can we convince the ordinary people that we have the ability to protect them? If we don't have the ability to protect ordinary people, why would they support us, buy our shares, receive the education that we provide, take our carriers, and stand on our side? Do you understand? This is not an issue of 20 hostages, it concerns whether or not everyone in the Flying Star sector should continue trusting the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. It will certainly be for the best if we can rescue the hostages, but if we can't, we have no other options except to launch a thunderous attack at Iron Plateau with all our might. We will rebuild people's confidence in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City with the destruction of our enemy. Do you agree, everybody? There was a long silence inside the bridge. Cultivators wearing the emblem of the Furious Bears Union slowly nodded their heads. Agreed. Those wearing the emblem of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood replied, their eyelids twitching, agreed. Heavenly Wolves Fortress, Giant Axe Hall, Silver Moon Clan. All the cultivators sighed and nodded one after another. Agreed. Wan Liyun was flushed and appeared restless. He waved his hands, somewhat tired. Everybody, take a good rest in our last day. In 24 hours, Operation Thunder will be carried out. Right then, the light beam started shaking weirdly. Taking a deep breath, the officer exclaimed, his voice shaking, "CA, Captain, we received a message from the Great Horn Exo Society. The rescue mission was a success. The 20 hostages are all unharmed." 10 days later, in Furious Bears City. The Temple of Immortals scheme had been foiled, but its repercussions still plunged Furious Bears City into a swirl of events. Li Yao, on the other hand, was bothered by none of it. The most important task for him in the past few days had been to eat well, sleep well, and treat his wounds while consolidating his position in the unprecedented superlative height of the building foundation stage. Shua. Sha Yulan plucked the last gold needle from his chest. Sensing the prospering circulation of spiritual energy inside his body, she smiled. Your body is even sturdier than that of the healthiest chi trainer than I've ever seen. I have no idea how you trained yourself to such an extent at all. I thought that you would have to lie on bed for a couple of months, but you've fully recovered after only 10 days. Li Yao smiled, too. He sensed the strength that felt both familiar and strange flowing inside his body. He punched several times, and the air in front of him rippled like water. However, there was not the slightest sound. His control over his strength had reached an amazing level that far exceeded the peak of the building foundation stage in common sense. Even cultivators in the beginning level of the core formation stage might not have been as skilled as him. Sha Yulan was beaming with interest and said, "The world of cultivation is indeed full of changes and mysteries. I thought that you were dead for sure, but you've set yourself off on a whole new path. I've carefully analyzed everything in the last couple of days. Your status right now is different from the superlative height of the refinement stage. Not every Qi trainer can enter your level by compressing their spiritual gas after they reach a certain threshold in the refinement stage. At that time, the chaotic spiritual energy released from the cores of the apocalyptic beasts was still lingering inside your body, waiting to be transformed and absorbed. It was accumulating in your abdomen and could have killed you. As it turned out, Xibei's attack with his apocalyptic strength battered the foreign spiritual energy and set it free from your body. Moreover, Xibei's bloody mist covered you like a big cooker and restrained the escaping spiritual energy around you, making it have nowhere to run to. Also, everybody was in the most intense reverberation state at that moment. All the coincidences together led to your inexplicable level. Li Yao chuckled and scratched his head, realizing that he was truly unbelievably lucky. Sha Yulan suddenly changed the topic. However, regarding the weird situation inside your body, I have two speculations, one good and the other bad. Which one would you like to hear first? Li Yao thought for a moment and replied, the bad one, please. Although you've broken into the superlative height of the building foundation stage by luck and your combat ability has been significantly increased, I estimate that it will be 10 times more difficult for you to enter the core formation stage than for common building foundation stage cultivators, said Sha Yulan. Li Yao raised his right eyebrow. Sha Yulan explained, you've received the harshest training of the Qi trainers, and now, you are in the superlative height of the building foundation stage. As a result, your veins, nerves, and abdomen have 10 times the capacity of common building foundation stage cultivators. Metaphorically speaking, if the body of a common building foundation stage cultivator is a lake, your body is an ocean. Li Yao nodded. His spiritual energy capacity had indeed improved a lot over the last couple of months. After he entered the superlative height of the building foundation stage, he had been feeling hungry all day. His daily training always consumed dozens of crystals, and he still felt that he hadn't enjoyed himself. His body had become like a bottomless hole. Let's say that one would be able to enter the core formation stage when the water level reaches a certain height. One heavy rain will be enough to raise the water level of the lakes of common building foundation stage cultivators and make them reach the threshold, Sha Yulan said. But for an ocean, such as yourself, one heavy rain is far from enough. How much water do you need if you want to raise the water level of an ocean by 1 meter? I can't even imagine. Deep in thought, Li Yao realized that Sha Yulan did have a point. Sha Yulan continued her explanation. For a long while now, I've been wondering why none of the Qi trainers, many of whom were talented and smart, have ever entered the building foundation stage successfully in the past several thousand years. There should have been some, no matter how low the odds are. Now, I finally understand that it was because the Qi trainers overstretched their veins and nerves, increasing their spiritual energy capacity. While their lakes grew larger and larger, more and more water could be stored, but it made it more and more difficult to improve the water level in order to reach the threshold of the building foundation stage. Li Yao slapped his thigh and observed, good point. There's another fatal problem about your body. Your abdomen was pierced through by Xibei's brutal attack. It is now like a bag riddled with holes. However much rice you put into the bag, some of it is bound to leak out. The strength that leaks out makes your whole new level. However, it also adds to the difficulty of breaking through to the core formation stage, because forming the core highlights the concentration of spiritual energy and not dispersion. All in all, my conclusion is that you've already deviated from the normal path of training. The superlative height of the building foundation stage is not compatible with the core formation stage, just like the superlative height of the refinement stage does not agree with the building foundation stage. When the Qi trainers persist in walking on the superlative height of the refinement stage and surpassing the 50th level, the 80th, and even now the 100th, the price they pay is that they are unlikely to enter the building foundation stage. If you go higher in the superlative height of the building foundation stage, you may reach the 10th, the 20th, and even the 100th level of the building foundation stage, but it is very possible that you will have to pay your price, too, which is that you will never enter the core formation stage. Li Yao felt a headache coming on. It was indeed a tough choice. The superlative height of the building foundation stage was a significant improvement to his combat ability. According to Li Yao's self-evaluation, his maximum combat ability was close to that of the middle level of the core formation stage. Even if he ran into an experienced core formation stage cultivator such as Fengyu Zhong again right now, he would not necessarily be on the losing side. If he could march into the 30th or the 50th level of the building foundation stage someday, it was not unlikely that he could defeat the nascent soul stage cultivators. However, cultivation was not simply about the improvement of combat ability. The core formation stage, nascent soul stage, and divinity transformation stage represented the major landmarks in the path of evolution. He was like a dinosaur among cultivators right now. The combat ability of dinosaurs was naturally much higher than that of monkeys. But that did not mean that dinosaurs were more advanced than monkeys. Monkeys had endless potential due to their intelligence. Li Yao took a long breath and asked curiously, "Then, what's the good news, Sister Sha?" Sha Yulan smiled and replied, "Need I inform you of the good news? Your body is now an ocean. Although it is 10 times more difficult to enter the core formation stage, you will be the strongest core formation stage cultivator in history should you succeed someday. I don't even know whether or not core will be an appropriate word to describe your status by then. Your capability will definitely be terrifying." Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. It was quite true. Raising the water level of an ocean by 1 meter was naturally much more troublesome than lifting that of a lake. However, the force used when the ocean moved several meters would be much more intimidating than when a lake moved. It's decided then. Li Yao clenched his fists, his eyes glittering. I will not abandon the core formation stage. Maybe I will suddenly break into the superlative height of the core formation stage from the superlative height of the building foundation stage one day during my training. Superlative height of the core formation stage. Wow. I'm drooling just thinking of it. Sha Yulan couldn't help but chuckle. She covered her mouth and said, "All right. All right. You can study how to form the ultimate core right now. I'll go and change Big Xiong's medication." "Right, come to Big Xiong's ward soon. Captain Lei seems to have brought Big Xiong something, and he wants to share it with you." After Sha Yulan left, Li Yao pondered for a moment and locked the door from inside. Then he secretly established communication with Sparkle. Sparkle was hiding dozens of meters below his ward. Since the distance was very short, the point-to-point communication was not in the least hindered by the rock stratums in between. Sparkle had not been idling by in the last couple of days. Li Yao had sent the broken mystic skeleton battlesuit and the pieces of the apocalyptic extension into Sparkle. Professor Mo Xian had taken charge of the repair work, and everything was successfully completed 3 days later. Li Yao explained his situation to the 5 spectral cultivators. He also told them that he wouldn't give up on the core formation stage. Mo Xian and the rest of the spectral cultivators couldn't have agreed with him more. As refiners, they did not think too highly of the improvement of combat ability that the superlative height of the building foundation stage brought. What the core formation stage could offer was not only enhancement of combat ability, but also a totally different understanding of spiritual energy. Many kinds of planetary-level magical equipment could only be utilized by those above the core formation stage. Li Yao wouldn't be able to make use of them even if he was in the 10,000th level of the building foundation stage. "The path to the core formation stage is always full of perils," said Mo Xian. "Thankfully, we still have plenty of time. It's been only less than 1 year since we arrived in the Flying Star sector, and you have already entered the unprecedented superlative height of the building foundation stage. Maybe in the next 10 years, you will really find an opportunity to become an ultimate core formation stage cultivator. If there are no other ways, we can always try to facilitate the process with magical equipment. But let's settle the details later. We've been drilling below the underground for too long. 2 crystal reactors exploded in the morning, and we are still working on them. Alright. Let's talk soon. Li Yao nodded his head. He was going to shut off the communication, when he suddenly bulged his eyes and shouted, "Wait!" Mo Xian was caught unprepared. He asked, "What's the problem?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes deep in thought while he mumbled, facilitating the process with magical equipment. Professor Mo Xian, look, one of the biggest problems for me right now is that my abdomen is too huge and my veins too thick, resulting in a huge consumption of spiritual energy during my training. The other problem is that my abdomen is riddled with holes that seem fine in everyday life but leak spiritual energy in extreme moments. Let's say that we can craft a piece of magical equipment whose form and mechanism are similar to those of crystal reactors. It will be a pressure cooker 3 to 4 meters in diameter. Then, I will sit inside the pressure cooker and form the core there. Since it is a fully sealed pressure cooker, the spiritual energy inside my body will have nowhere to escape to even if it wants to run away. Instead, it will only be pressed by the overwhelming pressure from all directions until it is all compressed to the same spot. Won't that be the ultimate core that I talked about? Mo Xian was silent for a long time, before he replied, "That's an interesting thought, young man. Let's talk about it later." Mo Xian cut off the communication. What does he mean? Isn't it a great idea? Li Yao rubbed his hands. Hooked by his bold hypothesis, he started making designs on a blank light beam. When Li Yao walked out of his ward, the first thing he saw was the Great Horn Exo Society's crystal warship, which was floating in the bright blue sky. Up in space, countless small carriers had been transporting assets to the crystal warship like ants, and then the Great Horn Exo Society had brought the assets to the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Every cloud had a silver lining. After the scheme of the Temple of Immortals was revealed, Xiong Wuji's dream of Iron Plateau natives and space residents cooperating was coming true faster than expected. For the Iron Plateau natives, a lot of their elite warriors had been killed in the consecutive fierce battles. Besides, all 6 tribes had more or less been infiltrated by the Temple of Immortals. There was no telling whether or not remaining spies of the Temple of Immortals were still instigating trouble in the Dark Continent either. Therefore, they were in dire need of all kinds of aid. In the world of cultivators, the last couple of months had been quite rough, too. Social order was in chaos, and the financial market suffered heavy losses. Ordinary people and cultivators were gradually losing their faith. If a large-scale ground war were to break out at this moment, a lot of resources and lives would be wasted. Nobody wanted to fight a war unless necessary. Right now, it was very likely that the Iron Plateau natives would form an alliance with the space residents. The future might be uncertain, but the 2 parties could at least join their hands against the Temple of Immortals for now. It was great news for the market and a cardiotonic for the chaotic situation. The 20 college students from the 2 best universities of the Flying Star sector had been rescued by Iron Plateau natives. With that event as a trigger, the ice-breaking process was officially begun. However, despite the strong will of communication from both parties, the fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City did not land on Iron Plateau directly. Instead, after they picked up the 20 hostages and expressed their gratitude to the Iron Plateau natives, they quickly retreated to the edge of the Iron Plateau space zone, a signal that they were not malicious or aggressive. After all, the relationship between the 2 parties was too sensitive. Theoretically speaking, both of them considered themselves to be the rightful successor of the 6 major sects of 5,000 years ago. The chief of the Furious Bears tribe was essentially the leader of the Furious Bears Union. Just as 2 suns could not be in the sky at the same time, the Furious Bears Union naturally could not have 2 leaders. Every step had to be made cautiously to avoid the potential disputes. Therefore, the Great Horn Exo Society, which had zero affiliation with the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, became the best intermediary and a bridge of communication between the two parties. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City sent a lot of assets that the fleet carried to the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau through the Great Horn Exo Society, meeting the Iron Plateau natives' urgent need and showing their sincere gratitude for rescuing the hostages. Li Yao's and Xiong Wuji's wards were separated by a yard. Xiong Wuji's situation was worse than Li Yao's. He could barely sit straight to this day. All suspicions about him were gone. He had also advanced into the unrecorded 100th level of the refinement stage in front of everyone. Although it had only lasted a moment, he had nearly blown Xibei into pieces. Such valiant and ruthless actions made everybody in the 6 tribes worship him. The Furious Bears tribe agreed unanimously that he should continue working as the chief, although he rejected the offer multiple times, claiming that his blood was from space and his capability had hit rock bottom. Therefore, his ward had turned into his office. The ward, which was always teeming with people, was unusually quiet right now. Sha Yulan and Wu Mayan were the only 2 accompanying him. Despite the white hair and the slender figure, Xiong Wuji was in a quite good mood, if not somewhat excited. Li Yao smiled. What kind of good news did Chief Xiong receive? Xiong Wuji grinned and was somewhat nervous, making Li Yao doubt whether or not he was the tough guy that he had known. Sha Yulan smiled and explained, just now, Captain Lei brought a document. It was the name list of all the passengers and crew members of the starships that had accidents near the Iron Plateau space zone 5 decades ago. The document, including the names, the profiles, and the photos of the victims, is inside the crystal processor. Li Yao immediately realized that, if Xiong Wuji was indeed from the space, his family must be in the list. No wonder even such a tough man was uneasy. Sha Yulan looked at Xiong Wuji and smiled. Big Xiong is nervous. Let's help him look into it. Yes. Let's help Father Xiong find out what his parents look like. They must be great heroes just like Father Xiong, said Wu Mayan cheerily. Li Yao also smiled. He agreed unhesitatingly, all right. Let's help Chief Xiong together. Sha Yulan activated the crystal processor and projected a light beam where she displayed the 3D pictures of the victims of the accidents after sorting out the information. She said, I glanced roughly just now. Over the few years, 1 passenger starship and 2 carriers were lost near the Iron Plateau space zone. There is no telling whether they experienced cosmic storms or were plundered by space pirates, but not even a screw was found in the end. On the missing starships, there were 234 passengers with kids, and 13 of them were carrying twins. 3 were cultivators. Here. This is Fei Qua from the Fire Cloud sect. He was a cultivator in the peak of the building foundation stage. It is said that he was quite a celebrity in the Great Bravery Space Zone. A man of chivalry. A muscular man with a square face and a long beard appeared on the light beam. He looked strong and magnificent. Wu Mayan blinked and mumbled, he looked a bit similar to Father Xiong. Turns out Father Xiong's father was truly a great man. No wonder Father Xiong is so awesome. Xiong Wuji finally couldn't hold it any longer and turned around. He held his breath and observed carefully. After staring for a while, he remarked hesitatingly, he might be, but let's check others first. All right. Sha Yulan was very patient and displayed all the passengers that brought twins with them on the light beam. Cultivators first and then ordinary people. Xiong Wuji narrowed his eyes in silence. When the photo of the 9th passenger leapt out of the light beam, Sha Yulan, Wu Mayan, and Li Yao all exclaimed. Too similar. The passenger's appearance was too similar to Xiong Wuji today. Although he was not very tall and strong, he stood with a straight back, and his eyes were narrow, long and extremely clean. Looking at the photo and at Xiong Wuji in person, one would inevitably conclude that they were related. Xiong Wuji's eyes instantly turned red. He said coarsely, he is probably my father. What's his name? What kind of person was he? Sha Yulan glanced at the man's profile and replied, his name is Xiong. He was a teacher and an ordinary person. I didn't see this coming. Wu Maiyan's eyes bulged, and he mumbled in a low voice, Father Xiong's father is an ordinary person. Ha ha ha. Xiong Wuji finally burst into laughter in great satisfaction. He laughed so hard that tears were flowing out. I didn't know that my family name was truly Xiong. Fantastic. Really fantastic. Looking at him crying in joy, Li Yao thought of his own origins with complicated feelings. He snapped Wu Maiyan's forehead softly and said, what's wrong with an ordinary person? Iron Plateau natives and space residents. Ordinary people and cultivators. Aren't they all human beings? Wu Maiyan held his head after an ouch. He suddenly rolled his eyes and said, Uncle Sand Scorpion, Father Xiong has found his father. Let's leave him and my mom alone for now. There's something that I want to ask you. Oh? Li Yao smiled. He somewhat knew what was on the young man's mind and simply said to Sha Yulan, Sister Sha, Chief Xiong has found his birth father. You can study his profile in detail now. Yen and I will wander around for a while. They left the ward and walked to a pond in the center of the yard. Uncle Sand Scorpion, do you remember you promise? Wu Maiyan's eyes were shining, as he declared, you said that you would recruit me as a disciple if we were both alive after the battle of the apocalypse. Right now, I've passed 2 of them. You won't go back on your words, will you? I always keep my promise. However, I also said that I would only recruit you as my disciple if you could endure the biting of a few ants, Li Yao replied. That's not a problem. His hands on his hips, Wu Maiyan gnashed his teeth. As long as you are willing to recruit me as your disciple, I can let a tiger bite me however many times it wants, not to mention some ants. Bring them on. Li Yao squatted and said, give me one of your fingers. Gritting his teeth fearlessly, Wu Maiyan extended his right index finger with his eyes closed. Soon, he felt that his finger was itching. He opened his eyes, only to discover that Li Yao had snatched several ordinary ants and placed them on his fingertip. Wu Maiyan was dazed. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao smiled and replied, nothing. I was planning to make things difficult for you with a certain test, but you proved yourself in the battle against Xibei. When you charged at Xibei without hesitation, I made up my mind that I would recruit you as my disciple if you are willing to. Li Yao's maximum combat ability right now was close to the middle and high level of the core formation stage. He was even qualified to establish his own sect. It was only natural that he had a disciple. Wu Maiyan was not 14 years old yet, and he had already advanced into the 15th level of the refinement stage. Such a genius was definitely a treasure that countless sects would fight for. After getting to know each other for a few months, Li Yao felt that his integrity was unquestionable. Now that the young man was willing to learn after him, naturally, he wouldn't say no. Hearing that Li Yao had agreed, Wu Maiyan was so excited that he made 3 back flips in the air. He then kneeled down beside the pebbles near the pond and said respectfully, Master. Li Yao scratched his hair. In the dreams of O Yezi's life, he had tasted the feeling of being the leader of a major sect. At that time, he had thousands of disciples under his command. Naturally, being called Master was not new to him. However, now that Wu Maiyan had kneeled down before him and addressed him as Master, he would have to be responsible for him. Li Yao thought over all the expertise he knew about and tried to select some techniques that were suitable for Wu Maiyan. Yet, Wu Maiyan had already proposed a question dutifully. Master, I've been thinking about a question lately and failed to solve it. I think I've run into a dead end. I wanted to ask my mom and father Xiong, but I felt that they might not be able to understand the question. I wonder, can you help you with it, Master? Oh? Li Yao raised his eyebrow. Pretending to a serious teacher, he pointed at a gray rock beside the pond and said, "Sit down and let's talk." Chapter 636. Will you practice the technique? Like a monkey that was sitting on thorns, Wu Mian was moving uneasily. His eyes flickered about for quite a long time. He was hesitating. "Master, I've been reflecting on Xibei's theory about the survival and development of the human civilization. The more I think about it, the more reasonable it appears to me. Do you think there's any chance that he was not possessed by the blood demon and he meant what he said and his prediction was true?" Li Yao was dazed. "Is this happening? You were gritting your teeth and waving your saber crazily that day. I thought that you would be quite unwavering." Wu Mian lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. He kicked a pebble into the pond, which raised dull noises, before he said, "I also found the transformation of my attitude very weird. After prolonged consideration, I finally discovered that the critical factor was that he was too ugly." Li Yao was rendered speechless. Wu Mian explained carefully, "My blood was boiling, and my head was seething with fury. Nobody had the time to think about what Xibei was saying. I only saw that he was half a human and half an insect with countless vine-like veins fluctuating on his body. He was exactly what a monster should look like. Of course, I slashed him mercilessly. But in my spare time over the last couple of days, I've thought about his words, and they began making more and more sense to me. Isn't survival everything for a civilization? All things can happen only if the civilization exists. Once it perishes, hopes and ethics will be no more. If some sacrifices and changes must be made for the continuity of the civilization, they seem worthwhile to me. If the universe above our heads is truly a ruthless, dark forest, we have no options except to alter ourselves according to the rules of the forest, however cruel they are. I cannot find loopholes in Xibei's theory. The more I think about it, the more I am convinced. In my opinion, if Xibei had not looked so disgusting but had looked like a deity wearing a glittering silver robe, many people might have been persuaded by him. This is the question that has baffled me for days. Please enlighten me, Master." Li Yao blinked and stared at Wu Mian in silence. Holding his breath, Wu Mian looked at him, full of hope. Li Yao suddenly sighed. He patted Wu Mian's shoulder and said solemnly, "Ah Yen. I'm all ears, Master." Wu Mian replied respectfully. "Look, I'm new to the job of teaching, too. Can we start our discussion from the relatively rudimentary topics? You are asking me about the future of humanity in your first class. Isn't that question too sophisticated? I was not prepared at all. In fact, I haven't had my lunch yet. How about this? I'll teach you 4 solutions to the black tiger snatching the heart technique. As for the future of human civilization, let's talk about it later, shall we?" Wu Mian was not entirely satisfied. "Okay." Li Yao cleared his throat. Staring at the ripples in the pond, which were calming down, in a daze, he suddenly changed his mind and said, "All right, but I don't know much about the dark forest and the human civilization. Let's talk about a single person. For example, you. Is survival the most important thing to you? Are you willing to endure all kinds of sufferings to the extent that you end up completely different just in order to be stronger and survive?" Wu Mian was dazed for a moment. Deep in thought, he nodded his head unconfidently a while later. "It probably is. One only has opportunities when they are alive. Everything will be gone after they are dead. All right. Let's assume that there is such an extreme situation. Remember, just an assumption." Li Yao tapped his forehead and said, "You are living in a dark forest that is packed with ferocious animals, traps, and hunters. It is a lawless world where the strong prey on the weak. With your current capability, if you walk in any direction, you will be devoured with no bones left in less than half a day. At this moment, you suddenly find a book that records an unparalleled technique. If you grasp the technique, you will dominate the dark forest and become invincible. At the very least, you won't be scared any longer and can live on for a long time. Then, will you practice such a technique? Do I even need to think? Of course I will practice it. Only the fools won't. Whatever price I have to pay, however tedious the process is, I will master the technique. Wu Mian blurted out. Li Yao smiled and said, don't be hasty. Wait until I'm done. Learning such a technique is not very difficult. However, it requires a prerequisite that you castrate yourself. Do you know what castrate means? Castrate means, Li Yao explained the meaning in great detail. He even picked up a fallen branch and drew a few illustrations of the operation in the mud. Huh? Wu Mian was dumbfounded. What kind of bullsh*t technique is this? I have to chop off my thing before I get to practice it. Li Yao tapped a stone and said, assumption. I already said that it was only an assumption. Now, will you practice the technique? Wu Mian's eyelids were trembling as he said, well, aren't there any alternative techniques? No. Li Yao shook his head. Other techniques are too weak. Only this unparalleled technique can allow you to survive in the dark forest. That's too outrageous. His eyes bloodshot, Wu Mian couldn't help but look at groins. He hesitated for a while and asked, are there any consequences after I castrate myself? There might not be many. Li Yao tilted his head and thought hard for a while, before he replied, but castrating yourself is not as simple as that. After you castrate yourself, your body will change, and your psychological state will be gradually affected, too. Due to the lack of testosterone, you will lose all your sex drive, and there is the possibility of hair loss. In addition, you will experience frequent hot flashes, and more fat will accumulate around your chest area. You understand the kind of misunderstandings that a buildup of fat in that area could lead to, don't you? Wu Mian shuddered in coldness. I do. That's good. You can make a choice now, Li Yao said. Death? Or invincibility as the king in the dark forest after you grasp the unparalleled technique? Wu Mian was silent for a long time, before he sighed and replied, I might as well choose to die. Therefore, you think that part of you is more important than your life, and you would rather die than to have it castrated, right? Li Yao said. Wu Mian was dazed. Deep in thought, he replied slowly, I'm getting what you are trying to say, master. If I would rather die before part of me is castrated, there must be something about a civilization and a species that they are unwilling to let go of, sort of like. Li Yao added, sort of like the thing for a civilization. Wu Mian slapped his thigh and said, yes. Like the thing for the civilization. They do not want to be castrated even if they have to die. Li Yao grinned and said, more or less. In fact, the question has bothered me for a long time, too. Many times, I thought, what if Xibei was never possessed by the blood demon and was speaking the truth? Were we doing the right thing if that was the case? However, just a moment ago, I suddenly thought everything through. The biggest difference between us and Xibei is not about the blood-striped virus. Even if he was not possessed, we would still be the opposite kinds of people. For some people, there is always something that they would rather die than give away. Awesome as the unparalleled technique may be, we will only wipe our ass with it. But if it were Xibei, he might really castrate himself in order to get started with the technique. Different ideologies lead to different paths. Maybe the universe above our heads is truly a ruthless, dark forest, but I won't castrate the most precious things for me to survive in the forest. If I am not lucky enough and I have to die, so be it. Wu Mian pondered for a while and mumbled, you do have a point, but I feel something is wrong. We were talking about the future of humanity a while ago. How did the topic change to castration? It's the same thing. Li Yao blinked and said assuredly, if you castrate yourself, you will have no children. What is the future of humanity if they don't have posterity? Another half-month passed. Li Yao had consolidated his stance in the superlative height of the building foundation stage. His spiritual energy could be transformed between liquid and gas at his will, and his understanding about the reverberation of fighting will had reached a whole new level, too. Sparkle returned with trophies galore. With the state-of-the-art drilling technology, the crew members had cruised below the ground of Iron Plateau and explored a lot of ancient cities of the Flying Star sector that had been buried 5,000 years ago. Their adventures had awarded them with abundant remains of magical equipment and useful heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The communication between Iron Plateau natives and space residents had become smoother and smoother. The two parties had established an association of communication that was responsible for the subsequent issues of trade and transportation. Many well-respected professors and leaders from Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute, the two best colleges in the Flying Star sector, arrived in Iron Plateau after a long trip. Ostensibly, they'd come to express their gratitude in person to the Iron Plateau natives for saving the 20 students. In fact, they were the representatives of cultivators who had come to discuss the cooperation of a deeper level formally. After all, the Great Horn Exo Society was too insignificant to make promises for all the cultivators in space. The presidents and professors of the two colleges, on the other hand, were in the academic circle. They did not belong to the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, and yet they boasted enough prestige and influence among cultivators. Therefore, they were the perfect representatives for the negotiation. Everything was progressing smoothly. Iron Plateau was entering a new era of hope. For Li Yao, it was time to leave Iron Plateau and embark on a new trip of training. What? You are leaving? In the residence of the chief of the Furious Bears tribe, the mysterious smiles on the faces of Xiong Wuji and Lei Dalu turned into bewilderment all of a sudden. They stared at Li Yao in disbelief. The Great Horn Exo Society had played an important role in the hostage incident. Hundreds of its members had fought side by side with the Chi trainers, and many of them had sacrificed themselves. Therefore, the Iron Plateau natives had been treating them especially warmly. Until the delegation of cultivators arrived, the Great Horn Exo Society had served as the bridge of communication between the two parties and still played its part after the presidents and professors of the two supreme colleges landed. Many Chi trainers were still wary of the space residents. Only the cultivators of the Great Horn Exo Society, who shed blood together with them, could be fully trusted. Over the past few months, Lei Dalu and Xiong Wuji had been communicating with each other a lot because of the public affairs. The two of them shared similar tempers and became good friends. Just now, they were wearing smiles as if they had prepared a surprise for Li Yao. But they did not expect that Li Yao would bring an even bigger surprise for them. Li Yao raised his eyebrow and said, "Is there a problem? I said to Chief Xiong a long time ago that I was forced to land on Iron Plateau and have been kept in this place because of the subsequent events. Right now, all the problems have been solved. A new chief has been elected in the Burning Sun tribe. After a month of investigation, many spies of the Temple of Immortals have been discovered. It is only a matter of time before every one of them is fished out by following up the leads. As for the cultivators, they have transported a batch of medical facilities to Iron Plateau quickly. The heavily wounded Chi trainers will receive the best treatment. Also, the Association of Interstellar Communication has been established. Large-scale communication is already underway. I won't be of much help even if I continue to stay on Iron Plateau. Besides, I didn't speak the whole truth on the Truth Cabinet that day, and I've been feeling uneasy. The longer I delay, the more likely it is that I will be seen through. It will be pretty bad when that happens." Li Yao spoke frankly. Xiong Wuji and Lei Dalu were both aware of his background and knew that he was not an Iron Plateau native at all. Xiong Wuji looked at Lei Dalu and asked hesitatingly, "Li Yao, there is still a question that we have been trying to hold back for a long time. How did you pass the test of the truth cabinet that day? Was there really any magical equipment that could disturb the functionality of the truth cabinet? Li Yao was silent for a while. He had discussed the question with Professor Mo Xian, and they had reached a consensus that it was not good to reveal his real identity yet. It was not because he did not trust Lei Dalu or Xiong Wuji, but because of the Temple of Immortals. Although the Temple of Immortals scheme had failed, the organization still boasted tremendous capability in the dark. If Xibei was not lying, the other three leaders of the Temple of Immortals were all super experts in the nascent soul stage. More importantly, Li Yao did not even know who they were. If Li Yao were to release his real identity to the public, stating that he was from a different world and in possession of many techniques and magical equipment the Flying Star sector had never heard of, he would definitely become one of the most important targets for the Temple of Immortals. There would be no way that he could train himself and learn knowledge without being disturbed. It's true that I cannot craft a piece of magical equipment that could deceive the truth cabinet, Li Yao replied. But the truth cabinet is a dead thing after all. There are many ways to bypass it. Maybe, everything I said was true, except that it was in a different time sequence and short of a few critical sentences. For example, Chief Xiong, has it ever occurred to you that, if you are a space resident growing up on Iron Plateau, it is possible that an Iron Plateau native grows up in the space? Wouldn't such a man pass the test of the truth cabinet? Xiong Wuji and Lei Dalu were both dazed. It was something that they had never thought of. Li Yao scratched his hair and said, "Of course, my background is a secret, but it doesn't matter now. I'm leaving Iron Plateau soon anyway. Speaking of which, I must trouble Captain Lei to find a starship to Heavenly Saint City for me." Lei Dalu's eyes were blinking as he said, "You're going to Heavenly Saint City? With what identity?" "Of course I'm going to Heavenly Saint City, as I said a long time ago," Li Yao said matter-of-factly. "As for my identity? Of course, I will go under my real name, Li Yao. Although an accident happened at the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year, I did demonstrate my capability before it. Right now, the world of cultivators is in chaos, and it's a great time for the Exos to show themselves off. I don't think the three main crystal suit centers will reject me." There was even more interest in Lei Dalu's eyes. He asked, "You are interested in the refinement of crystal suits?" "Not just crystal suits. I'm interested in all kinds of magical equipment. But of course, the more advanced, the better," Li Yao replied. Lei Dalu questioned further about his plans. "Then, what about the most cutting-edge theories about magical equipment? Although the three main crystal suit centers are best known for their products, they cannot be compared to the two supreme colleges in regard of magical equipment theories, can they?" Li Yao found it odd. "That's for sure. But what's with all the questions, Captain Lei?" Lei Dalu coughed and looked at Xiong Wuji. He was about to speak, when cheers and drumming suddenly came over from outside as if a carnival had just started. "Let's go out. We'll talk about how you leave Iron Plateau shortly." Xiong Wuji and Lei Dalu seemed to be expecting the arrival of such a bunch of people. They dragged Li Yao out of the house. On the street, the saluting cannons were echoing and releasing brilliant fireworks and ribbons. Two drumming tanks of the giant axe tribe were in the lead, followed by the tanks of the other 5 tribes except the Furious Bears tribe. They all put down the flags of their respective tribe as a signal of respect for the Furious Bears tribe. All the tanks were painted with glamorous colors and decorated with the skeletons of demon beasts. The Chi trainers on the tanks were wearing glitzy robes made of beast hides and feathers. They were playing various kinds of instrument airily. On the biggest true Chi tank at the center, a giant pillar more than 10 meters tall and almost 3 meters in diameter was positioned. When the tanks slowly reached the front of the chief's residence, the muscular men roared at the same time. Dense white steams spurted out of the tank, and the giant pillar was slowly erected. The giant pillar was made from gold apparition wood, an extremely rarely seen ancient tree on Iron Plateau. Bathed in sunlight, golden brightness vaguely flowed on the rind of the gold apparition wood. It tangled the giant pillar like gold scales and looked quite splendid. For enormous words were written on the giant pillar in the bones of the apocalyptic beasts. Invincible in Iron Plateau. Wow! Li Yao gasped, his eyes glittering. Very impressive. What is this supposed to mean? The Furious Bears tribe made the greatest contribution in the incident even though it had been wronged by the other 5 tribes. This is a sign of gratitude and contrition from the 5 tribes. It also means that they will listen to the Furious Bears tribe's command until the next battle of the apocalypse. Xiong Wuji smiled and said, that is especially so for the Burning Sun tribe. Whoever the real conspirators were, the incident was caused by the Burning Sun tribe after all. Therefore, they offered this very precious gold apparition wood. It is sort of their plea for forgiveness. Aside from its splendidness, the gold apparition wood can also concentrate the spiritual energy nearby. If the giant pillar stands in Furious Bear's city, those who are training in the several kilometers around will all benefit from it. Such a gift is evident of their sincerity. As for the 4 words, invincible in Iron Plateau, the reason is simple. The 5 tribes are showing their respect for the best warrior of Iron Plateau and thanking him for rescuing hundreds of Qi trainers and avoiding a catastrophe. That explains a lot. Li Yao nodded his head and observed, Chief Xiong made such a great contribution to Iron Plateau and even advanced into the unprecedented 100th level of the refinement stage. You truly deserve to be called invincible in Iron Plateau. Xiong Wuji eyed him with a weird expression and suddenly asked, what, you think, best warrior of Iron Plateau refers to myself? Li Yao was dazed. Doesn't it? Xiong Wuji smiled casually. I suffered heavy wounds in the battle against Xibei. I can manage to work as the chief of the Furious Bears tribe right now, but invincible in Iron Plateau is too much for me right now. Li Yao's eyes bulged, and he blurted out, who else deserves such a title if the warrior who advanced into the 100th level of the refinement stage doesn't? Xiong Wuji looked at him quietly. Lei Dalu looked at him quietly. Li Yao blinked and tilted his head, deep in thought. He finally realized what was going on. Before he could open his mouth, the 100 warriors from the 5 tribes on the tanks bashed their chests together and shouted as loud as they could. The Burning Sun tribe pays respect to the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. The Giant Axe tribe pays respect to the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. The Feathered Snakes tribe pays respect to the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Many other muscular men wearing nothing on their upper body moved a lot of heavy boxes from the tanks and opened them in front of thousands of bystanders. Inside the boxes were dazzling, rarely seen treasures of the 5 tribes. Before Li Yao went into the Truth Cabinet the other day, the chief of the Feathered Snakes tribe had promised that the Feathered Snakes tribe would offer part of their trophies as compensation once his innocence was proven. The chiefs of the other 4 tribes had made similar promises, too. In the end, not only did Li Yao prove himself, he had also killed Xibei and saved the day. Therefore, the 5 tribes fulfilled their promise and took out even more treasures of their tribes to show their gratitude for Li Yao, the new best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Seeing hundreds of super brawny men more than 2.5 meters tall staring at him with admiration, Li Yao felt that cold sweat was appearing on his forehead. He said, "What do you think will happen if I tell them that what I said on the Truth Cabinet was not necessarily the truth, that I was in fact not a wildling from the Dark Continent, that I hadn't even lived for a year on Iron Plateau, and that even the cave they found a couple days ago, allegedly my old residence, was actually faked and prearranged by me?" Li Yao did not wake up until the next morning. In his trance, he felt that his cheek was still aching, and even his burps were tasted like condiments. He was intimidated by the feast last night when he thought about it again. He had not drunk much alcohol, even though the muscular and unconstrained Iron Plateau natives all seemed to be excellent drinkers. It was because everybody was a Qi trainer and could barely got intoxicated. Drinking alcohol was as boring as drinking cold water for them. Therefore, the way that Qi trainers expressed their hospitality on Iron Plateau was to offer meat instead of wine. The Qi trainers of Iron Plateau were quite old school. They considered one's appetite a good gauge for strength. The more one could eat, the better one would be able to control their body, and the stronger one would be. Li Yao, as the new best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, was naturally the primary target that received the most attention during the feast. Not only did the leaders and elders of the other 5 tribes bring the gluttons of their tribes to toast meat in turn, even many Qi trainers of the Furious Bears tribe had gone to him with beef steaks and lamb chops, raising a civil war. Li Yao had never been fond of liveliness, but he felt somewhat embarrassed that the 5 tribes had given him so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures for free. The trip to Iron Plateau had definitely been worth it. For him, he had looted the warehouse that stored the trophies in the Battle of Apocalypse. For Sparkle, it had explored Iron Plateau's underground and found a lot of relics from 5,000 years ago in which many remnants of magical equipment were buried. Right now, the 5 tribes had even offered their most valuable treasure that they had kept for years to him. By Li Yao's preliminary estimation, the resources would be more than enough to establish a small sect. Although their gratitude to Li Yao for saving their lives was sincere, Li Yao always felt that he was not justified enough to accept all the gifts. With such thoughts, how could he reject their toasts? In the end, he just let go of his self-restraint and started eating. Li Yao utilized the art of the swallowing whale to the maximum and had the biggest meal of his life. At the beginning, he had still managed to keep counting how many lamb legs he had eaten. But later, after he choked the chief of the giant axe tribe, he was somewhat drunk with meat and started eating carefreely. Li Yao scratched his belly and walked out of his room, only to find that Xiong Wuji and Sha Yulan were waiting for him outside. Since he did not intend to live long on Iron Plateau, he had been crashing at Xiong Wuji's house. Snatching a cup of cold tea on the table and drinking all of it, Li Yao frowned and said, "Chief Xiong, please don't tell me that you didn't know they were giving me such a pillar." "Of course, I did, but what could I say?" Xiong Wuji shrugged and replied matter-of-factly, "You were the one who revealed the Temple of Immortals scheme and killed Xibei in front of everyone." The 1,000 Qi trainers on site all witnessed Xibei's toughness in person. "Even he was no match for you. Who else deserves to be the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau if not you? Iron Plateau natives never go back on their word and always pay compliments when compliments are due. Your contribution in the whole event cannot be exaggerated. Yesterday, they were only offering a little something as a signal of their gratitude. Could I say no to that?" Li Yao felt a light headache. He said, "It sounds reasonable. But I wonder, did you receive such a giant pillar with Invincible in Iron Plateau on it when you were acknowledged as the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau?" "Then and now are different," Xiong Wuji replied solemnly. "You know our current situation as clear as I do. We lost a large number of elites in the Battle of the Apocalypse. Then, because of the trouble that Xibei caused, we suffered even more losses. There is no telling whether or not the Temple of Immortals still has other plans, and the remaining blood-striped virus might still be lurking in the Dark Continent. Large-scale communication with the space residents is a two-sided coin, too. Whatever the consequences are, Iron Plateau will definitely be greatly changed. Right now, everyone in the 6 tribes is anxious about their future. Naturally, a heroic figure such as yourself must be decorated and promoted to calm everybody down." Li Yao was dazed for a long time before he replied, "Fair enough, Chief Xiong. However, with the giant spotlight over my head, how am I going to get away from here? You are not expecting that I stay and guard Iron Plateau under the title of Best Warrior of the 6 Tribes of Iron Plateau, are you? That, I can't do. Besides, my identity issue hasn't been resolved yet." Xiong Wuji looked at Sha Yulan with a smile and said, "Don't worry about that. I've figured out everything. It's definitely a perfect solution. Sha Yulan projected a light beam from a mini crystal processor and showed Li Yao a proposal. After the large-scale communications began, Sha Yulan, with her life experience both in space and on Iron Plateau, became an important official in the newly established Association of Interstellar Communication. Right now, the relatively simple trade deals have been settled and are about to be carried out, Xiong Wuji explained. For example, there are many mother lodes on Iron Plateau that we cannot exploit with our current technology, but with the space residents' help, we will be able to excavate and refine them. Also, Iron Plateau is a scarce planet. With enough resources and guards, it is an excellent place to develop agriculture and livestock production. For many space towns that have very limited room, Iron Plateau will be a great manufacturer of dairy goods and farm products. In the meantime, the farming will gradually change the terrain of Iron Plateau, and we might flourish again like 5,000 years ago. In short, the deals regarding resources are easy, but cultural communication is much more difficult. The biggest problem at hand is that space residents and Iron Plateau natives don't know each other. Space residents think that Iron Plateau natives are simple-minded barbarians with more bronze than brains, if not wildlings who feast upon blood and raw meat. On the other hand, Iron Plateau natives consider space residents all cunning, cowardly, and conceited rats. The thousands of years of separation cannot be filled up in only one day. Besides, there's also the competition of rightfulness between us and the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. Direct talk is not an option. Therefore, after a long discussion with the leadership of the 2 supreme colleges of Heavenly Saint City, we decided to gradually resolve the problem with the academic circle as our starting point. More specifically speaking, we are going to introduce a series of interplanet study programs and visiting scholar programs. We'll send 100 young people to study in the 2 supreme colleges of Heavenly Saint City as a start. They'll get to study the advanced techniques of the space residents, and their understanding about the society and culture of the space residents will be deeper. More importantly, they are going to disseminate the culture of Iron Plateau and show the space residents that we are not primitive barbarians and that muscles are not our everything. Students of the 2 supreme colleges will all be pillars in the world of cultivators in the future. If they have a few classmates from Iron Plateau, the communication between the 2 parties will be a lot easier later. Wait! Li Yao suddenly waved his hand, as he thought he knew where the conversation was going to. He asked, Chief Xiong, you are not asking me to join the 100 students and be an exchange student, are you? I'm sorry, but I'm definitely not going. This had to be a joke. Even ignoring the superlative height of the building foundation stage, which was of his own invention, and assuming that he was merely at the peak of the building foundation stage, he was still among the top experts in the world of cultivators. The leadership of many sects, the experienced refiners of major crystal suit centers, and the teachers and even professors in many renowned universities were merely in the peak of the building foundation stage. And now, he was going to start from scratch as a student like a rookie? Of course, he wouldn't waste his time in such a way. Of course not. Xiong Wuji immediately replied. Right now, you are officially the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, and you stand for the top combat ability of Iron Plateau. Asking you to be a student equals to admitting that we are weaker than the space residents. Why would we do that? What I was meaning to ask was whether or not you are interested in going to the 2 supreme colleges of Heavenly Saint City to communicate and doing the research work as a visiting scholar and a representative of Iron Plateau. Li Yao was dazed. Visiting scholar? Xiong Wuji smiled and said, yes. We have come to an agreement with both Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute. In the next 5 years, we will send at least 10 visiting scholars to Heavenly Saint City. The visiting scholars are all the well-known experts on Iron Plateau. Naturally, their expertise and their jobs are different from the students. According to our agreement, the the visiting scholars can choose designated projects based on their interests and specialties and work with the most talented geniuses in the world of cultivators. They can also teach courses in their special fields. Faced with the threat of the Temple of Immortals, the two parties are both genuine about the agreement. We will exchange techniques for techniques. The two supreme colleges will provide the best treatment for our visiting scholars. All the research programs will be open for you. As long as you prove yourself to be capable enough, all the project teams will welcome you, and all the available resources will be at your disposal. Is that so? Li Yao was greatly interested. His lips curled up into a smile. If the two supreme colleges that represented the highest academic level of cultivators opened all their resources and programs for him, becoming a visiting scholar seemed to be much a better choice than working in the 3 crystal suit centers. After all, most of the cutting-edge theories, advanced experiment facilities, and talented geniuses were all gathered in the 2 supreme colleges. Even the experts in the 3 main crystal suit centers were mostly the professors or visiting professors of the 2 colleges. I've given it a lot of thought. This is the best choice for both you and Iron Plateau, Xiong Wuji explained. Since the moment you slew Yen Xibei, you have been destined to become the strongest expert on Iron Plateau and the center of admiration. Can you vanish quietly? How will I explain it to all the Iron Plateau natives when they find out that you're gone? The identity of visiting scholar, on the other hand, gives you a perfect excuse to leave Iron Plateau for Heavenly Saint City. In a few years, after the chaos on Iron Plateau is settled and new experts emerge in the 6 tribes, their memory of you will gradually fade. At that time, you can live in Heavenly Saint City and choose to not come back to Iron Plateau again as an ambassador of Iron Plateau. It won't feel strange anymore, will it? On the other hand, if you are all by yourself, even though you are the super refiner Li Yao whose both hands can surpass the speed of sound, it's very possible that you won't get access to enough resources. You will most likely end up being an ordinary worker in the 3 main crystal suit centers if you file your applications. But everything will be different if you are a representative of Iron Plateau, won't it? Lao's appointment. Li Yao's interest was greatly piqued. Although he had distinguished himself in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, he was still a young man in the world of cultivators. He would have to start with the secondary projects and gain his seniority even if he were to join the 3 main crystal suit centers under the identity of Li Yao. It would take him forever before he got to do what he wanted. The wait would naturally be much shorter if he represented Iron Plateau. It was quite possible that he would get in touch with the real high-end projects in advance. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao frowned and said, "What about my identity? Nobody is a fool. Rumors are already spreading out. Bai Kaisen, the vice-captain of the Great Horn Exo Society, has been asking to have dinner with me all the time lately. Perhaps he already started doubting me." Xiong Wuji smiled casually. "Don't you see? If you are a Mr. Nobody, naturally, many people will question your identity. But right now, you are the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Behind you are thousands of Qi trainers. Excluding crazy lunatics, who can doubt you, dares to doubt you, and is willing to doubt you?" Li Yao was dazed. He thought carefully for a while and made up his mind. "All right, I will go to Heavenly Saint City as the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and work as a visiting scholar." Xiong Wuji smiled. "This is the first time that space residents have ever seen us in the past 5,000 years. Your behavior will potentially influence how space residents take Iron Plateau natives. To be honest, I wouldn't be as relieved if it were anybody else. If they made a joke of themselves, every Iron Plateau native would be disgraced. You are doing me a great favor by going there first. However, bear this in mind. After you reach Heavenly Saint City, you will certainly meet a lot of people from the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. Many of them may not have forgotten the competition of rightfulness yet and will likely to provoke you. We are in troubled times." "I understand." Li Yao suddenly interrupted him. I'm not a man fond of quarrels. I'll try to restrain myself for the big picture. I won't get into conflict with them easily. Why not? Xiong Wuji raised his eyebrow and said, what I meant was that, if anybody provokes you, you must fight back brutally and teach those blind idiots what an Iron Plateau native looks like. Li Yao was rendered speechless. Right. One more thing. Did you really recruit Yen as your disciple? Yes, Li Yao admitted honestly. He is very similar to myself 10 years ago, but with a much higher aptitude. I recruited him as my disciple wholeheartedly. However, since we have overplanet study programs right now, I suggest Wu Mayan goes to study in Heavenly Saint City, too, to broaden his horizon and make him gain more experience, so that he can progress further in his training. There are still 2 months until he is 14 years old, but he has already entered the 16th level of the refinement stage. I think neither Flying Star University nor Heavenly Saints Institute will reject such a treasure. Xiong Wuji smiled. All right. That is exactly what was on my mind. I meant to send Yen to study in Heavenly Saint City, but I thought that I'd better hear your opinion first since you are his master. It's all good then if you have no objections. However, you and Yen are both special. According to him, he kneeled before you beside the pond as a gesture of acknowledging you as his teacher. That won't do. You are now the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. It's a big deal that you have recruited a disciple. We cannot do things so inappropriately. How about this? I'll have everything prepared. Before you set off, experts of the 6 tribes and cultivators who are still on Iron Plateau will be invited to join the ceremony. He will be acknowledging you as his master in public. It will also be a demonstration to the cultivators of your prestige on Iron Plateau. Li Yao was going to say no, but he soon realized that Xiong Wuji was trying to promote his name, and it would be beneficial for his future development. Feeling the warmth in his heart, Li Yao nodded with a smile. All right. Whatever you say, Chief Xiong. Half a month later, in Flying Star University inside Heavenly Saint City. Flying Star University was located on the 3rd orbital ring, the one closest to the downtown area of Heavenly Saint City. Inside the orbital ring, there were natural landscapes that simulated mountains and rivers, as well as central business districts that were full of skyscrapers. Laboratories and teaching buildings could be seen everywhere, too. The spiritual energy transmission tubes on the wall of the orbital ring continued releasing spiritual energy into the air and built a man-made paradise inside the 3rd orbital ring where the students and scholars of Flying Star University could train themselves at will. At this moment, in the natural landscape area of Flying Star University, next to a spring lake, an old man wearing a cloak was fishing. His fish pole was shivering slightly, and he looked half asleep, but he was quite enjoyed himself. However, the old man's good mood was disrupted by the buzz of his mini crystal processor. After the old man read the message, his face turned darker than ever. Ridiculous appointment. The old man threw the fish pole to the ground and asked gravely, President Xiong, may I ask who came up with the idea of letting the so-called best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau work as a visiting scholar in the refining department of Flying Star University? What place do they think the refining department is? The old man was Wei Wenyao. He was one of the best masters of refining in the Flying Star sector as well as the dean of the refining department of Flying Star University. He was a well-respected authority in the circle of refiners. President Xiong, whom he was speaking to, was merely a deputy president in charge of administration and human resources. He was not famous in the academic circle and did not have any projects that he should be proud of. Moreover, he was almost 40 years younger than Wei Wenyao. As a renowned scholar, Wei Wenyao did not care about his title at all. He berated ruthlessly, President Xiong, Flying Star University is not a random community college where anybody can work as a visiting scholar or visiting professor. According to tradition, the visiting professor of Flying Star University should at least be a professor of one of the other 122 colleges in the Flying Star sector, and even a visiting scholar should be, at least, an associate professor. Right now, you are making history by asking a barbarian to work as a visiting scholar in the refining department, join our research, and even teach our students. Is this a joke? President Xiong hurried to explain. Dean Wei, please calm down. Communications between cultivators and Iron Plateau is underway. You are well aware of that, too. You supported the decision and even stated that you would like to recruit a few students from Iron Plateau, didn't you? Cut the nonsense. Wei Wenyang was rather bad-tempered. He glared and shouted, students and scholars are different. If students from Iron Plateau come here, I can always teach them special courses about the rudimental common sense about refining for the sake of communication even if they are not as smart as our students. But if a visiting scholar comes to this place, they are going to teach our students and join our projects. Not only will they mislead the students, it's also quite possible that they will mess around with the projects and delay our progress. Besides, I'm rather curious. Since you mentioned that the guy is the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, you can always send him to the combat department or the exo department. He would be most welcomed in those places. Why does he have to come to the refining department? President Xiong replied, his face bitter, we thought exactly the same in the beginning. Since he is known as the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, he must have unique skills with him even though the cultivation techniques of Iron Plateau are slightly underdeveloped, considering that he is the best anyway. Therefore, we welcomed him to teach the students of the combat department and take part in the projects there. If possible, he could work with our combat-type cultivators and develop new techniques. However, although the man said that teaching students of the combat department was not a problem, he also stated that he was interested in the arts of refining, too, and would like to exchange ideas with the best refiners of the Flying Star sector on the latest theories in refining. Exchange ideas? Wei Wenyao was so angry that he was actually laughing. President Xiong, not that I look down on the Iron Plateau natives whom I know for a fact are not primitive barbarians, but really. Forget it. Tell me more about the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Does he have any experience in refining? President Xiong coughed and replied, Iron Plateau is still relatively closed to us for now, and we do not have a very good intelligence network. Right now, the 2 parties are in a honeymoon state, so it's impossible for us to send people to investigate. Thus, what we have here are only the official profiles that the Iron Plateau natives offered us. According to the Iron Plateau natives, this best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau was in fact a wildling born in the Dark Continent. Wait. Wei Wenyao was dumbfounded. I just said that they were not primitive barbarians, and you are immediately giving me one to prove that I was wrong? Please listen to my explanation first. President Xiong thought that the whole thing was absurd, too, but he was responsible for human resources after all. The best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau has a legendary background. It is said that, although he was born a wildling, he was actually raised up by a mysterious space resident who was not only an unparalleled expert but also a skilled refiner. Therefore, the best warrior knows a thing or two about refining. Bullsh *T, Wei Wenyao sneered coldly. The art of refining is a professional, complicated, comprehensive subject that involves hundreds of independent courses and countless kinds of precise magical equipment. Only after rigorous, systematic training can a qualified refiner be raised. A mysterious expert living in the woods teaching a random guy casually for several years, and an expert of refining was born? Is this a fairy tale? President Xiong wiped the sweat on his forehead and replied, I've seen the armor that the best warrior refined. It seems rather delicate to me. Wei Wenyao sniffed and said, I've seen a lot of true Qi armor and true Qi blades crafted by the Iron Plateau natives over the last couple of days. They have their own advantages, but in regard to structure and materials, they are still in the primitive, crude phase. Maybe, a refiner was forced to land on Iron Plateau and taught the barbarian some basic skills of refining that were enough for him to distinguish himself on Iron Plateau. But it does not mean that such a barbarian is qualified to work as a visiting scholar in my refining department. The bottom line is, have you ever seen his capability in person, President Xiong? President Xiong nodded quickly and replied, I have. At the disciple recruitment ceremony in Furious Bear's City 3 days ago, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau showed his skill a little bit. There were 3 super alloy planks 20 centimeters thick that could serve as the gates of treasuries, with a gap of 1 meter in between. After his one punch, the first plank was immediately melted by his spiritual gas, even its surroundings became orange. On the second plank, hundreds of holes appeared. His spiritual gas was condensed into needles and pierced through the plank. His spiritual gas did not run out after blowing through 2 planks and left a fist indentation more than 10 centimeters deep on the third plank. The cultivators who joined the ceremony did not think too highly of the Iron Plateau natives. They were dumbfounded when they saw his performance. According to the evaluation of several battle-type cultivators, the man's maximum combat ability was at least in the middle level of the core formation stage. The Iron Plateau natives also have secret arts that can allegedly enhance their combat ability by reverberating their fighting will. If he is on a rampage, he might be able to fight a peak-level core formation stage cultivator. I've seen it with my own eyes. Wei Wenyao scoffed. What about a peak-level core formation stage cultivator? Fighting and refining are entirely irrelevant. That's why I said he should be invited to the combat department. President Xiong smiled and said, Don't be hasty, Dean Wei. I haven't finished my point yet. Iron Plateau natives value aggressiveness and valiancy, and they worship the strong more than anything. The best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau enjoys quite a high prestige in the place. Not only did tens of thousands of people of the Furious Bears tribe participate in the ceremony, the other 5 tribes also sent many representatives led by their chiefs and elders to congratulate him. It was indeed a lively and splendid scene. Wei Wenyao frowned. What does that have to do with the refining department? The guests did not come empty-handed. The gifts from the 5 tribes almost filled the valley. Any one of them was an invaluable treasure, President Xiong replied. The best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau then gifted 20 Cloud Thunder pearls even larger than pigeon eggs to his disciple. As a refiner, you must have heard about the treasure before. Not only does the pearl glitter at night, enormous spiritual energy of the Thunder class is also contained inside. It is one of the best ancillary materials for training. A Cloud Thunder pearl the size of a finger is already too precious to be bought on the market, not to mention 20 of them the size of pigeon eggs. Wei Wenyao gasped. He was a refiner, so he knew what a valuable material Cloud Thunder pearl was better than anybody else. President Xiong lowered his voice and said, We were all shocked by the extravagance of the best warrior. After we asked around, we learned that the man had done the 5 tribes a great favor even though he had been wronged by them. Therefore, the 5 tribes offered a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as other valuable resources, to him to express their apology and gratitude. Although Iron Plateau is a desolate area, a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been found during the 5,000 years of exploration. The endless mother lodes buried underground alone are much more promising than the dust in space where we get our resources, are they not? Therefore, the Iron Plateau natives may seem strong and simple-minded, but they are out-and-out magnates. Therefore, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau is one of the richest among the magnates. It may be exaggerating to say that he is richer than a country, but it's quite possible that his belongings are more valuable than the assets of a small sect. Oh. Wei Wenyao finally realized where the conversation was going. President Xiong was beaming with a smile. Now you see, Dean Wei. This is the situation I assumed. Sand Scorpion learned from a refiner from space during his childhood and must have grasped a thing or two. In the primitive world of Iron Plateau, he is the tallest among a bunch of dwarfs. Of course, he feels like he is a king. Since the man is unparalleled on Iron Plateau, it is natural that he feels his refining arts are already excellent, and he has decided to communicate with the masters of refining. Of course, we can turn down the request, but I suggest that Dean Wei does not to rush into anything. In short, the man is a classic more wealth and wisdom guy. If such a rich man comes to the refining depart as a visiting scholar, he is definitely going to bring a large sum with him. Wei Wenyao stopped whining. Being a dean of the refining department of a college was different from being a pure refiner. The most important task for a dean was perhaps not his own study, but to find more donors for the refining department. It was true that Flying Star University was one of the 2 best colleges in the Flying Star sector, but no colleges in the world would ever complain that they had too much money. The refining department was quite a large department, with a lot of money-burning projects and programs. Besides, the refining department of the Heavenly Saints Institute was always competing with them. If an idiot really came here with loads of money. Wei Wenyao quickly thought of several projects in the department. The projects had all been stagnated for various reasons. Some were because of the impractical designs, some because of the huge investment, and some because of the tremendous setbacks they suffered. President Xiong hurried to fan the flames. Dean Wei, stopping hesitating. This is not a wildling, this is a mother god of fortune. If you hesitate, he might go to the Heavenly Saints Institute and revive a few projects of the refining department there. Please don't be angry then. Wei Wenyao was finally interested in the idea. President Xiong, are you sure that he is willing to invest? How rich can he be, considering that he's all by himself? That's not a problem. President Xiong smiled. He may be not rich enough, but he is backed by the entire Iron Plateau. As for whether or not he is willing to invest, that will depend on your treatment of him. In my opinion, with so many great masters of refining in our department, it will be more than easy to fool a bumpkin from the remote area when they team up. Wei Wenyao chuckled. We are not fooling anybody, we are mere each playing our part in the discovery of the endless mysteries in the world of refining together with our good friend from Iron Plateau, with the intelligent doing the research and the wealthy paying the money. After he shut off the communication, Wei Wenyao thought for a moment and reached out to almost 10 project leaders who were currently short of funding. A remote meeting was held. A moment later, doubts and exclamations burst out above the small lake again. What? A wildling is coming to my project team as a visiting scholar? Isn't that bullsh***? Outside of Furious Bear's city, Li Yao's and Wu Mayan's shadows were lengthened by the setting sun. The following day, the 2 of them would set off. For the first time in Wu Mayan's memory, he was going to leave Iron Plateau for the boundless universe. The young man was a bit uneasy. His right arm was exposed to the air, as he was testing a piece of new magical equipment Li Yao had refined for him. It was a silver glittering glove that extended to his elbow with complicated spiritual stripes on it. When he put on the glove, his right arm looked like an artificial one and was quite eye-catching. The glove was based on Xiong Wuji's right arm, which had been blown away during his fierce fight against Xibei. Wu Mayan had picked up the broken arm from the battlefield and begged Li Yao to craft a glove for him. Xiong Wuji's artificial arm was made of ordinary materials. Therefore, Li Yao added another dozen or so rarely seen materials to it and asked for the advice of the 5 spectral cultivators on sparkle before the job was done. Wu Mayan put on the glove and punched, tornadoes sweeping out from his right fist. He had trained himself hard wholeheartedly. His sweat was glimmering in the sunset. Have you made up your mind? Li Yao smiled at his first disciple. Have you decided to keep walking on the path of Qi training? I need to remind you that you cannot have all the best in the world. The path of Qi training and the path of normal cultivation are not compatible. The thicker your veins and nerves are, the more spiritual gas you will be able to store. However, the result is that it will be more difficult to liquefy the spiritual gas. You are still young, and you have the chance to choose. But after another few years of training, I'm afraid that you will never get to the building foundation stage. My situation is different. I'd already been in the building foundation stage before I started practicing the Chi trainer's arts. Therefore, you cannot copy my experience. Wu Mayan punched hard one more time. Looking at his spiritual waves dispersing dozens of meters away, he wiped his sweat and nodded his head. The decision has been made. Although Master and Father Xiong both want me to study in Heavenly Saint City, and I'm very interested in meeting the experts in space myself, I will probably never be a cultivator. My path is destined to be the path of Chi trainers. What's wrong with not being able to build the foundation? For 5,000 years, the highest level of the Iron Plateau Chi trainers had always been the 99th level. Many people thought that the so-called 100th level did not exist and was just an ungrounded illusion. The 99th level was supposedly everyone's limit. However, Father Xiong punched that limit into pieces with his iron fists. If he could reach the 100th level, I think the 101st level, the 200th, the 500th, and the 1000th are definitely reachable, too. With your aptitude, a lot of people will be willing to guide you when we arrive in Heavenly Saint City. Chances are that you will have the chance to enter the core formation stage in the next 20 years. Your capability wouldn't be necessarily lower than that of the 100th level of the refinement stage, Li Yao said. At the very least, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage are unambiguous and unmistakable. The journey to the 1000th level of the refinement stage, in comparison, is long and full of terrors. Why do you have to choose such a path? Looking at the desert and mountains far away, Wu Mayan replied softly, because it is the path that Father Xiong wanted to walk on.